Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 1 of For the Record program number 711, interview with Russ Baker, author of Family of Secrets. And it is my pleasure and privilege to bring to our airwaves, not for the last time, I hope, Russ Baker, the author of Family of Secrets, out in softcover now by Bloomsbury Press. Russ, welcome to our airwaves.
Thank you very much, Dave. Great to be here. May I mention the subtitle of the book?
Sure, please.
It's The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years.
Very good. And we're going to do what we can, what you've already done a magnificent job of doing, to boost into view that hidden history, or as much of it as we reasonably can on the air, and as much as you could in an almost 500-page book. I'd like to begin this interview with something that you talked about in the afterword of your book, and that is the professional stigma, and a very powerful stigma it is, that attaches to someone that investigates some of the things that you have looked into, including, for example, the Kennedy assassination, another major conspiratorial event inextricably linked with the Kennedy assassination, Watergate, and other things. And you mentioned that some of your esteemed professional associates, people who had actually assisted you with parts of the research, but who also invade to an extent, perhaps gently, against going forward past a point. And I think you bring up the issue of investigative reporting versus, quote, conspiracy theory as it is conceptualized, or as it is stigmatized. Develop that for us, if you would, and then I have my own afterward to that thought. Go ahead.
Sure, and if I may just back up for a moment, I think it's important at the outset for anyone who may not be familiar with Family of Secrets to explain that this was an authentic inquiry into a very simple, broad question to which I did not know the answer, and that was, how did somebody like George W. Bush get to the top and do the things that he did? And I was genuinely curious about that, and I didn't know what I would find, if I would find anything, if there were any more profound explanations than we'd already been privy to. And this led me into a 5-year odyssey, which led me in all kinds of directions that I know you're going to be going into. And I wanted to just say that to contextualize these conversations, because people obviously hearing the subtitle about the Bushes say, well, why would you be talking about the Kennedy assassination? And of course, when I began this research, there would have been no reason to do it. But I started following trails. I started trying to understand who George W. Bush was, and then larger questions about his family and their rise to power and the circles with which they were associated. And this led me into these very much sort of dark alleys and down rabbit holes where I began having to kind of analyze and rethink whole portions of American history. And so that's the backstory. Now, as to the issue you raise of concern about going into certain topics, I think that all of us in the mainstream media, and I sort of have always straddled the line between what you'd call mainstream media and alternative media, we're always aware, sort of at least in the back of our mind, that there are topics that when you begin talking about them, right away you have problems. You have professional problems. You have problems being dismissed by certain, let's say, critics, by some portions of the public. And that really relates to this notion of whether or not there are larger causations, whether or not there are larger networks of influence and of power that shape events. And as I'm sure you know, Dave, and I know you talk about and you look into these things, the United States has very much a notion of itself which is somewhat idealized, and that is that although we know that all these terrible things go on in the rest of the world, and although we know that even our own country has been deeply involved in many of these things, and even the sponsor of so many of them, they're all documented in testimony and hearings and all sorts of confessionals, we still have trouble believing that any of those kind of awful things could also take place on home ground. And that really is where, when you begin exploring those possibilities, you encounter a tremendous amount of resistance and a tremendous amount of cognitive dissonance from Americans of all kinds.
One of the interesting things about the issues that you have dealt with very successfully, you've already brought up a word I'm going to touch on in a second, but when one brings up the topic or utters the phrase conspiracy theory, right away it is so stigmatized, and it causes a rolling of the eyes, and in many ways, from a professional standpoint, it is sociologically fascistic in the sense of there are the twin fundaments of inclusion or exclusion, and if you want to make it professionally, you cannot talk about, quote, conspiracy theory because one is automatically excluded, and in some ways it's almost adolescent, and it's like, the young man or young woman who's not good to associate with because they're not dating or whatever, or they have the wrong physiological type, or even juvenile, where we can't play with Johnny or we can't play with Janie because they have cooties. And it's really very powerful, and I don't think that people who decline to joust with the dragon that you have slain, and I think you've done a good job, I don't think they are to be faulted past a point. I, on the other hand, long ago chose to wear the scarlet letter of conspiracy theorist, and believe me, to coin a phrase, you don't get paid and you don't get laid. So it's not a lot of fun. What you have done in a very, very good way, a remarkable way, is to illustrate what I think it is all about. If one avoids the term conspiracy theory and uses another term, which you have illustrated abundantly, and that is networking, has a very different stigma to it, a very different connotation, and one that is not negative, and one that I think really goes to the substance of your book, Family of Secrets. When you talk about the Bush family as the family of secrets, when one talks about the subtitle of your book, The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the hidden history of the last 50 years, I don't think there is anything that you have illustrated more profoundly than networking. And when you ask the question, how did W come to be? How did Bush happen? He happened because of networking between the intelligence community and the political establishment, and in turn the corporate establishment, the all business, as they say in Texas in particular. And so kudos to you, because rather than a conspiracy theorist, I would classify you as a networking theorist, and you've done a whole lot more than just theorize, and you deserve a lot of credit for it.
Well, I pride myself on the fact that the bulk of my work over the quarter century that I've been doing journalism, and particularly investigative journalism, is driven almost entirely by documented facts. And this, I think, distinguishes my work from that of many other people. A lot of folks have trouble understanding the difference between opinion and conclusion, and simply laying out things that are not in dispute but have never been laid out together or are not well known. And so with Family of Secrets, I just started encountering the most extraordinary facts, and these were things that were admissions by the people themselves in little-known, privately published memoirs. These were transcripts of conversations. They were documents that had long remained hidden and then been, perhaps accidentally, declassified. They were a matter of connecting dots between lots of circumstances that themselves didn't seem that interesting. And so when you do that, what you do is you end up with some sort of picture begins to appear from all these dots. And that's where, when you're talking about theory of some sort, is, the reader starts saying, okay, now tell me what this means, or what do you think it means? And so what I do in Family of Secrets is I create these narratives, and I work pretty hard to try to weave it into a kind of a dramatic, almost like a spy story. Somebody called it Ludlum on steroids. Just a very lively narrative rendition of people doing something in a plot building, but it's made up of these thousands of data points, and then every so often I stop and I say, okay, what do we have here? What do we think this means? Could it mean this? Could it mean that? It certainly seems to mean something, and I try very hard not to go too much beyond that and let the reader come to their own conclusions.
Russ Baker, in your book, Family of Secrets, again, for listeners who may have just tuned in, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years, you illustrate networks and the Bush family for generations have been both beneficiaries of these networks and also people who advance the causes of these networks in a fundamental way. Let's go back to the early part of the last century, Russ, and let's talk about some of the, well, what C. Wright Mills referred to as the power elite. Let's talk about the Harriman family, let's talk about the Walkers, and let's talk about the Bushes, and how they began to network coming out of the Gilded Age and going into World War I. Tell us a little bit about some of these families. Again, Walkers, Harrimans.
The Dulleses, the Rockefellers, the Morgans. We know about these families. If we read books, we see there are these huge histories of these families, but most of those books don't really go into the subterranean element. But the way you start seeing it is I went back, as I always do when I do this sort of research, and I did a lot of historical digging into, for example, newspaper clippings, and you see who's staying at whose house, who are all together for dinner and sitting at a particular table together in Palm Beach, who are all together at a wedding, who are sitting on the board of directors of a particular bank and a particular charity and so forth, who are intermarrying, who are swapping blocks of stock. And so you start seeing these connections, and you start understanding who knows who and who works with who. And this is really the key thing, because if we examine our own lives, that's how we get things done. We meet people. We perhaps meet our future significant others through usually networks, meaning work networks or play networks or familial networks. That's how most of these things happen. Or other networks. Now it's online dating, but that's a network. Or Facebook is a network. And so these people are the masters of networks. They were networking long before the rest of us ever even thought of the concept. And so the Bushes are very interesting because they're not the top of the network. They're very much the sort of the worker bees almost of the network. They're people who were comfortable but who really work as kind of officers for these titans. And so if you go all the way back, you see the Harrimans, of course, E.H. Harriman being a great railroad tycoon, and then he dies, and his sons, who are very young, Averill and Roland Harriman, inherit this whole thing, and they've got this great fortune now, and they want to diversify it. They go off to Yale, and at Yale they join a secret society called Skull and Bones, and in Skull and Bones is a fellow named Prescott Bush. Now, he's from a family that is connected but is on a lower level. His father was Samuel Bush, was in the railroad business, but at a lower level. But the father got to know Rockefellers and Harrimans and so forth, manufacturing railroad equipment. And at the start of World War I, Samuel Bush, so you're talking about the great-grandfather of W., was appointed through his more powerful friends to be in charge of small arms procurement for the war effort. Then a lot of that business went to companies like Remington Arms, which were again owned by big blocks of stock owned by people like the Rockefeller family and what have you. And then brothers of theirs were in the railroad business employing Samuel and so forth. So you see this pattern of them being sort of retainers. And then you see intermarriage. And so Prescott Bush is in Yale. He's in Skull and Bones with these Harriman sons. And then they graduate, and he marries, very interesting story there, a whole separate tale. He marries a man named George Herbert Walker, who is one of the largest financiers and bankers and investment bankers and stockbrokers outside of the East Coast, outside of Wall Street. It's located in St. Louis. And this guy is huge. Even though he's almost forgotten today, he was doing business all over the world. So he marries this guy's daughter, and then his buddies, the Harriman boys, draft George Herbert Walker to move to New York and to take over the running of all of their investments. And so begins this whole new enterprise that eventually becomes the investment banking firm of Brown Brothers Harriman, an outfit with interests all over the world that was, before that company was constituted in its final form, was relying on the U.S. government and the U.S. military very much to protect their assets. The Marines would go into places like Nicaragua and what have you to push out presidents who were not doing their bidding. And so you begin to see the outlines of this sort of interventionist policy in the service of private wealth that controls natural resources all over the world, a situation that continues to the very present moment.
There's a famous quote by General Smedley Butler, a Marine general and two-time winner of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And in fact, he was testifying before Congress and testifying about, among other things, his recruitment by some of these power brokers to try to overthrow Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And he said basically he described himself as a highly paid gangster for various corporate interests on Wall Street, and he specifically mentioned Brown Brothers Harriman by name. And Walker is a powerful family. Maybe one of the only things that we see today carrying the Walker name is the Walker Cup. You mentioned that George Herbert Walker was instrumental in bringing the game of golf to the United States, the preferred sport of the power elite. One of the things, by the way, we are interviewing, if you've just joined us, we're interviewing Russ Baker, the author of the remarkable book, Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. And one of the things, one of the aspects of networking that you illustrate in a very compelling fashion, and that is the relationship between national security matters, political matters, and again, the business. Now, the Harrimans spawned a company which will figure very prominently in the investigation that you have downloaded in Family of Secrets, and that we'll be talking about in future interviews. Tell us about Brown Brothers and how they spawned Dresser Industries.
Right. Well, that's a whole other story we could do a show on. But basically, in a lot of cases, what they were doing was they were taking over other companies that had some kind of a monopoly. And Dresser Industries was a company that got in the 19th century got into the petroleum business very, very early on, providing crucial non-oil drilling services, couplers for pipelines and things that you needed in order to be able to secure your wells and so forth. The same thing actually that they are still doing. There were a number of different mergers and things under the name Halliburton today, and this is talk about what's in the news, the blowout of the BP platform in the Gulf of Mexico. One of the companies in there, Halliburton, and so Dresser would later on merge with several different companies, Halliburton and with Brown and Root. Another very, very important firm, an engineering firm that is also known as, with the division as KBR, and they're one of the biggest defense contractors in Iraq and Afghanistan. So what was going on 100 years ago is still very much going on today. We don't talk about these things, we don't understand them, and unfortunately we in the media tend not to cover them.
Dresser Industries was a spin-off, so to speak, and we should note that Prescott Bush went to work for Brown Brothers Harriman. And you mentioned that one of the Harrimans, I think it was E. Roland Harriman, sort of pointed to a fellow and said, Dresser Industries, or Dresser. And that was a fellow who, I don't know if one could actually describe him as the godfather, perhaps not in a strict sense, but maybe in a corporate/generational sense, the professional godfather of George Herbert Walker Bush, and that is a fellow named Henry Neil Mallon. Tell us a little bit about Henry Neil Mallon and Dresser Industries.
Right. Well, he was another one of these friends from Yale, and with all of them, by the way, have these sort of murky periods in their resumes where they, in the case of Mallon, he purportedly went off for a while climbing in the Alps. They're basically blank spots on their resumes, and then they resurface and suddenly appointed to these important positions. And Mallon again, the skull and bones tie. So he comes back from this trip and he comes in to visit his buddies, the Harrimans and Prescott, and according to this story, they were all sitting around deciding what to do with this Dresser Industries company that they had just bought. When they spotted him, he walked in the door, and immediately, as you point out, Roland said, Dresser, and that this guy could run Dresser. And so they take this fellow with really lacking the qualifications to run that company, and he's put in charge of it. Dresser begins growing very, very rapidly, and in the build-up to World War II and the conversion of the economy to a wartime economy, a lot of these manufacturing companies started gearing up to get military contracts. Dresser began gobbling up lots of these firms. And in Family of Secrets, I tell this story because this gets us into the early days of George H.W. Bush, or his nickname Poppy, who was the 41st president of the United States.
Russ Baker, let me interrupt briefly.
Yeah.
What is the genesis of that nickname? I know he got it, I think, at Andover, maybe Yale. I've never heard about anything about how that...
No, it was because his name was the same as his maternal grandfather, George Herbert Walker. They called him Pop. He also looked like him as a child, and so the other kids started calling him Poppy.
Okay, I've never heard that discussed. Go ahead. Dresser Industries and the young young Poppy.
Yeah, and so he goes off to Yale and he goes into again Skull and Bones. And I just want to stop for a second to say that because, of course, we could do a whole program just on that. What are these entities? What are these secret societies? Well, there's all sorts of irresponsible speculation on the Internet. There are a number of pretty bad books out there that are selling extremely well that purport to offer the inside secrets. And all I can say is it's enough for me that the people who joined them considered them to be important enough to join and important enough to preserve whatever secrecy they were sworn to. And if you flash forward to the 2004 election, you have George W. Bush, also a member of Skull and Bones, the Republican nominee, the Democratic nominee, John Kerry, also a member of Skull and Bones. And you have to keep in mind that it's just a handful of people in there each year. And so it's a very small and select group. In any case, so all these guys are in this organization. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them seem to have familial connections to the intelligence apparatus of the United States. And by the way, that apparatus far predates the CIA because there were always spies. Every empire has spies, and we had spies, back in the Revolutionary War, and then throughout much of the history of the country, the principal mechanism for international spying was, well, to some extent, it was diplomats and private business people, but it was also the Navy and naval intelligence. And if you look at the Bush family, they served in naval intelligence. And so all these people then go into these elite schools like Yale and so forth, into these secret societies, and then they emerge from them into training in their various so-called family businesses. And in the case of George H.W., or we'll call him Poppy Bush, he joins, as you pointed out, Dresser Industries, which is now basically owned by and run by their company, Brown Brothers Harriman. He goes in there and he supposedly is doing low-level things, painting fences and being a salesman and so on. But as I point out in Family of Secrets, it looks to be cover for some kind of intelligence training. And very quickly you see him doing things that suggest that. Including shepherding people from the East Bloc who've come out there for a visit. He disappears for periods of time and so forth. And then he starts his own company, a little oil company out in West Texas, a very unimportant little-known company, which miraculously begins to have huge amounts of money being pumped in by figures in Washington, like Mr. Graham, the owner of the Washington Post. And that's a whole other story about the connections between those powerful media families and this intelligence oil financial establishment.
There's a book that complements yours, and in fact, you, in Family of Secrets, Russ Baker, you actually footnoted a couple of times, and I think for people that would like to gain some depth, after they've bought and read Family of Secrets, check out a book called The Old Boys by Burton Hurst, subtitled The American Elite and the Origins of the CIA, because I think it not only illustrates networking, again, not conspiracy theory, but networking to a very fine extent, it also shows how these networks in the intelligence community, one talks about a spy network or an espionage network, how they work in conjunction with powerful corporate elements of the American power elite. Skull and Bones, I want to touch briefly on Skull and Bones. It has been stigmatized in some of the worst ways by the conspiracy milieu. It's just one of a number of power centers that the power elite, as C. Wright Mills call it, use for networking. You also have the supper clubs at Princeton. The American power elite, and the Bushes epitomize that in many ways, are Episcopalian. There's a very fine book, another one people can use, called The Power of Their Glory. It's by a couple of authors. Their last names are Konoliga, K-O-N-O-L-I-G-E. And two other things very quickly. You touched on Halliburton and the fact that they absorbed Dresser Industries and that they were involved with the blowout of the oil rig. in the Gulf of Mexico. Another company that you talk about networking with the Bushes, networking with George W. Bush, networking with Tony Blair, the Gamel family. Am I pronouncing that right? And that is Gamel. British Petroleum. I don't know if we'll have time to get into that, but BP is part of this networking as well. Last point, a lot of people wonder about naval intelligence and why it's so important. Once upon a time, sail was the main vehicle for not only transportation and shipping, literally, but also communication between continents, and much of the primacy of naval intelligence in the Navy in these matters stems from that. Jumping back to George Bush in the Navy, you mentioned that he was involved with a photo reconnaissance group, so that even when he was in the Navy, he was involved with intelligence. So highlight that for us if you would, Russ.
Right. I mean, this is the early training. In other words, in the books, you see, Family of Secrets has only been even heard of by a certain select group of people because, I mean, frankly, the revelations in there are, I'm afraid, a little bit too provocative for mainstream reviewers, for some of the large television shows and so on. And I've been told that privately by them. They're saying, we love you, we know your credentials, but, you know, I got to keep my job. And so what they do instead is they have people on there like, you know, Karl Rove talking about his book, very mainstream historians with theirs and so on. And these mainstream accounts, for example, let's say about the life of Poppy Bush, George H.W. Bush 41, is that you know, he was one of the youngest people who enlisted, you know, voluntarily in World War II and became you know, a bomber pilot, you know, leaving out not really looking at what he did, which was that he got into intelligence work, and he was doing, as you say, the aerial surveillance. This was top secret classified work. He was involved with a group of people that were connected to they were connected into the operation in Asia. That's where he was with General MacArthur, who had his own intelligence force, the OSS, which we think of as the prime, you know, military intelligence entity in World War II, was operating mostly, but not exclusively, in Europe. That MacArthur basically told them to stay out, and there was a back relationship between MacArthur again and all of these people. As I relate in Family of Secrets, if you go far enough back, let me see if I have this right. MacArthur's father was a governor of the basically what was then a colony, the Philippines, when the United States was extracting tremendous amounts of natural resources out of that, and there was a request by MacArthur's mother to the Harrimans, would you give our son a job? And so you see these kind of networks, again, going all the way back, tying in again to these natural resources, and again to intelligence, and again to war making.
Russ, we are almost.
So on.
Let me jump in. We're almost out of time on this side, but we've got another half hour to go. And as I figured, we were just going to barely scratch the surface of your remarkable book. The book, at whose author we are interviewing, is Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. The author is Russ Baker. It's now out in softcover by the Bloomsbury Press. Russ, give us your website, and then we're going to move to side two. Okay, two different websites for the book. It's familyofsecrets.com. And we don't keep it up like we should, but we occasionally put up, but perhaps we'll put this show up there, links to prior interviews and so forth. And then another site, whowhatwhy.com. whowhatwhy.com. That is our new nonprofit investigative reporting site where we are continuing to look into these big questions of how does power work and how do these decisions get made that affect our lives. It's a nonprofit, and it is based entirely on the financial support of the public. Want to hear more? Stay tuned for Side 2 For the Record program number 711, interview with Russ Baker, author of Family of Secrets. This concludes Side 1. This is being recorded on May 23rd of the year 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 2 For the Record program number 711, interview with Russ Baker, author of Family of Secrets. This program is being recorded on May 23rd of the year 2010. Once again, it is my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of Family of Secrets. Russ, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thanks, Dave.
We were talking, let's jump right in, we were talking about Douglas MacArthur and how he networked with some of the American power elite, as C. Wright Mills called it. And let's talk about Poppy and the Photo Reconnaissance Group and Naval Intelligence.
Well, I mean, essentially what you had was Poppy, or George H.W. Bush, the 41st President of the United States, leaving his prep school and going right into flight as a naval bomber pilot, and also very much involved with this top secret naval reconnaissance work. This was very, very important, and these were precursors of elements like the CIA that would emerge after the war. And so he was already being trained in intelligence work. A big part, by the way, of Family of Secrets, at least the first half, is about what I discovered as a secret life of Poppy Bush. That he had a life that has never been reported on, that is not in his memoirs or not in any books about him, and that is that long before he became the CIA director in 1976, by the way, he was appointed by Gerald Ford, and at the time, if you go back and look at the clippings, the media were sort of scratching their heads saying, I wonder why this guy is CIA director, but they don't scratch their heads very extensively. They don't really look that deeply into any of these things, so they said, well, he was a young congressman, up and coming, and likable, and seemed to be clean, and so on, and the CIA was embroiled in scandal, and so, well, they put this guy in to sort of, put a fresh face on there, and that was that. But I wondered about that, and I wondered about a number of other clues I'd come upon, and so I began studying him, and as I studied him, I found that all of these periods prior to that, his activities seemed to be juxtaposed with very profound American events, and I hope either on this or on a future show we'll have time to talk about all of these curiosities surrounding the assassination of John F. Kennedy. But in any case, you see this going all the way back to his days in World War II, and then right after the war, where he begins working for the family-owned Dresser Industries, where he's again doing what looks to be an intelligence type of work. He then starts his own company, and as I reveal in Family of Secrets, he started an offshore drilling company, a rather obscure one, with quite a bit of money from interested parties in Washington, and with the help of a man who was himself a young CIA officer who purportedly resigned from the agency in order to join Mr. Bush in the offshore drilling business, and then you begin to see them putting rigs in strategic locations like just right off of Cuba prior to the Bay of Pigs invasion.
Now, was that Thomas Devine?
Yes.
Okay. Again, an individual, and when you interviewed him, he had some very interesting things to say about your methodology, and not a person I would want to sit down and talk to face-to-face in a mini editorial contribution. More about Zapata Petroleum, and again, the Kennedy assassination is something we can probably, it was what started me on my life's work, looking into the events of 11/22/63 and Watergate, because they're inextricably linked. We can do an entire program, probably 2 or 3, about just the Kennedy assassination. We could do one, I think, just about George de Mohrenschildt, the oil industry, and the deep politics going back to the Russian, the Bolshevik Revolution, the period between the wars, and the deep networking there. But talking about Zapata Petroleum, and everywhere, I want to stress that everywhere one looks with Poppy Bush, and it's illustrated very dramatically in Family of Secrets, one finds the hallmarks of intelligence. Zapata Petroleum appears to have been, however much oil they did or did not drill, it appears to have been in many ways an intelligence front. Develop that. And also there's a name that is prominent in the history of the Bush family and prominent in the history of these power networks, and that is Allen Dulles and the Dulles family. So let's talk about Zapata as an intelligence front, and let's talk about the Dulleses and how they figure in the Bush family narrative.
Well, let me again just step back to talk about the general issue and the current relevancy of all of this. We're not talking about ancient history here. We're talking about continuities of power and power relationships, and basically nothing has changed. The Central Intelligence Agency is largely devoted, not exclusively, but it's largely devoted to providing information of use to large corporate and financial interests. It's always been that way. The CIA was actually founded by, let's say the blueprint for the CIA was created by a guy named Robert Lovett. Robert Lovett was, again, Yale, Skull and Bones, a business partner with Prescott Bush in Brown Brothers Harriman. And the first CIA director under Eisenhower, not the first CIA director, there were several who were in there briefly, but the first significant one who had a very, very long tenure was Allen Dulles. Allen Dulles, again, from a family that were connected back into the Bushes. Allen Dulles and his brother John Foster Dulles were attorneys with a prominent white shoe law firm that represented, and therefore they sat on the boards of such companies as United Fruit, Standard Fruit, some of these giant copper mining companies and what have you that were in all of these foreign countries extracting resources very, very cheaply, and also putting considerable effort into putting down domestic uprisings where the locals were complaining, basically, why are these people able to take what is our birthright so cheaply, pay almost nothing for it, pay almost nothing in the way of taxes. This is just this is just totally wrong. And so the Dulleses were very involved with that. If you go back, you find out that Allen Dulles appears to have gotten involved in intelligence back in World War I, and then his uncle was in the Wilson administration, was in his cabinet. And so, again, these families, very, very linked. The Dulleses, actually, you mentioned Episcopalians, were Presbyterians, and they came out of another circle which was based at Princeton. So it's another sort of a network, if you will, but they worked very well with the Bushes, and they worked very well with Rockefeller, who was a Baptist. And so you see these different circles. You see the Harvard circle and so forth, and you see other elements. You see Jews and members of all kinds of different religions, Methodists and what have you, Catholics certainly through orders like the Knights of Malta, which William Casey, later CIA director under Reagan, was a member of that secret order. So all of these entities working together, very much advancing the interest of wealthy American families and powerful corporations in terms of foreign policy. And this was largely the agenda of these intelligence agencies. And, of course, the public never understood this because there was never much scrutiny of it. And, of course, their activities are all secret, and even only a few members of Congress to this day are allowed to even begin to ask any questions. And even they are given a runaround. As you may recall, Nancy Pelosi complained that she felt she had been tricked at where she was giving these briefings on policies tantamount to torture, that she really didn't understand what she was being told, and she really was not being given the whole story, and I think that's probably true.
By the way, a couple of elements of nomenclature. Sullivan and Cromwell, of course, is the Dulles law firm, and Allen Dulles' uncle, I believe, was Robert Lansing, Secretary of State under Woodrow Wilson.
That's right, yeah.
By the way, today, the Sullivan and Cromwell firm is a general counsel for Saudi bin Laden Group. We hear about Osama bin Laden as, he's stigmatized in all kinds of ways. He is a member of one of the most powerful families on earth, but that's a subject perhaps for another program or 10. Let's go back to Zapata Petroleum and the curious places that they turn up with some of their offshore rigs. I guess one could perhaps say that they were rigging the political landscape.
Well, what's interesting there was Zapata Petroleum, a firm started by Poppy Bush with, very interestingly, two brothers named Ledke, who ended up having a company later called Pennzoil, a very, very successful oil company. But the three of them started this company, little tiny company, in Midland, Odessa, Texas, West Texas, and then Poppy started this offshoot, Zapata Offshore, and he begins this very curious odyssey, which I describe in some detail in Family of Secrets. I managed to obtain enough documents where I could see him traveling around the world, and I thought, my gosh, this is a tiny, tiny company. They're not making any money. They're actually losing money in most years, and yet he's traveling all over the world. And, they've only got a few rigs. You have to understand the way these companies work. They basically, what they do is they get financing to get a few rigs built or leased or what have you, and then in turn they will lease those rigs to other companies. That's what you see with the blowout in the Gulf of Mexico, where the drilling is for BP, but it's not their rigs.
Transocean is the firm that owns it.
That's right. And then another company's doing the cementing and so forth. And so it's all contracted out. In any case, Zapata Petroleum was really almost nothing as far as a company, and yet here's this man traveling all over the world to many, many places where they didn't seem to be doing any business, places that were landlocked, where there were no offshore drilling opportunities and no clear investment opportunities for them. Very, very mysterious. And so it looks like it's cover for something else. We do see when they put rigs up, they put them in places like off of Cuba prior to the Bay of Pigs invasion. We see them employing Cuban exiles. We see them being hired to put those rigs there on an island controlled by Howard Hughes, who had his own connections into the intelligence community, and then it being leased by Gulf Oil, on whose board was a man named Kermit Roosevelt. I hope I'm not throwing out too many names here.
Nope.
But Kermit Roosevelt, from, of course, the famous Roosevelt family, he was a CIA officer who was one of the key figures in the overthrow of President Mossadegh in Iran, the democratically elected president who was threatening the interests of BP.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that you talk about too, I just was fascinated. Some of these power networks travel across the congressional aisle, and conservative Democrats such as Lyndon Baines Johnson and people like Poppy Bush and also Alan Dulles were very closely networking. One of the fascinating details, and I posted this as a food for thought, by the way, on in the news and supplemental section of my website. By the way, that's SpitfireList.com. One of the fascinating details, one of many fascinating points you bring up in Family of Secrets, Russ Baker, and that is the town Medellin in Colombia has become very well known in recent years for the epic cocaine trafficking, that in turn overlapping the Iran-Contra affair in which Poppy Bush figures. Who was picked to head up the Zapata offshore petroleum rig off of Medellin, Colombia?
Well, actually, it's even stranger than that. What I found was, first of all, one of the many revelations, literally hundreds, perhaps even thousands of revelations in Family of Secrets, is a little-known, extremely close relationship between the Bushes and Lyndon Baines Johnson. And that's very, very important, not just in terms of the context of what was happening at the time that John F. Kennedy was assassinated and Lyndon Baines Johnson ascended to the throne, and Poppy Bush's role on the Ways and Means Committee in creating legislation favorable to the oil industry, Johnson's connections to the oil industry, and on and on and on. But you see this actual personal friendship, very, very close, between Poppy, his father Prescott, and Lyndon Baines Johnson. And then you see that Zapata opens an office in Medellin. Now, I should point out that Medellin is not on the coast. If you look at the map, it's several hours from the coast. So it doesn't seem, if you had an offshore drilling company, presumably, there are cities right on the coast that's where you would put your office. Or perhaps if you wanted to be in a big city, you'd put it in the capital, Bogota, but they didn't. They put it in this peculiar place, and they hired a man named Manuel Bravo to run that office. Now, Manuel Bravo was a judge in a tiny county that was absolutely crucial in LBJ's highly contested election to the U.S. Senate. Many believe, and this has been widely written about, that LBJ basically stole that election, having some people rig it. And one of the people who there was the issue of stuffing the ballot box was Judge Manuel Bravo. And so after that, you see the Bushes giving him a job in this highly improbable place, in this highly improbable institution.
One of the events that you link Poppy Bush to in a big way, and this we could do at least an hour, probably several, on just this aspect of your book, and that is the assassination of President Kennedy. I'd like you to, again, we'll cover most of this in a future program because we're almost halfway through this side, but the George Bush of the CIA, the warning that was sent to the FBI on 11/22/63, and the question that Ted Kennedy asked at the 1988 Democratic Convention about Poppy Bush and the Iran-Contra scandal, where was George? Those 3 points. George Bush of the CIA, Mr. Parrott, and where in fact was George H.W. Bush on 11/22/63?
Well, that's quite a mouthful, and I developed that material in more than 4 chapters.
Right.
Of all new material related to the Kennedy assassination in Family of Secrets. So we can only begin to just barely scratch the surface.
Sure.
Essentially what happened was just to back way up, I began Family of Secrets trying to understand what the phenomenon of George W. Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld and all this state of sort of perpetual war in the Mideast and all these other controversial things, suspensions of civil liberties, a constant state of sort of terror, if you will, what this all meant and the enormous amounts of money that very, very wealthy and savvy Americans invested in a man of clearly somewhat limited talents. They wanted him there, and I wondered why. And this brought me to this notion of the Bush family as being seen by these extended networks as crucial sort of soldiers on their behalf. W, his father Poppy, the grandfather Prescott, the great-grandfather Samuel, and so on. And that was very revealing to me. And then I began studying the relationship between W and his father, Poppy, because W would never have become president, obviously, if his father had not already been a brand name. Certainly couldn't have made it on his own. And so I began looking at the father, and the more I looked at the father, the more I found this secret history, and I found this explanation that when he was made CIA director in 76 as a neophyte, that was a false story, that he actually was put in as part of an ongoing cover-up of what the CIA had actually been up to, and that was because he himself was CIA prior. And I lay out the evidence of that in Family of Secrets. You pointed out about Zapata offshore and so forth. And so then we have him in all these years in between, in the 1960s. And what's he doing? Well, he's a private oil man, and he's getting involved in Republican Party politics. But I run across this odd fact, which is how he just avoids talking about the biggest event of the 60s, the biggest event certainly of 1963, the assassination of John F. Kennedy in Texas. Keep in mind that the elder Bush is a Texan at that point. He is actually running for political office in Texas, a national political office. He's running for the U.S. Senate nomination from Texas, basically opposing the policies of John F. Kennedy. So when I look at his published diaries and memoirs, and I see that he has the most minute events and so on, and we get to November 63, and he just completely skips it altogether. And then I hear that he'd been interviewed and was asked just in a very benign sense, somebody asked him to recall what happened when Kennedy was shot and how he felt about it, and they asked him, to recall where he was and so on, and he just drew a blank. He could not remember where he was on November 22, 1963. And so that, of course, is such an astonishing thing for somebody who was probably about 40 years old at the time. And so I thought, boy, what is that about? And I began trying to understand that. And this took me, Dave, no kidding, parallel to my other research, 4 or 5 years of digging into the Kennedy assassination as it relates to just where was Poppy. Mm-hmm. And so, I have to say that I am not what you would call a Kennedy assassination buff. Didn't really know a lot about it, didn't have an extensive library on the topic, didn't really have any position on it. One heard that perhaps Oswald had done it, perhaps he had done it alone, perhaps he hadn't, perhaps other people involved. There are a lot of different theories out there. But generally, most professional journalists stay away from the topic because it seems to be a sort of professional quicksand.
That's why I went into what I went into at the beginning of the interview. Continue.
Yeah, and so I, stayed away from it. I just didn't see any reason to get into it. But now I felt compelled to answer this question. And when I began trying to answer it, I started coming upon bits and pieces of things. And then as I started knowing what I was looking for, it gradually grew and grew and grew until it was a torrent. And at this point, I started calling friends of mine, including a Pulitzer Prize winner at a major American newspaper, and I'd say, come to lunch, I need to talk to you. And I'd say, I'm starting to get alarmed here. I'm starting to find things that are so big and so disturbing. They're way beyond even the things that somebody who's really been, very tough on the system all these years, it's too big for me. And I would show them these things, and I'd say, I think there's a reason that this guy says he can't remember where he is. He cannot say where he was. And I would show them what I had, and they would start getting scared, and they'd say, boy, you better be careful. This is dangerous stuff. And so, I had my nightmares. I had my panic attacks, I guess, but I kept persisting, and I kept looking into this, and I began finding all of these fascinating facts, and you alluded to a few of them. We can only go into them very briefly now, and perhaps more, as you said, on a future program. But basically, you start finding out that that there were all these interesting activities on the part of Mr. Bush, on the part of a whole bunch of friends and colleagues and associates of his in the CIA, in Army intelligence, oil industry figures, powerful right-wing businessmen in Dallas. All these people were friends, and they were all connected. They all had a tremendous amount of animosity for John F. Kennedy and for the policies that he was carrying out. And this actually caused me to even rethink John Kennedy himself, because, you know, I'd heard all of these things. A lot of people described him as, they said he really was no liberal, he was a cold warrior, he was this, he was that. But as I began looking into all these things and studying him carefully, I began to see that actually he was much more of a reformer and a risk-taker than I think a lot of people realize, that both he and his brother were fearlessly and almost recklessly taking on simultaneously many of the major power centers in America. In other words, instead of just taking on, say, one at a time, as Barack Obama is doing, they were taking on everyone. They were angering the military. They were fighting with the CIA. They fired Allen Dulles. They angered Prescott Bush. They were not playing ball with the oil industry. They were not playing ball with large American multinationals, with mines in foreign countries.
Civil rights.
Civil rights, the steel industry. They were fighting with J. Edgar Hoover and the F.D.R.
Organized crime.
And this goes on and on and on. They were going after everybody. I mean, if you look at it, it sort of seems either crazy or just phenomenally courageous, or both.
Well, and you go into just great length about what Poppy Bush was doing in Dallas, Texas on November 22nd, 1963, and how he dissembled. Russ Baker, author of Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. We haven't, sadly, got 50 years left to cover this. I think we could probably do it if we could both live long enough and sustain our stamina. We've got less than 8 minutes. What I'd like to do would be, and if we have to take a pass on some of these points, let's do so and table these for future interviews, because we could do an awful lot of interviews, and I'd like to do many interviews in the future, staggered over time. Let's take some bullet points, and perhaps that's an advised term under the circumstances. In his book, The Ends of Power, H.R. Haldeman described the whole Bay of Pigs thing, which is what Nixon didn't want to come out in Watergate, as a code word within the Nixon White House, the Kennedy assassination. Poppy Bush, the intelligence community, and Watergate. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, boy. Well, this was another area where despite having covered politics and done investigative reporting on power spheres for several decades, I didn't consider myself very expert on Watergate, and I think a lot of us kind of, if we're old enough, we vaguely remember, and of course, you know, the bad guys, Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Mitchell, and what have you. John Dean is this sort of complex figure, you know, who sort of, you know, kind of turned prosecution witness and blew the whistle on the thing and so on. And, you know, Woodward and Bernstein as the great journalistic heroes who brought down an out-of-control president and so on. And I got into this whole thing for Family of Secrets because now I was on the trail of George H.W. Bush, Poppy Bush, or Bush 41, already had established, to my satisfaction, that he appeared to be involved in covert intelligence activities long before he was named CIA director and when he had a very different titles. Congressman, oilman, diplomat, and so forth. And so I was very interested in him. And then I followed his rise, his own political rise, and I was struck by the fact that Richard Nixon was very much instrumental in that. And I wondered why Richard Nixon went to such lengths to help Poppy Bush. And I discovered, and I think we should table for a future conversation, the backstory, the secret back relationship between the Bush family and their circle and the rise of Richard Nixon, the control of Richard Nixon, how Richard Nixon was basically shaped and dominated by these elite interests throughout his political career until such time as he became President of the United States. And what I reveal in several chapters in Family of Secrets is that Nixon began trying to become independent. And
And yeah, we're down to less than 5 minutes now. I want to stress that there is no way we can even begin to really do justice. We could spend several interviews just about the Kennedy assassination, or just about Watergate, or just about W. Let's touch briefly on Harken Energy and how it grew out of a couple of intelligence and drug smuggling connected banks, BCCI and the Nugan Bank. Just very briefly, if you can, and if not, we'll table that for a future.
Okay, let me just go as general as I can here. I mean, basically, what we're looking at is intelligence operations are tremendously expensive, and they largely involve moving money around, huge amounts of money, billions and billions and billions of dollars that have to be all untraceable and unaccountable, used for operations, used for bribery, used for all kinds of things. And so they create these front companies. There are lots and lots and lots of them, hundreds of them, thousands of them, front companies or enterprises put inside of legitimate companies for cover. And so this is crucial, little known, little examined. I began looking at a company called Harken Energy, which was instrumental in the rise of George W., our most recent past president. This company was instrumental in securing his financial future, giving him some credentials, and basically taking some failing companies that he was involved with and taking them over, and thereby making him appear to be a successful businessman, which was absolutely crucial shortly thereafter when he began running for governor of Texas. So Harken Energy was an interesting company. Other journalists had looked at Harken over the years, Time Magazine, the Wall Street Journal, and so on. They all concluded that this was a very, very strange outfit because the numbers didn't make any sense. And without going into too much detail, it just didn't. It seemed to exist for some purpose other than making money for shareholders. And so in Family of Secrets, I have a whole chapter just on Harken, go into, who were the people involved, and again, no time here, but basically they trace back to links to all of these international power centers, the kleptocratic Philippine dictator Ferdinand Marcos, the very wealthy interests in South Africa that subjugated the black population, the bloodthirsty Shah of Iran, who again stole vast amounts of money from the Iranian people, setting up the current animosities between Iran and the United States, which are seldom discussed as we talk about whether we should be waging war with the theocratic regime there, and others, Saudis. And on and on and on. And so what was this company?
Russ, let me just jump in ever so briefly, because we're going to run out of time. And we could do many programs about Harken Energy. As with Zapata, I guess one could say another ostensibly oil company, the wholes are greater than the sum of the parts. We are down to less than a minute. You write about Mickey Herskowitz, a Bush family crony journalist. What did he have? What do you write about what he said George W. Bush was thinking about in the late 1990s? We've got 45 seconds left.
Okay, basically, Bush told him when they were writing a book together back then that the only thing he could think of that he wanted to do as president of the United States was to invade Iraq.
And to start a war, for you felt that would enable him to give him political capital, which he could then spend. We have been speaking with Russ Baker, the author of the landmark book, Family of Secrets. A lot of people are asking, it's a political election season, well, what can I do? One of the things you can do is to buy this book, read it, and disseminate the information via talk shows and the Internet. Russ, tell us about your websites.
Okay, the more important of the two would probably be whowhatwhy.com. That is a nonprofit, a nonpartisan investigative reporting site where we're continuing to look into stories today, the spheres of influence that are pressing down upon President Obama in the United States government as we go forward.
That book is Family of Secrets. The author is Russ Baker, with whom we have been speaking, and this concludes, for the record, 711, being recorded on May 23rd of the year 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying, thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 1 of For the Record program number 712, Interview with Russ Baker. This program has been recorded on May 30th of the year 2010. Once again, it is my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of Family Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. Russ Baker, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thank you very much.
In this remarkable book, you have, as I said before, taken what most people like to, what most critics like to demean as conspiracy theory, unquote, and really illustrated what would be much more credibly and recognizably characterized as networking. And we're going to talk about networking with sort of the ultimate event that gets labeled as, quote, conspiracy theory, unquote, and that is the assassination of President Kennedy. Why don't we start with an article that appeared in The Nation magazine, in which, by the way, figured in a miscellaneous archive show when George Bush was running for president back in 1988. Article from The Nation magazine referring to a George Bush of the CIA and doings vis-a-vis the Cuban exile community.
Basically what happened was, and by the way, the background is that in doing 5 years of research for Family of Secrets, I happened upon the odd fact that George H.W. Bush could not remember where he was on November 22, 1963, the day that Kennedy was assassinated. And of course, no journalist worth his salt could possibly write a book about the family without at least exploring a fascinating question like that. And so I began trying to understand why he couldn't remember or why he wouldn't write about that event. And one of the things I ran across was the document to which you're referring. Basically, back in 1988, when George H.W. Bush was about to receive the Republican nomination for President of the United States, The Nation published an article by a gentleman named Joseph McBride who had come across this declassified memo. It was an FBI memo, and basically this memo said that on November 23, the day after the assassination, the FBI had provided a briefing to representatives of two other intelligence agencies, naming the agencies and the individuals, one of them being Mr. George Bush of the CIA. Now this was very, very interesting because, of course, Mr. Bush had been director of the CIA in 1976, but had made a point of the fact that he had no prior background or experience in intelligence prior to being named the director. That made little sense, and as I pointed out on another program, in fact, I discovered that there was a back history of involvement with the CIA by Bush Sr. Going back decades. And so that was the background when I looked at this particular document. And basically what it suggested was that he was somehow involved with Cuban exiles, who of course are a part of the important equation surrounding the death of Kennedy. And when Bush was pressed to explain whether that was him or not, at first he denied it. The CIA declined to comment. They said, we don't talk about personnel. They then broke their rule, and they then claimed that this was another George Bush. And as I detail in Family of Secrets, the other George Bush, very curiously, was hired by the CIA. He didn't have any kind of background in intelligence. He was hired at a low level, basically an entry-level position on a temporary basis shortly before the assassination, was kept on there for several months, and then was let go. And that was very interesting to me, that the only time that we know of that there might have been two George Bushes in the CIA were right at that moment. And, of course, that was very convenient when Bush was about to become president of the United States. The CIA broke their rules and announced that it was another George Bush. That in itself, by the way, people from the agency told me that was so strange. That meant that they were under tremendous pressure to make that claim. And so the significance there is that the other man then said it was not him, that he was merely a trainee, that he wasn't given any kind of briefings, and would not have been privy to this information. So we believe that the preponderance of evidence is that this was, in fact, George H.W. Bush, who was being named in this memo related to Cuban exiles and to the aftermath of the Kennedy assassination.
In our last interview, Russ Baker, you talked about one of the many things that you develop in Family of Secrets, which is the curious nature of poppy bushes. We should distinguish the two Georges. The poppy bushes, Zapata Offshore Petroleum, how it didn't make a lot of sense as a petroleum or business venture, but it made a heck of a lot of sense as an intelligence front, or what is known in intelligence circles as commercial cover. Develop that for us, and how does that relate to Cuba?
Sure. Well, I mean, first of all, you have to, when you look at Cuba, it's important to discover that many of these wealthy families had huge investments there. The Bushes and the Walkers, that's the maternal side of the family, both had extensive investments in plantations in Cuba. And so they all had a stake in Castro not nationalizing their properties. They had a stake in getting rid of Castro after he did so. And so that's the background. And then you have Zapata Offshore, as I say, a company whose numbers made no sense. It didn't look to be a company. It was getting tremendous amounts of money coming in from very well-connected figures in Washington, including the publisher of the Washington Post, for this little tiny company based in Texas. It didn't even have particularly good prospects. And H.W. or Poppy Bush was traveling all over the world on business that seemed to have nothing to do with the size of the business itself or of its activities with offshore. And one of the things I focus on in Family of Secrets is how Zapata put this rig on an island owned by Howard Hughes, who had extensive connections, as many wealthy people did, with the intelligence apparatus, that he provided this location. They put a rig there. They employed Cuban exiles to work on the rig. And then the rig was commissioned supposedly by a couple of major oil companies, one of which Gulf had on its board Kermit Roosevelt. Kermit Roosevelt, having just left the CIA, where he had been in charge of the coup in Iran against the democratically elected leader Mohammad Mossadegh, whose principal crime had been, again, involved with nationalization of resources. And so that's the background there. There's the rig. It's right off of Cuba prior to the Bay of Pigs invasion. That was clearly some sort of an operational location. And actually, in Family of Secrets, I cite correspondence between Neil Mallon, who was Poppy Bush's sort of godfather, you might say, favorite uncle, Neil Mallon and Allen Dulles, the head of the CIA, talking about our quote-unquote Caribbean project and how they were working together. Other correspondence where Mallon talks about how their company was being used to help recruit officers for the CIA. So you don't have to do a lot of connecting dots to see that the overwhelming indication is that this whole thing was a CIA operation, that Poppy Bush was deeply involved in it, that he was deeply involved and interested in the project to remove Fidel Castro. And then that, again, that's the background as we now move forward, and we're in 1963, and John F. Kennedy was involved with secret back-channel negotiations with Fidel Castro. He had fallen afoul of the CIA, of the Pentagon, of the oil companies, really of all of these power centers. And that was a very, very tricky act. And so it is with that background that we see Poppy Bush seemingly operational on something involving the Kennedy assassination and involving these intelligence agencies.
You made an allusion to Henry Neil Mallon. We talked about him in our first installment, our first interview, number 711, and in Family of Secrets, as we've already touched on, you discuss Dresser Industries, his role with Dresser Industries, and how that was one of the entry points for Poppy Bush into the petroleum business. Dallas, Texas, of course, and we're going to be, in a sense, navigating from Wall Street down to Elm Street, the street on which President Kennedy was killed. Dallas, of course, is inextricably linked with the oil business. Tell us about Henry Neil Mallon and the World Affairs Council of Dallas.
Right. Mallon was a member of this circle around the Bushes who'd been in the secret society Skull and Bones at Yale and who very much cooperated together in these clandestine operations after they got out of school. And so he was hired by the Bush family's investment bank, Brown Brothers Harriman, to run a company called Dresser Industries, which provided various services in the petroleum industry. And so he ran Dresser. Dresser, as I pointed out, cooperated with the CIA in, at minimum, helping recruit people to work for the agency abroad. It gave Poppy Bush one of his early jobs before he started his own oil company. Seemed to be very clearly an intelligence-connected firm, as many of these firms in the oil industry were, because you have to understand that they had a like mind and they had purposes in common. Malin was particularly an enthusiast of this and was sort of a kind of an understudy of Poppy Bush's father, Prescott Bush. And so that's really what was going on there. This was he then moved to Dallas. That's really the original Dallas connection. And in Family of Secrets, because this is so complex, listeners can go and read the full blow-by-blow account of all this. But basically, Malin moved to Dallas. Dallas was becoming the center of the oil industry, center of oil finance, and a key hub of the growing military-industrial complex. There were a tremendous number of defense contractors locating there. And so this was very, very important to this circle around the Bushes, banking interests, and the aborning modern intelligence state. And so Malin set up there, moved Dresser Industries to Dallas, and this became a hub, and it becomes a hub of all of these relationships that we then see directly to figures connected to the shooting of Kennedy on November 22.
Throughout Family of Secrets, Russ Baker, you detail the inextricable relationship between the petroleum industry and the intelligence community, and you present a remarkable portrait of someone who, in many ways, I think, could be considered an historical microcosm of the 20th century, and perhaps even a certain part of the 21st century, though he didn't live nearly long enough to see the 21st century, and that is George de Mohrenschildt, née George von Mohrenschildt. And given that we could probably spend a whole hour on de Mohrenschildt alone, I wonder if you would detail his background, starting with Tsarist Russia, the Nobel oil fields, and this world of Cold War activities, espionage, petroleum, and after sort of an introduction, and the de Mohrenschildt family as a whole, talking about some of the deep networking. I was fascinated to see de Mohrenschildt. I knew that he knew the Bouviers, but I didn't realize that before World War II he was networking with the Bouviers, the family of Jackie Kennedy, and with the Bush milieu. George de Mohrenschildt, née George von Mohrenschildt.
Right. Well, the background there, again, in the context to Family of Secrets, which is a book principally about the Bush family, the context is that that Lee Harvey Oswald, in the year prior to the assassination, that there was one individual who was particularly influential in his life, in and out of his apartments constantly, driving him to appointments with dentists, arranging babysitting, lodging when they needed a new lodging, and so forth. And this was very interesting. This is not well known. This is not. It's referenced briefly in some books, but there's been a wholesale failure to scrutinize this man who essentially was an influencer over Oswald. Because if Oswald was involved in the shooting of Kennedy, or even if he was not, just the mere fact that he is the central figure of interest there, you need to look at the people who seem to be orchestrating him, and the principal orchestrator was this George de Mohrenschildt. And so I began, the reason I looked at George de Mohrenschildt was because at some point it became clear to me that George de Mohrenschildt not only knew Lee Harvey Oswald very well, but he also knew George H.W. Bush. And in Family of Secrets, I provide actual documentation, correspondence between them, and so forth, and I explain the backstory. And basically, again, this takes a whole chapter in the book, so I can only just sketch the barest outline. But George de Mohrenschildt was a Russian emigre from a privileged family essentially in the nobility. And they had been involved with the oil industry in Azerbaijan, in Baku, which was at the time the greatest single source of petroleum in the world. And all of these great families, including the Rockefellers, were all trying to get in there to get their piece of the action. And so de Mohrenschildt was supremely well connected. When he came to the United States, he was quickly plugged into certain families, including, as you pointed out, the Bouviers, Jackie Kennedy's family, and they would actually spend time with them on Long Island, out near what is now the Hamptons. But interestingly enough, George de Mohrenschildt also had a direct connection to George H.W. Bush. So what I'm saying is Lee Harvey Oswald's essentially his handler, if you will, was close with Bush 41 President George H.W. Bush. And that relationship went back to prep school, where when George H.W. or Poppy Bush was a young man, he lived in a little house with another fellow, and that fellow's basically mother was married into George de Morenschild's family, and George de Morenschild for a time lived in their apartment, I believe it was on Park Avenue. And so you have this fascinating connection, and many, many years later, there's a letter from George de Morenschild to Mr. Bush when he's CIA director, asking him for help because he's afraid for his life. We could talk about that later. But the interesting thing about the letter is that they talk about how they know each other, and they make clear that, in fact, this relationship did exist. And that's very significant. What's also interesting is that Bush, in a memo in the CIA files, says, I knew de Morenschild years ago. He had some sort of connection with Oswald. I can't remember what it was.
And this, of course, from an individual who became director of the CIA, who was certainly in Dallas, certainly the night before, maybe even on November 22nd, 1963. But like Richard Nixon, who also was in Dallas on 11/22/63, we seem to have trouble remembering just where he was. Of course, for younger listeners, we should probably fill this in, Russ Baker. For younger listeners who hopefully will read Family of Secrets and learn some of the past that has determined their future, for younger listeners, it is generally said that people who were of the age of consciousness all remember where they were and what they were doing on November 22nd, 1963. That does not apparently include George H.W. Bush or Richard Milhous Nixon, who both became President of the United States in subsequent years. George de Morenschild, I believe it was his brother or his cousin Dmitri. They were deeply involved not just with the oil industry and not just networking with the Bouviers and Bushes before World War II, but deeply involved with intelligence matters and anti-communist matters right from the immediate aftermath of World War I. Develop that for us, if you would, Russ Baker.
Well, I mean, this family, you have to understand that this was very common, that wealthy families throughout the world, and even to this day, if you go to Latin America or what have you, they're very close with the intelligence apparatus because they have the most at stake. They need information. Information is power. That's the way it works on Wall Street, too. If you have the inside information, if you know where the resources are, you can get them. You can get there before somebody else. If you have the information on the people who own the land, you have something over them. You have a way of coercing them. This was a key part of getting wealth and maintaining wealth, was information. And so intelligence agencies provided information, but moreover, when they began, for example, the CIA began with the covert operations aspect, which was actually proactively going in and backing or orchestrating coups against the leaders that were threatening American interests. When I say American interests, I'm talking mostly about private corporate interests. And so in that sense, the de Morenschilds were very, very typical. Dmitri, his brother, was involved with the CIA, again, in Family of Secrets. I have some of the correspondence there. He was involved. The CIA was creating these teams of sort of Russian exiles who would be involved with propaganda behind the Iron Curtain. So that's the background to this family. Of course, we could go on, and it could continue to sprawl in all directions. But the key point here, I think, for anyone listening and interested, is that what I'm doing in Family of Secrets is I am explaining the back history of what is going on right now in America and in the world and what will be going on in the future. And it is a narrative that is entirely missing from the conventional media. And so when you hear about this oil blowout in the Gulf, the worst environmental catastrophe ever of that kind, there's no context, there's no understanding that Halliburton, one of the companies involved with the operation there, was merged with Dresser Industries, the same company that the Bushes were involved with, that a lot of these companies were in a particular building in Dallas where it seems like almost every entity in that building, as I describe in Family of Secrets, had CIA connections. George de Morenschild had his own little company with an office there. Lee Harvey Oswald was brought to that building to try to secure a job for him. And so things like this, these obscure kind of complicated things that went on 40, 60, 80 years ago, this is the preamble, if you will, to what is going on today. It's a continuation, and it's a whole alternative history that we are not being taught.
George de Morenchill also briefly worked for, or maybe not so briefly, he also worked for Panapec Oil, the oil company of another former CIA officer, the late William F. Buckley. And
That's
they
right.
were not disinterested vis-a-vis matters Cuban.
Well, you see, this is another interesting thing. A lot of people say, oh, William F. Buckley, great intellectual, the editor of an important conservative magazine. He died not long ago, but people may remember seeing him on shows like Charlie Rose. But they don't know the background of William F. Buckley. They don't know that his father was in the oil business and was involved around the turn of the 20th century down in Mexico trying to get control of the oil down there. And then all of these people being on each other's boards. The Bushes and the Buckleys were very closely connected in making money and in exerting influence, and that's the backstory to these editorials you would read from William F. Buckley praising George H.W. Bush as a candidate for president and so on. There was no contact, no understanding that there were back relationships there between all of these people.
And you also write that Panapec Oil House had appeared to have won many of the concessions that would have given them access to Cuban oil had Fidel Castro not acceded to power. One of the things that is so remarkable about the apparent shepherding around of Lee Harvey Oswald, the 8th grade educated Marxist Marine who defected to the Soviet Union because of his Marxist sympathies, then came home and then was adopted not only by George de Morenchill, but was being shepherded around in the white Russian community in Dallas-Fort Worth, developed that community for us. People like George Bowie, people like Paul Regorodski and others. A remarkable group of people for an 8th grade educated, ostensible Marxist Marine to be associated.
I think these are too many names for people to handle. This is just my take on this, so I'm going to speak more generally.
Sure.
You're very knowledgeable on these things, but I'm going to just broaden this a little bit. Basically, there is a backstory I was talking about earlier to Dallas, and even people in Dallas don't know this, and that is that there was apparently a deliberate effort to create Dallas as a kind of a super national security city, and all these people were being funneled there. So defense contracts were being sent there. There were whole vast tract of land where all of these big defense factories were. The Republican Party of the South had its origins in Dallas at a time where the South was almost entirely Democratic. You had many of these Russian emigres, staunch anti-communists, brought on a kind of an underground railroad out of the Soviet Union and eventually brought to Dallas, where they then were introduced to and intermarried with some of the wealthiest American families there, including, for example, the daughter of the head of the Dallas Federal Reserve. And so what they were doing was they were weaving in these two strains, two elite strains, the Russian old money and the Texas new money, and creating a common cause between them. This is very interesting stuff that I've never seen in any books before. I discovered all of this in the course of the 5 years I spent researching Family of Secrets, and I know from many people I've spoken to that they found this extremely interesting, that there would be this backstory to one of our most important cities, and how this was being constructed as a kind of a fortress town, if you will.
On side 2, and we're down to just about the last 5 minutes of this side, in side 2 I want to talk about some of the apparent operational elements involving, again, the petroleum industry and the intelligence community and people like Jack Alston Crichton, but more of this networking in the Dallas-Fort Worth area of the White Russians. Jean Lagon, or if I'm pronouncing that correctly, later Jean de Morenchill, tell us about some of her connections, including to Abraham Zapruder, who filmed the JFK assassination.
Right. I mean, again, my experience on talking about these things is that I quickly overwhelm people if I hit them with too many names. So I'm going to speak more generally and say that what we see in Dallas is that all these people knew each other. And we see that, for example, the man who filmed that famous movie, what you're talking about, the Zapruder film, that shows Kennedy being hit by the bullets, that he knew the woman who would become the wife of Lee Harvey Oswald's handler. That's a very, very close relationship here. That all of these people were members of the same elite anti-communist councils there. They would actually sit and meet and talk about what was happening in the world. These people, almost to a person, were alarmed by John F. Kennedy and by what he was doing. And in Family of Secrets, I have one chapter devoted principally to this whole story of what was John F. Kennedy doing. It turns out, and this surprised me, it was not something I had realized before, was that Kennedy in many ways was much more radical than he is portrayed in the mainstream media and in conventional academia, and that he was really very, very concerned about things like the risk that he would preside over the destruction of large parts of the country in some sort of a nuclear Holocaust, and so he didn't want that to happen. He was very, very involved with back-channel negotiations with the Soviet leadership to the consternation of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and many of these other interests. And so you see all of these people, like this wife of Jean, the wife of de Mohrenschildt, Zapruder, the man who filmed the Kennedy assassination. And by the way, then his film was taken out of public sight for years, controlled by Time Life Publications. Henry Luce, the head of it, a close friend, again, of the Bush family, a member of Skull and Bones. And so when you were talking earlier about how people poo-poo anything like this as conspiracy theory, it's basically kind of ignorance and laziness. And in fact, if you didn't find all of these facts, and that there are so many of them, indisputable facts of any kind of interest at all, you'd have to be guilty of, you might say, coincidence theory.
Mm-hmm.
Which would be that everything is a coincidence and nothing means anything. Now, when we look at our own lives, we look at patterns. And, you know, when somebody is worried about their child, the child repeatedly doesn't come home on time, tells stories that don't seem to be true, they want to know, they want to get to the bottom of it. Why our country would not, as a society, want to get to the bottom of all of these fascinating, indisputable facts is beyond me. I think it's a kind of a collective sort of terror at the notion that there is a bigger story there, and that our democracy is not and has never been anywhere as robust as we like to convince ourselves that it is.
Centuries ago, Dr. Johnson observed that it can be truly said that treason doth never succeed, for when it doth succeed, none dare call it treason. Russ Baker, tell us about Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years, the website, and where people can obtain it. And we're going to talk more about this networking, not conspiracy theory, but networking in Sadu. Tell us about your website and how people can get the book.
Family of Secrets. We have a website, familyofsecrets.com. You can go there and click and order it through the links. You can also go to your local bookstore. Hopefully they have it. If they don't, tell them about it. They can order it. You can get it in the chains. You can get it online, Amazon, and so forth. And we also have a nonprofit investigative reporting site called whowhatwhy.com, whowhatwhy.com, where we continue these sorts of deep explorations into our current history.
If it seems like we've been drinking from a fire hose, rest assured that there is so much more just in the subject of Dallas that we have not touched on, and we're going to touch on some of it in Side 2. However, this concludes Side 1 of For the Record program number 712, interview with Russ Baker. This has been recorded on May 30th of 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 2 of For the Record program number 712, interview with Russ Baker. This has been recorded on May 30th of the year 2010. Once again, it is my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of the formidable tome Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. A history, Russ Baker, which you've done a lot to help bring into view. Welcome back to our airwaves.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
And if I get a little bit out of line in terms of too much detail, please feel free to sort of discipline me, because that's a useful function here. Anyway, back to the events of Dallas, Texas, and George H.W. Bush. There is a milieu which not only involves the intelligence community, but the oil industry. And one of the people you talk about is Jack Alston Crichton, an individual with more connections than a switchboard and who figures prominently in this. And I wonder if you would fill in how he fits into this concatenation.
Right. One of the things I do in Family of Secrets is I devote 4, or perhaps you could even say 5 chapters of a history of the Bush family to the Kennedy assassination, beginning with the odd point that George H.W. Bush, we'll call him Poppy Bush, the father, the first President Bush, could not recall where he was on November 22, 1963, the day that Kennedy was shot. So fascinated by that, I began digging, and I dug and dug and dug, and I almost dug my way to China. It just blew my mind what I discovered. And one of these things was all of these networks of connections. For example, George H.W. Bush, Poppy Bush, at the time of the Kennedy assassination, when he can't remember where he was a candidate for the U.S. Senate on the Republican side. The candidate for governor on the Republican side was this man named Jack Crichton. And I kept noticing that Bush and Crichton had connections, and I was fascinated by that. And so in the book, Family of Secrets, I go into some detail about that. But in a nutshell, Mr. Crichton appeared to be some sort of a military intelligence officer assigned to the oil industry. And he was very well connected into all of these different circles. For example, he ran this secretive military intelligence unit. This doesn't seem to be in practically any books on the Kennedy assassination. If it's in there, there's only a brief mention. I go into it quite a bit more. That Crichton is running this military intelligence unit. More than, I believe it was 60 or 70 members of the Dallas Police Department at the time of the assassination were also members of this secret military intelligence unit. Now, you would think that that would have been of interest in the examination of the assassination and whether there was any kind of an organized operation or not. Jack Crichton also was basically a kind of a running mate of Mr. Bush. Years later, you see this oral history where Crichton talks about how Bush invited him to come to the White House and play tennis with him. Crichton did a bunch of other things. One of his guys was in the pilot car of Kennedy's motorcade. This car controlled the pace of the motorcade. These guys were not originally supposed to be in that car. They basically forced their way in. There were several of them, and they were members of this military intelligence unit. Also, one of them was doubled as a deputy police chief, a fellow named Lumpkin. So that's Crichton was connected to all of those guys. I also discovered that he had created an underground communications bunker underneath a museum. And this bunker was operating on that day. Now, that in itself, you could probably write a whole book about. What was an underground communications bunker doing on the day of the Kennedy assassination, being run by a man from military intelligence whose colleagues were in the lead car of the motorcade? So that's Crichton. We also find him on the day of the assassination, after Oswald is being made to be the fall guy, I believe, for the assassination. They need corroboration of this, and so they need to get to Marina Oswald, to his wife, and get her to say something that will incriminate her husband. And so the Dallas Police Department sends a translator over there, but not until Jack Crichton tells them which translator to send over. And it is another Russian emigre named Ilya Mamontov, who works for an oil company, again tied in with the same intelligence interests. And he basically twists her words in order to make her husband appear to have been a likely figure in assassinating the president. So that's Jack Crichton again. Crichton appears again and again and again in Family of Secrets, in intelligence-related connections, in connections that appear to involve or relate to Mr. Bush and to what happened that day. And altogether, they suggest some kind of a coordinated effort on November 22.
You've mentioned a couple of times that the former CIA director, George H.W. Bush, could not remember where he was and what he was doing, at least if we're to take him at face value, on November 22nd, 1963. You detail where he appears to have been and what he appears to have been doing. I wonder if you'd tell us more about that.
Sure. Now, are you referring to the Parrott memo?
Well, I'd like to get that. That's how he covered his rear end at the end.
You
But
want to do
really,
that later. All right.
yeah,
Sure.
what I was really
Sure.
thinking about was the address. I think it was he was talking to a drilling association. He was also talking to a Kiwanis club. And Joe, who was Mr. Zeppo, as it was written about in a letter by Barbara Bush.
Very, very complicated. But again, just trying to simplify, I beseech folks to go to Family of Secrets and take their time and read. And by the way, some people, when they read books, they just skip around. Don't do it with Family of Secrets. It's very, very carefully constructed from page 1 forward, laying out, introducing characters and relationships. And if you skip around, you have no idea what's going on. But basically, some years later, another declassified memo came to light, and this one showed that George H.W. Bush, on November 22, 1963, the same person who could not recall where he was, and the same person who, in another memo, is characterized as secretly working as a Central Intelligence Agency officer with Cuban exiles at the time of the assassination. In this other memo, he is presented as a private citizen, an oilman, who is in a town about 40 miles from Dallas, and he's calling the FBI as it is being announced that the president has died, and he's saying, I may have some information on who shot the president. Now, this is significant because the memo, when it came to light, the more I studied, the more I concluded the only thing I could think of that memo served, because the information in it was not correct, was that he was putting on the record that he was in this other town. And then I studied the maps, and I figured out how far that was from Dallas, and it was pretty clear that he had come from Dallas, and we don't know exactly what time he came from Dallas, but through other documents I lay out in Family of Secrets, we know that he was in Dallas the night before at a Oil Contractors Association meeting, and then the next afternoon, the afternoon after the shooting, he was in this town of Tyler, Texas. And so it seems likely, or it seems essential, that he traveled from Dallas to Tyler. And then the only question was, would he have traveled late at night after speaking at a convention of his friends, where presumably they were having a good time and enjoying themselves at cocktail hour and so forth? Or, and since we don't know what he did the next morning, or did he arrive in Tyler shortly before that phone call of 1:45 p.m. on November 22, and the likely conclusion is that he arrived by this private plane sometime shortly prior to 1:45 p.m. on November 22. Now, that plane that you refer to was that of a man who had one of the largest offshore drilling companies, and a man named Zeppa, a very interesting fellow in his own right, who had connections back to Wall Street interests and major banks, who had set up this company that also seems to have possibly provided operational assistance in intelligence activities. And so there he was giving a ride to Mr. Bush from Dallas to a town nearby, at which point he then calls and says, hi, I'm calling from this town, and I'm trying to be helpful with a possible lead in the assassination of the president. Now, all of this is very interesting on its own, but it's even more interesting when you consider that this is a man who really, as far as the public was concerned, didn't want anybody to even know where he was at all that day.
Yeah, and what's interesting, too, by the way, for veteran listeners, in For the Record 449, and all of my programs are basically 3+ decades are archived on SpitfireList.com. In F.D.R. 449, we talk about where the elder George Bush was officially, and he was in the plane of a Mr., according to Barbara Bush, a Mr. Zeppo. Couldn't even remember the name. I wondered who that was because I'd never heard the name, and I'm pretty familiar with the Dallas nomenclature from that time period. And you point out that it was actually Zeppa, Z-E-P-P-A, not Z-E-P-P-O.
Well, right. The reason for that is very important. You see, none of these things are accidents. In spycraft, in tradecraft, there's a lot of deception that goes on, of course, because it's all secret. And so you have to have cover for everything. And so in Family of Secrets, I lay out in great detail a role of Barbara Bush, very interestingly, in providing a kind of a deception. She published, shortly after they left the White House in the 1990s, she published her memoirs where she suddenly remembered for her husband, who claimed he'd not to remember where he was on November 22, a letter that she claims she had been writing on November 22. And it's a letter she's writing in a beauty parlor in Tyler, Texas. And she describes how while she's writing the letter, she hears over the radio that the president has been shot. And she says, oh, my gosh, that's terrible, and so forth. And then she says, now we've left Tyler, and we're on the plane of Mr. Zeppo, who's been kind enough to give us a ride to Dallas. Well, the letter itself that she purports to have written back in 1963, as I point out in Family of Secrets, there's no indication that letter actually ever existed in 1963. It doesn't make any sense that it did. But what purpose it serves in that book is that now that all these other documents are coming out and people have reason to look at her husband's activities that day, she is basically doing some sleight of hand, sort of magician trick, directing you in the wrong direction. She is getting you to think that they got on the plane of this man and they flew to Dallas that day, rather than they were already on that man's plane flying from Dallas that day. And she then makes it impossible to figure out who that man was by misspelling his last name. Now, I assume that the former First Lady of the United States, having a rather extensive staff, a major publisher, fact checkers and lawyers and so on, would know well enough then to misspell a surname. But I struggled because I couldn't find a Zeppo. I looked. The only Zeppo was Zeppo Marx, one of the Marx brothers. And so I kept looking, and eventually I discovered someone named Zeppa. Now, we don't have the time here to go into all the detail, but in Family of Secrets, I explain who Mr. Zeppa is and why I think she may have deliberately misspelled it as Zeppo, because it creates deniability. She can say, look, we're not hiding anything. We were saying that we were on this man's plane. We're not hiding the fact that we flew from Tyler to Dallas. But what they are hiding is what the man's name was and that they had first flown on his plane from Dallas to Tyler. And that's, of course, more important because the question is, what time did Mr. Zeppa's plane with George and Barbara Bush on board leave Dallas on November 22, 1963? And where was Mr. Bush before he got on the plane? And what was he doing?
Barbara Bush also wrote about another one of her friends while she was sitting there having her hair done as President Kennedy was getting his hair done in a very different way. Tell us about Doris, a.k.a. Doris Ulmer, husband, or wife, rather, of Al Ulmer.
Right. In that letter, which she publishes in her book, and by the way, the strange thing about this letter is it's excerpts from a letter. Now, usually when you do memoirs, the letters that you choose to publish are ones that are understandable to the reader. In other words, the stuff that readers would be interested in would be perhaps her reaction to hearing that the president had been shot and so on. But you wouldn't normally include personal portions of a letter where you're saying, oh, by the way, I had lunch with our former neighbor so-and-so, because that's not interesting to the reader, and any good editor would have excised those things unless the Bushes insisted that they be left in the book. Now, that's very important because, again, she mentions someone. She says Doris Ulmer, and she says it was so good. You know, this week we had lunch with the Ulmers. And she only uses the name Doris Ulmer. She doesn't say what her husband's name is, but she says in there her husband had been. You may remember them. Her husband had been so good to Daddy, to Poppy, not to Daddy, to George, to Poppy Bush, when he was in Greece. And, of course, I wondered, well, when was he in Greece prior to 1963? And I looked, and there was no indication of him having been there until I found certain documents. And, of course, I discovered, going through Ulmer, eventually I discovered that Al Ulmer was CIA. Now, this is, of course, back in the 1950s. They would have met in Greece when George H.W. Bush supposedly had nothing to do with the CIA. But there he was, apparently being treated very, very well by Alfred Ulmer, a key CIA operative in various parts of the world, very involved, very interestingly, with coups. He was involved with removing foreign leaders that the United States, or rather the CIA and its sponsors, did not like. He was involved with efforts to try to remove the nationalist leader, Sukarno, in Indonesia. And so here, some years later, we see that the Bushes are hanging out in Texas around the time of the Kennedy assassination with Al Omer, who I discovered didn't even live in the United States. He had been living abroad since he and his boss, Allen Dulles, were forced out of the CIA by John F. Kennedy. And so it's very interesting that Al Omer should choose the week of Kennedy's assassination, he being an expert in the removal of heads of state, that he should choose that week to visit Texas and to have lunch with the Bushes. It's also very interesting how Barbara Bush, again, both provides a lead, but then she obscures the lead so that nobody can find it. But if anybody does find it, she can say, well, obviously I wasn't hiding anything. I can't help it. I misspelled this person's name, and that I didn't say who Doris Ulmer was married to. Do you understand? This is a very, very sophisticated covert and propaganda effort.
You made an allusion to Allen Dulles, who, of course, was fired by President Kennedy for lying to him about the Bay of Pigs and then served on the Warren Commission, ostensibly investigating Kennedy's assassination. Allen Dulles, you, of course, have been involved in promoting your book, Family of Secrets, Russ Baker. Allen Dulles published a book in 1963, and you point out some highly unusual features of his promotional endeavors.
Well, that's right. I was fascinated because there was evidence that Allen Dulles he'd been removed from the CIA. He was a very close friend of Prescott Bush, the father of Poppy Bush, or grandfather of George W. Bush. And I quote in Family of Secrets a letter in which Prescott Bush expresses tremendous anger and bitterness at the Kennedy family, in part because they basically removed his good friend Allen Dulles from the CIA. So this obviously was something of an obsession for the Bush family, and this helps contextualize the "where was George" aspect of this. And Dulles, so where was Dulles? And we discovered that he requested a list of CIA officers and former CIA officers in Texas, and that in the year prior to the assassination, he publishes this book, which is no great shakes, and he does a book tour, but all I can find for the book tour is Washington, D.C., and Dallas, and he's in Dallas ostensibly for his book tour just a few weeks before the assassination, which is very interesting to me. It's also interesting to me that his book is written with E. Howard Hunt. E. Howard Hunt being, of course, a CIA coup specialist in Guatemala, where they got rid of President Arbenz, who was threatening the interests, again, of wealthy American families and corporate interests in that country. So you start to see a pattern here. These guys, Ulmer and Dulles and Hunt and so forth, all on first-name basis, very close with the Bush family, all involved with the CIA, all involved with overthrowing leaders who have angered powerful corporate interests in the United States. And that really, I think, is the larger theme in Family of Secrets, which is that the United States government at those levels is not operating on our behalf, is not carrying out the policies that they try to sell to the voters, but instead is serving the interests of this very small clique of powerful and wealthy people.
Yes, and of course, E. Howard Hunt will come back into our narrative in connection with Watergate. Who was the mayor of Dallas, Texas, on November 22nd, 1963?
Cabell, and Cabell, C-A-B-E-L-L. Very interesting story about him. His brother was the deputy director of the CIA, also removed at the same time as Allen Dulles. And so there's another interesting connection there. These connections are so powerful. This web, if you drew a chart and you connected all these people. Now, it is true that some powerful people tend to know each other, but this is operating on a completely different level. And I've talked to statisticians and people involved with probability, and they say that at this level of connection and of interest, not just connection, but of interest, of agenda, as stated in their own diaries and their own letters and so on, you have a very, very powerful coming together of individuals and agendas.
Simply from an actuarial standpoint, it's extraordinarily unlikely, if not downright impossible, that all of these people would happen to come together in just this particular place at just this particular time in coordination with one another. Very quickly, one of the details you point out about Allen Dulles' book tour is that apparently that Dallas appearance in October of '63 was about the only time he departed from the Mid-Atlantic states in the Washington, D.C. area. in that book promotion tour. One more name I'd like to fill in for the listeners, Russ Baker. In Family, and then we're going to get to the parrot memo, so to speak. In Family of Secrets, you write about who owned the Texas School Book Depository from which Lee Harvey Oswald supposedly fired the shot that killed President Kennedy. And once again, this is a very interesting and well-connected individual.
That fascinated me, and I kind of got into the whole thing of Oswald backwards, because again, I was just simply trying to understand how, why Poppy Bush's memory failed him in relation to the day Kennedy was shot. This, of course, then took me to the relationship with George de Mohrenschildt, we talked about on the other program, who was essentially tantamount to a handler for Lee Harvey Oswald, steering him to his ultimate fate. George de Mohrenschildt himself having ties directly to the Bush family. And so I continued to sort of examine these things, and I looked at certain things about Oswald. I was less interested in focusing on the things that so many of these other books do, which is the ballistic evidence and so on, which all of which I think can be easily cooked, to situational matters. So, for example, Oswald could not have been considered to be the suspect in the assassination had he not been working in this building, the so-called Texas School Book Depository, that day. So I began to wonder, how did he get his job in this building? And that led me then to ask, what was this building? What was this Texas School Book Depository? Well, what I discovered, Dave, much to my amazement, was that, again, this is an area that had not been properly plumbed, even though there are, I'm going to guess, more than 1,000 books out on the JFK assassination. People have not looked at this. What was the Texas School Book Depository? This was not the name of the building. This was the name of a company. It was a company called the Texas School Book Depository Company. It was a company that wholesaled textbooks to schools. And the building that they moved into, called the McPherson Building, was largely empty until shortly before the assassination. Again, this fact is missing from most accounts. The building itself was owned by D. Harold Byrd, a powerful right-wing oil man who was, again, directly connected to George de Mohrenschildt, the man who was Lee Harvey Oswald's handler. I document that in Family of Secrets. He also was a founder of a paramilitary group called the Civil Air Patrol in Louisiana, which was where Lee Harvey Oswald got his first introduction into those circles, and that led him in turn into the Marines and then into some of these other things. So very interesting. Now, the Texas School Book Depository Company, I discovered, was run by a man also connected with military intelligence and with the American Legion itself, a kind of a paramilitary civilian organization devoted to very right-wing views and to the military. And this man moved part of his company into that building a few months before the assassination. He kept his other facility, very interestingly. He didn't seem to even need this office, but he moved it in there. And at a time when they didn't even need any employees because it was the fall and they'd already shipped all their textbooks, they hire Lee Harvey Oswald and they keep him on. And they seem to be doing that as a favor to somebody. And that was very interesting to me as I evolved toward the conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald was some kind of an operative, but that he was not aware of the role he was going to be playing in this thing when he was told by George de Mohrenschildt or whoever that at this point you need to take a job in this building. He had no idea what was going to unfold, but these other people seemed to have known what was going on.
Yeah, and you point out, too, that ultimately Byrd was the beneficiary of defense contracts. He hated Kennedy, and he had the window from which Oswald allegedly fired at Kennedy removed from the building and ultimately reassembled at his own home. So
yes, Byrd was a hunting enthusiast. He loved the idea of using rifles to bag rare big game, and he would actually go and look for highly prized rams and other wildlife and kill them. And it was very interesting that he then makes it possible for this military-connected company to move into the building to put this Oswald in, and he takes off. And so even though he knows that the president's going to be in town, a president who he despised, he takes off for his first ever foreign safari, and he happens to be in Africa at the time of the shooting. And so, of course, when the Warren Commission convenes, they don't bother to interview him because, well, hey, he wasn't even around that day. So quite interesting. But then afterwards, he has the window from which Oswald allegedly shot. And by the way, I don't think he shot out of that window. But that window, that iconic window, removed and put into his house as some sort of a bizarre trophy.
Basically the window of opportunity, so to speak. It was in front of that building that Chief Lumpkin, a member of Jack Alston Crichton's military intelligence unit, stopped and spoke to one of his policemen. We got about 3+ minutes, maybe 4 minutes left. You talk about a very interesting memo. By the way, George Bush, by the way of George H.W. Bush covering his behind in this, the Parrott memo, and how do you see that as relevant to the situation?
Almost impossible to get into that. I have a whole chapter in Family of Secrets just on the Parrott memo. I'll try to just very fast. There is the phone call from Tyler, Texas, where Bush says he'd like to be helpful, and he offers a tip. He identifies a man named James Milton Parrott. He says, I don't know much about this man, but I think he may have been talking about shooting the president. And so this establishes the reason for this phone call to the FBI, which gives a reason for him to be listed in their confidential records as being in Tyler, Texas, that is anywhere other than Dallas, shortly after the assassination. The Parrott memo itself, if you study it, and I did in Family of Secrets, it looks to be a red herring, a classic trail that leads nowhere. It turns out he knew Mr. Parrott quite well. He seems to have had a good sense that this man was incapable of, and unlikely, improbable to be somebody who would have wanted to kill the president or could have done that. He actually knew Mr. Parrott much better than he let on. And as we discover, Bush's own assistant was going to Mr. Parrott's home precisely at the time Mr. Bush was calling the CIA, calling the FBI, while he was saying Parrott may be a threat. His own assistant was showing up at the man's house, asking him to do some work for Mr. Bush and providing him with what would ultimately be an alibi so that neither of these guys would get in trouble.
And again, you have a whole chapter on that. Listeners may be holding their heads, their eyes may be rolling at this point. They may be completely overwhelmed with information. Suffice it to say, under the circumstances, that we have only been skimming the surface. I have been encapsulating things. If listeners have had their interest whetted, and I sure hope they have, then what they should do is go out and buy the book. Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. The author is Russ Baker. And in this electoral season, people always ask me, well, Dave, I believe what you're saying, but what can I do about it? Something they can do about it is to buy the book. In our last 20 seconds, Russ, tell us about the websites and how they can do that.
FamilyofSecrets.com and Family of Secrets. You should be able to get it in your local bookstores. If they don't have it, ask them to order it and carry it. Order it online, Amazon, BarnesNoble.com, what have you. We have another site, whowhatwhy.com. This is to do ongoing, continuing investigative reporting about current events.
The author is Russ Baker. The book is Family of Secrets, and this concludes Side 2 of For the Record program number 712. This has been recorded on May 30th of the year 2010. My name is Dave Emery for Russ Baker. Thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 1 of For the Record program number 713, Interview with Russ Baker. This broadcast is being recorded on Memorial Day of 2010, May 31st. And once again, it is my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of Family of Secrets, The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years, just out in softcover by the Bloomsbury Press. Russ, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
I'm going to leave it open to you if we could begin this broadcast. We've already done 2 interviews, and we've talked about the Bush family's operations, the networking, the synthesis of corporate and intelligence, as in espionage, not intellect matters. And in the last interview, we talked about the events of Dallas, Texas, November 22nd, 1963. Do you think it's even possible? Would you like to attempt to encapsulate or synopsize or otherwise make somewhat familiar to people who may not have heard those interviews, given that this is past a point impossible?
Let me pull back the camera for a moment and just explain very briefly that the book, Family of Secrets, which is a history of the Bush family, but also a history of this country, of events very, very powerful, very important, informative events that are unrecorded or unknown by the populace in general, and really by just about everybody, except for the people who were involved, and they're still keeping the secrets. And the way I came to do this book was I simply wondered how it was that someone as controversial and seemingly ill-equipped for the job as George W. Bush should be able to become President of the United States and the most powerful person in the world. And I went about my mission with no particular agenda. I did not know what I would find, and I was open to anything. And in the course of 5 years of research for what became Family of Secrets, I discovered an endless number of secrets. That's why it's in the title, Secrets Small and Secrets Large. And one of the things I discovered was that there was a back history to the Bush family's rise, both to the son and to the father, and moreover to, let's say, the power manifestation of certain elite circles of which they were part. And that really is what the book is about. And so I began looking at the son. I discovered that, very importantly, the son and the father were much closer and more consultative than is characterized in other books. And I discovered that the father was much more important to understanding the son. And so I began looking at the father. I discovered that the father, too, was improbable to have become the most powerful person in the world. And so I began focusing first on the father. And as we discussed in the previous programs, I learned that the father had what amounted to a secret life, that long before he was named CIA director as a supposed neophyte, that he actually had a secret past with intelligence work going back decades. And this took us then through a number of traumatic episodes in U.S. history, through the Cold War, and up until the early 1960s, where I discovered, much to my astonishment, that there was much more to the JFK assassination and the Oswald narrative than I had realized, or than is characterized in any other books. And this involved the activities of a group of people surrounding and including George H.W. Bush relative to what took place in Dallas that day. And so in an earlier program, we went through the staggering array of activities, deceptions, incidents, and so forth relating to Mr. Bush and his circle and the CIA and their allies and the military and so forth. And this gives us a whole different understanding of what that was about. And I think that pretty much brings us up to where we are.
And, of course, it is said that everyone who was of the age of consciousness on 11/22/63 knew where they were and what they were doing. Ostensibly, that does not involve George Bush, who appears to have been in Dallas, certainly the night before and very possibly on that very day, but has dissembled, including dissembling apparently through his wife, Barbara. Karl von Clausewitz, the famous Prussian military theoretician, discussed the achieving of victory in warfare as not only winning the war, but winning the post-war. And for our purposes here, Russ, I'm going to sort of assume the Kennedy assassination as something of an element of warfare. And on page 118, you note that after his conviction, Jack Ruby, his conviction subsequently was overturned on appeal, and then he died of cancer. But Jack Ruby, the alleged assassin Lee Harvey Oswald, gave an interview with reporters in which he said, among other things, as you write on page 118, "The people that had so much to gain and had such an ulterior motive for putting me in the position I'm in will never let the true facts come above board to the world." Reporter: "Are these people in very high positions, Jack?" Ruby: "Yes." We might ask, cui bono, who benefited from this assassination? And in this regard, let's introduce some names to the audience, Russ, that will certainly be known to students of the Kennedy assassination and also older listeners, but perhaps not to younger people. Names like Hunt, Murchison, Meekum, Richardson, the Bass brothers, people you refer to as the Texas Raj. How do they figure in the political rise of George H.W. Bush, Poppy Bush, in the post-Camelot?
Well, I mean, basically in this period, Texas was very much rising to become an independent power fiefdom in the United States, rivaling the East Coast establishment. And what you saw in Texas was a mix of people who had grown up poor there and had made their fortune as oil wildcatters, as well as another group who were very much East Coasters themselves, like the Bushes, and who had relocated there. And in Midland, Texas, where H.W. Bush, Poppy Bush, lived for a number of years, and where George W. grew up, the streets were actually named Princeton, Yale, Harvard, and so forth, indicating very much the provenance of so many of the wealthy people who made up the elite in that town. But in any case, these great oil fortunes, the so-called independent oil men in Texas, became a tremendous power center, and they exerted a huge amount of influence, not just on their own members of Congress, but also on presidents. And of course, you had Lyndon Baines Johnson, vice president from Texas, and you had him, and then he became president of the United States, and then we saw George H.W. Bush and then George W. Bush. So Texas became more and more important. The other element that was going on there was the rise of a very significant military-industrial operation in the city of Dallas, described extensively in one chapter of Family of Secrets, and the coalescence also of a group of staunchly anti-communist white Russian emigres in this area. And so you had all of these interests coming together, all of them set of course upon an aggressive stance with the Soviets, all of them expressing a great deal of animosity for Jack and Robert Kennedy and for some of the things that they were trying to do. Again, in Family of Secrets, I have an entire chapter going through some of these sorts of initiatives on the parts of the Kennedys that was angering all of these various groups and essentially bringing them together in a powerful coalition to stop what they were doing.
In the very first of our interviews, we talked briefly about the networking between conservative Texas Democrat Lyndon Baines Johnson, of course, eventually president, and George H.W. Bush, eventually vice president and president, as LBJ had become. Develop that further for us, if you would, the relationship between LBJ and George H.W. Bush, because in the mid and latter part of the 60s, this began to develop further before LBJ was driven from office.
This is one of the many things that astonished me as I did my research for Family of Secrets, was to even learn of this friendship. If you read the books on LBJ, if you read the books on H.W. Bush, there's nothing in there about that. But I learned that they were extremely close, that they shared political backers, that they did each other favors, and I describe in the book how George H.W. Bush actually hired a judge from a small county in Texas who'd been crucial in LBJ's disputed election to the presidency. They claimed that there was ballot box stuffing. George H.W. Bush actually gave this man a job in an office for his small oil company in, of all places, Medellin, Colombia. But there were many other things going on. Brown and Root, a very important contractor, and also military contractor, that was, I would say, the principal funder of LBJ's political career, also was a key funder of George H.W.'s career, and very influential with both men. And I think sort of the icing on the cake, and it really tells it all, is that although Poppy Bush was very much a partisan Republican and would attack Johnson, and particularly Kennedy Johnson, publicly, when Richard Nixon was elected president, and right at the time of the inauguration festivities, of which Bush was participating, he left briefly to go to the airport and to quietly say goodbye to LBJ. And this is very, very unusual to do something like that for an active Republican, to leave the festivities for the leader of his party having been elected to the White House and to go and to see off the leader of the opposite party. But that was an indication of how close that relationship was, and that had to do with the fact that party labels just didn't mean a lot. Although Texas originally had a populist/liberal wing of the Democratic Party, very much the Democratic Party became increasingly conservative, and then you had a Republican Party, and there really was just not a huge difference between the two.
one of the things, but we're going to get to Richard Nixon, who occupies a nice chunk of your book in a second. But you know that in 1966, George H.W. Bush, Poppy Bush, was elected to Congress, and you note that he occupied a very key position on the House Ways and Means Committee. That's something a lot of the audience may have heard of, but they don't realize its significance. Develop that for us, if you would, please, Russ.
Right. Well, Ways and Means dealing with taxes. This was very important to the oil industry, and particularly to the so-called independent oil industry based in Texas and Oklahoma and so forth. They were very concerned about protecting something called the oil depletion allowance, which enabled them to realize tremendous profits. And so it was a high priority for them to protect that, and it was a high priority for some people, including some presidents, to look at that as a sort of a dubious giveaway. And so when George H.W. Bush, as a freshman, was appointed to Ways and Means, and this was almost unheard of. His father, former Senator Prescott Bush, was very influential in twisting arms and getting his son on the committee. And so what this did was this gave the oil industry kind of an inside advantage. And that really, I think, also helped boost Bush's fortunes tremendously because he was in the catbird seat there. He was the first freshman appointed to that committee in something like half a century. So this was quite a big deal.
And, of course, Kennedy was moving to deplete the oil depletion allowance, and that was one of many things that outraged the Texas Raj, as you allude to them. You were talking about Prescott Bush and his influence in getting Poppy Bush on the House Ways and Means Committee. Some of the networking, and again, a lot of people disparage the sorts of relationships that you talk about here as conspiracy theory. What you're talking about is networking, something that is at the fundamental level of all power structure, really matters economic and social. Networking between the Bushes, the deep networking, to coin a term, between the Bush family and someone who's going to occupy a very prominent role in our future discussions of Family of Secrets, the Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years, and that is Richard Nixon. Tell us about the genesis of Richard Nixon politically and how the Bushes appear to figure in that.
Well, Dave, this is another thing that astonished me. There are so many revelations that I came upon in my research for Family of Secrets that I started to think, my gosh, is any of our official history right? Are any of those books by those famed and hallowed historians right? And these great journalists, are they? What is going on? Because every story that I had heard growing up, or that I had known as an adult, the so-called story of Watergate, the story of what happened to John F. Kennedy, just on and on and on. These things turned out to be myths. And so here's another one, Richard Nixon. I began, just as I had never intended to look at the Kennedy assassination when researching the Bush family, and only really stumbling on a connection which was so unavoidable that I had to go there. The same thing happened with Nixon. Once I established that Poppy Bush, George H.W. Bush, had a background in intelligence work for many, many years, and once I established that he had this sort of secret background, I was very interested in his rise to the presidency, and so I began studying that. And one of the things that struck me was how Richard Nixon had gone out of his way to help Bush. And Nixon was not prone to doing that. And I cite in Family of Secrets something on one of the lesser-known tapes where he's actually talking about Bush, and he talks about the fact that he's suggesting maybe sending him on a special mission overseas, and Kissinger dismisses it and says, no, come on, he's a lightweight. And then Nixon said, yeah, you're right. You're right. But Nixon clearly felt some sort of obligation that he needed to keep tasking him with things that were going to benefit him. In fact, that's also described in Family of Secrets, how this was very clear to Nixon's staff that he felt, he actually said at one point that he wanted to make Bush the ambassador to the UN because it would be helpful to him on his resume. Now, that's sort of crazy on its face because presidents don't do that. They either appoint people who they think will be helpful to them or advancing their policy, or because they owe somebody a favor. A lot of the ambassadors are wealthy campaign contributors. But in this case, he literally just said, no, I want to help this guy out. And I wondered, why would he help him out? And why would you help this particular guy out? And Nixon, of all people, who was so susceptible to whims and dropping people at a second's notice. He remained loyal to Bobby Bush. And so I began trying to figure that out, and I began trying to figure out where the relationship began, and I ended up going back year by year by year by year until I was all the way back in 1946 at the very start of Nixon's political career. And I'll just briefly sketch this, but I hope your listeners will take the time to read that chapter in Family of Secrets, which is about particularly the past of Richard Nixon, which is missing from all of the biographies of him. And this is about how he got his start. The official story that was put out was that Richard Nixon got his start as a small town, in a small town in California, supported by small town businessmen who were frustrated with a great liberal who was the congressman from that district, a man named Jerry Voorhees. But what I discovered was that Prescott Bush and his partners in the investment banking firm of Brown Brothers Harriman were actually operating in that district at that time, gobbling up defense contracting firms, and were doing business with the Chandler family that were the owners of, at the time, the arch right-wing Los Angeles Times, which became key sponsors of Richard Nixon's political career. But the most interesting thing I discovered was that Jerry Voorhees, it wasn't that he was so much a liberal on a general level. It was that Jerry Voorhees was on Capitol Hill a leading light when it came to investigating political influence and the power of financial elites, particularly Wall Street and the insurance companies. And he was calling hearings. He was concerned, this was in the aftermath of the Great Depression, he was concerned that we did not have proper regulation of these banking and investment interests. And his activities were of great concern and even alarm to these Wall Street circles. And so you actually see in an obscure writing by Voorhees, he says that in 1946 he got wind of the fact that there was an investment banker from the East Coast who was in town trying to get someone to run against him. And as I point out in Family of Secrets, all the evidence points to that investment banker being none other than Prescott Bush, the father of George H.W., grandfather George W. Bush. And so there you see the likelihood that the Bush family and the interests that they represented actually chose Richard Nixon, put him into politics, and basically owned him. And they owned him for decades. And his rise was engineered by them. The fact that he rose very quickly from the House to the Senate, and very quickly from the Senate to the vice presidency, and then on to a presidential bid in 1960. And in Family of Secrets, in the photo gallery, which is one of my favorite parts of the book, you see a picture of Prescott Bush with Richard Nixon, and they're wearing Panama hats, but you see Prescott Bush is toying with Nixon, and Nixon is grinning in a sort of embarrassed way. And I think that picture just about says it all, that it wasn't Nixon telling Senator Prescott Bush what to do, it was the other way around.
You also mentioned the Dresser Industries, the firm that figures so prominently in the concatenation stretching from Brown Brothers through Zapata Petroleum, Zapata Offshore Petroleum, also figures in with the Chandler's relationship with Prescott Bush and that milieu. Tell us a little bit about what Richard Nixon. We've already touched on what Richard Nixon actually did for George H.W. Bush, but let's go into some detail about the political appointments that George H.W. Bush received from Richard Nixon, a man whose political destruction he ultimately helped to engineer.
Well, sure, there were two different things going on. First of all, 1966, Bush gets elected to the House of Representatives, gets this prime spot on Ways and Means, and by 1968, he is already wanting to be, are you ready, the Vice President of the United States. Richard Nixon, having lost his bid for the presidency in 1960, is now back in 1968 as the heir apparent, likely to win, and he's picking a vice president. And in Family of Secrets, I described this fascinating lobbying campaign where there's tremendous pressure being applied by some of the biggest corporations in America, saying, Nixon, you need to put Bush on the ticket with you. And this is, again, astonishing. This isn't in the books. How and why was this going on? To take a man that very few people had heard of, had limited political skills, why would they pressure to put him on the ticket? It was very simple, was that this guy was their man. he was working for these powerful elite interests, and they wanted to be able to control Nixon. And I think there already was a sense that Nixon really, in a way, resented them. In any case, Nixon did not take their advice. Instead, he chose Spiro Agnew, and there's a wonderful statement he once made where he said that he considered Spiro Agnew to be his insurance against assassination. And that's very interesting, although people may have taken that comment lightly. As I point out in Family of Secrets, Richard Nixon himself was in Dallas on November 22, 1963. Very, very odd that he should have been there at all. And I go through the backstory of how he came to be there, that in fact he was placed in Dallas by the head of Pepsi-Cola, a man with extensive ties into U.S. intelligence operations overseas, including the effort to remove Salvador Allende in Chile, who was causing problems for his company. And this man was also a very good friend of the Bush family.
That, by the way, is a Mr. Kendall. Go ahead.
And so he arranged for Richard Nixon to be in Dallas that day. And, of course, there's Nixon. And not only is he there, but Nixon is encouraged to hold a press conference. Even though he's supposedly there working for Pepsi, he's encouraged to hold a press conference. He holds a press conference, and he attacks Kennedy and Johnson. And he actually says, from what I understand, I know they're here today and for their motorcade and so forth. But from what I understand, before the re-election in 1964, Kennedy is going to get rid of LBJ, drop him from the ticket. Now, this was an explosive thing to say in Texas, where the fact of having LBJ on the ticket was crucial to Kennedy in being able to gain the electoral votes of that state, which he needed in a close re-election battle if there was going to be one. And so here was Nixon very much putting himself out there. This has been completely forgotten, but I found a newspaper clipping from the day of the assassination. Was an item in the paper, Richard Nixon holding this, I guess it was a press conference, it was a hotel room, and making these statements about Kennedy and Johnson. And so some hours later, right after the assassination, Nixon had just returned to New York, where he was then living, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. Not only shocked, of course, about the shooting, but somehow traumatized by the fact that he himself, the man who Kennedy had defeated in 1960, and therefore someone with purported animus toward the president, should himself be in the city when the president was shot. And so he was just blown away by this, pardon the expression. And so years later he makes this remark that Spiro Agnew is his assassination insurance. So he does not choose Poppy Bush to run with him, but instead he offers him a consolation prize pretty soon. He encourages him to run for the U.S. Senate from Texas. As I point out in Family of Secrets, Bush and his father later figure out that Nixon doesn't really want him to win, is perfectly happy working with some conservative Democrats there, and may have secretly backed the Democrat Lloyd Benson instead. Lloyd Benson running to the right of Bush, actually is even more conservative, though he was a Democrat. And so 1970, Bush is bitter about this. He's bitter at Nixon, but Nixon comes along and says, hey, how'd you like to be the ambassador to the United Nations? Or perhaps I should say Bush proposes that he be ambassador to the United Nations. Now, this again is not correctly rendered in the histories that are out there. It's presented as that it was Nixon's idea, but it was not. And actually, Bush wrote a note to Nixon and said, I can be helpful to you as ambassador to the UN in New York. And the reason he gives, amazingly, is not because of any knowledge of foreign affairs, but he says, I can be useful to you in the social circles and the party circuit in New York. And, of course, he's playing to the fact that Nixon was very insecure about his own outsider status with these elites, and he knew the Bushes were very much part of that world. Whatever the reason was, he felt compelled to do it. He puts Bush into this extremely sensitive position. 1970, of course, everything is going on in the Middle East, in Indochina, with the Soviets, with the Chinese, and on and on and on. A very sensitive and important position. Instead of choosing somebody with a lot of experience in foreign affairs, he chooses Bush, who has basically none. And that gets him on the road to the presidency. So he points him to that. And then at the height of Watergate in 1973, when Nixon most needed someone he could count on, a very high-profile position, he chooses as the chairman of the Republican National Committee, none other than George H.W. Bush. And so he's getting higher and higher visibility. He's setting himself up on a path to the top.
And ultimately, and we'll go into this probably in our next interview, but as we see, what Richard Nixon was really doing by selecting George H.W. Bush to be head of the RNC was clasping the proverbial asp to his bosom from a professional standpoint. And also when we talk about Watergate, so many of these people track back to the Bay of Pigs thing, as Richard Nixon put it when he was expressing what he was worried about if they went ahead and released the Watergate tapes. A couple of quick notes. Mr. Kendall, the head of PepsiCo, who helped to maneuver Richard Nixon down to Dallas, Texas on November 22nd, 1963, also very much involved with matters Cuban as well as the intelligence community because of the primacy of sugar and the Cuba in the sugar industry, and obviously Pepsi-Cola, Coca-Cola, got to have a lot of sugar in there, so they were not at all disinterested in matters Cuban as well. One of the things that you talk about, well, we've got just a little over a minute left, Russ. We're gonna be talking about some of the deep networking that that was taking place in this time period, and we're also going to introduce how George W. Bush was helping to keep the skies of Texas safe from enemy attack during the Vietnam War. Very quickly, George Bush took a trip during the Christmas break to Vietnam in 1967 with a very interesting individual. You speculate about that. We can continue on side 2 with this, but who is he traveling with, and what do you think he was doing there?
Well, at this point, George H.W. Bush, Poppy Bush, was then a congressman, and he took with him a man named Thomas Devine. And as I report earlier in Family of Secrets, I discovered that the creation of Zapata Offshore, this early and very peculiar a drilling company that looked to be an intelligence front, was created by Bush with the help of Mr. Devine, who had until just then been an officer of the Central Intelligence Agency.
We have been speaking with Russ Baker, the author of Families of Secrets, The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years, just out in softcover by the Bloomsbury Press. And if you want to know more about it, just stay tuned for side 2 of our interview, or better yet, go buy the book. This concludes side 1 of For the Record program number 713, interview with Russ Baker. This has been recorded on Memorial Day weekend, May 31st. On Memorial Day, May 31st of 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is side 2 of For the Record program number 713, interview with Russ Baker. This is being recorded on Memorial Day, May 31st of the year 2010. Once again, it's my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of the landmark text Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. This book just out in softcover by Bloomsbury. Russ, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thank you very much.
Before we delve back into the hidden history of the last 50 years, something you've done a long way toward revealing to those who were not aware of it, let's tell people how and where they can get the book Family of Secrets, which really, even though we've already done a bunch of interviews and we're going to do several more, I do think it could be said that we've scratched the surface, but no more than that. So,
no, because Family of Secrets is about 500 and some odd pages, more than 1,000 footnotes, and anything that I've touched on here is literally 1 or 2% of what is actually in the book. It may be obtained in hardcover, in paperback, and now, just now, also in Kindle as an ebook. And that's available at the Amazon website. You can also get it if you go into your local bookstore. They should carry it. If they don't, they can order it for you. And you can also get it online and get further information on the book at our website, familyofsecrets.com.
all righty. This is Memorial Day, and I'd like to resume with a point that we just touched on at the tail end of side 2, and that is we're now in the mid and late 60s. The Vietnam War is raging. George Bush, the elder George Bush, as we have seen, is inextricably linked with intelligence matters, and a fundamental synthesis is presented in Family of Secrets between business matters, in particular petroleum industry business matters, and intelligence matters, as in espionage and covert action. The Bush family, in many ways, embodying that synthesis. Tell us, once again, tell us about Thomas Devine, George Bush, and their little trip to Vietnam, and what you speculate about what they were doing there, and what they might have been really up to, as opposed to just a junket.
Well, why would a congressman take a CIA officer or a so-called former CIA officer with him? Why would he take a man who supposedly had been out of the CIA for years? What was the purpose of that? And as I describe in Family of Secrets, the CIA actually was providing some kind of cover for Mr. Devine so he could go on the trip. What we see is that a number of individuals connected to Bush and to the CIA, particularly some of these anti-Castro Cubans, were now in Vietnam involved with an effort to try and use covert operations in the villages of Vietnam to combat the Viet Cong. And this was the so-called pacification program. And there are indications that they may have been there to connect with some individuals who were involved with that and to inspect how this pacification program was going. That's a very nice word, pacification. It basically meant killing the people in villages who were suspected of being Viet Cong sympathizers, or otherwise, in some cases, and I'm not attributing this specifically to Bush or the people with him, but generally this pacification program targeted people who were suspect because they were independent figures and leadership figures in those villages.
The Vietnam War, of course, was raging at this time, and a lot of young men were being sent off to fight in this particular war. And again, we should remember that today, as we're recording this, is Memorial Day, when America remembers its fallen from foreign wars. And in Family of Secrets, what you present is networking between powerful corporate interests and the intelligence community, as we've mentioned, networking between families and individuals running through generations. And right in this time period, George W. Bush, the 43rd President of the United States, is presented with the same dilemma that a lot of other young men were presented with at this time: what to do about Vietnam. Tell us about what George Bush did to serve his country in this time period.
Right. Well, so while the father, Poppy Bush, was a staunch supporter of the Vietnam War, his son, W, was at Yale, where he was also a supporter of the Vietnam War. And the grandfather, Senator Prescott Bush, a supporter, and so forth. And so they were in an awkward position because, as has been documented repeatedly, wealthy people have very often managed to keep their own sons out of harm's way. And, we see this again and again with war. And that happened there. And so instead of going to Vietnam, they got W into a safe stateside unit with the Texas Air National Guard. And this story is interesting for a number of reasons. It's probably most redolent because of what happened to Dan Rather, the former anchorman of CBS News and correspondent for 60 Minutes, when he aired a story during the 2004 re-election campaign, basically questioning George W. Bush's military service record. And in Family of Secrets, what I do is I explore Bush's service. He very clearly, through favoritism, managed to avoid going to Vietnam, was placed in this unit. Again, through favoritism, he was given an opportunity to be trained to fly a plane. This was not normal because most of the people in the Air National Guard already knew how to fly planes. They'd already flown planes, and this was the reason that they were put into this very desirable position. But he was brought in with no experience, sent off at great expense, and taught to fly a plane by the Air Force, and then sent over to Houston to join this unit. And as I believe document rather substantively in Family of Secrets, although he had signed a contract to serve 6 years in the Air National Guard, he served only 4 years and basically skipped out, never finished the last 2 years, of course, of having later becoming President of the United States and sending young Americans into harm's way in an utterly elective decision to invade Iraq. The fact that he himself, A, didn't serve on the front lines, didn't serve at all over in the overseas theater, and B, when he served in a safe position, rather exciting one, flying a plane where there was no risks beyond whatever risks are entailed with flying a plane domestically, that he just took off and did not finish his service. And as I believe, again, I document extensively in Family of Secrets, there are indications that the paperwork was fudged in order to cover for his disappearance from his unit, with the indication that his father, who at the time was extremely well connected at the highest levels, just coming in as the head of the Republican Party, was very much in a position to influence that process.
One of the things that you point out in your book also is that despite the fact that he apparently reneged on his stated term in the Texas Air National Guard, he sent an awful lot of National Guardsmen and women, I guess, to serve in combat in Iraq, and a lot of them had not figured at all that they would be in harm's way. And
well, not just that, but they weren't properly trained, and they were given worse equipment and worse protective armor than the regular troops. They really were sitting ducks, and they will talk about that. Members of the Guard will talk about how they never anticipated fighting wars, that they didn't feel they were properly trained for it, because typically when you join the National Guard, and these are run at the state level, you tend to be involved with helping keep order and assisting in the case of emergencies. And that's what we see in situations like with Hurricane Katrina and what have you. But that was not the situation under George Bush, where he very, without any hesitation at all, sent these people abroad into this incredibly dangerous situation, including members of the Texas National Guard.
One of the things that we touched on this in the first interview, and I'd like to go back to this when we actually get into the substance of W's presidency, but since it is Memorial Day, you mentioned that Texas journalist and longtime Bush family protege Mickey Herskowitz was helping with a puff piece biography of George Bush, and that George Bush had some interesting things to say about what he thought a strong and successful president should do in the late 1990s. Develop that for us, if you would.
Well, I mean, first of all, this is a major, one of the biggest of hundreds of fairly big revelations in Family of Secrets, and I'm not sure whether we should reveal this just yet, or whether we ought to save this for when we're talking about his actual presidency. Sequentially, I think that the key stuff here is about his Guard service, what I discovered in terms of why he seems to have left the Guard, and the indications that there was a cover-up. And this is huge because if you think about it, if the President of the United States just took off from the military and that was established, there is no way that either as a candidate that he could be elected as president. And once he was president, there was no way he would have been reelected. So they were gravely concerned about this in 2004 when the Democratic nominee was John Kerry, a decorated Vietnam veteran. This was a disaster for them, the worst possible scenario. And the Bush people, of course, kept insisting that he had finished his service, but there was no evidence of that. His own officers reported that they had not seen him on the base for more than a year. When he went to Alabama to work on a political campaign, he was supposed to continue his service. He was reported not being seen there either. And in fact, this whole history has been rewritten. I quote in Family of Secrets from accounts in papers like the Washington Post, where they talk about how he went from Texas to Alabama for a very important position on a U.S. Senate campaign, where he was the deputy campaign manager, and that this was the reason that he left his Guard unit, but that he continued to serve in the Guard in Alabama. Well, the fact of the matter is he didn't continue to serve in the Guard in Alabama, and in fact his position in the campaign itself was not an opportunity but an excuse. and I actually interviewed the widow of the campaign manager, they themselves being close, having been close friends of the Bush family. And the story that she told me was that the reason George W. Bush was even in Alabama was because he had gotten in some kind of trouble back in Texas, and his father had intervened and had basically ordered him out of state and had told the campaign manager, who was a kind of a lieutenant to the elder Bush, to take W and keep him there, keep him basically out of sight from Texas until whatever it was had blown over.
One of the things that you point out in Family of Secrets, Russ Baker, and that is that the particular unit that Bush wound up in was, I think, the 147th Fighter Wing, and it was known as the Champagne Unit. We were talking about the Texas Raj earlier. A lot of the little Rajis wound up, to coin a term, in that unit. Again, more networking. Develop that for us, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, this unit, which was a desirable one to be in because you either got to fly planes, which was pretty cool, or just in general stay out of Vietnam, and it was right there in the hometown of Houston. Most of the people in there, not everybody, but a lot of the people in there were the sons of powerful and wealthy families. There also were, I can't remember the number, 8 or 10 members of the Dallas Cowboys football team were put in there. So it was a kind of a squirrel people away type of situation. So that was a sweet deal. And a lot of these guys lived at a particular swinging singles apartment complex called Chateau Dijon. And in Family of Secrets, I tell the rather entertaining story, I think, of life there at the chateau, where these guys, when they weren't flying their planes, were basically playing pool volleyball and having barbecues and chasing the girls. So it sure was a far cry from hitting the Mekong Delta.
Yes, indeed. And one of the things, I don't think that going into detail will translate very effectively into radio, but both in your discussion of W's actual term in the Texas Air National Guard and in your discussion of basically what was a psyop in order to discredit Dan Rather, and also John Kerry and anyone who might have brought up the issue of W's service, you go into a very meticulous analysis of the documents, of the usual behavior of someone in the Texas Air National Guard, and comparing these and analyzing them in great detail, which you do, I think creates a very, very, very strong case for, well, really, it establishes what W was doing at that time.
Right. Now, let's think about the context here. I mean, if, in fact, all of these stories, and we talked earlier about JFK, we're going to talk about Watergate, all of these things not being what we thought they were, and then we find out that the President of the United States, the man who started this war in Iraq and basically plunged the United States into a state of I don't even know what to call it, but it plunged the world into a kind of newfound sort of chaos that continues today. We don't talk much about what's happening in Afghanistan and Iraq, but people are dying there every day. It's really a tragic situation. And here we are on Memorial Day, and we're not talking about this. We talk abstractly about our heroes and the people who served our country, but we don't talk about these other things, about the people who didn't serve our country or who avoided serving our country while trying to get the country into war, and often, by the way, benefiting from it. If you go all the way back, and I talk about this, the Bush family was involved with helping and fronting for munitions manufacturers all the way back to World War I, basically helping people who were, in the case of World War I, prior to the U.S.'s entrance, selling weapons to both sides. I mean, there's a huge gap, Dave, between the way that American history is presented and what really goes on. And you talk about networks and networking, and of course, I mean, all human beings try to gain advantage in situations. But of course, powerful people are very, very good at gaining advantage, and they're constantly working at that. They're constantly trying to minimize risks, trying to suppress scandal, and trying to gain the informational and strategic advantage that they need to prevail. This is the way that things really work, and this is the way. This is not the way that we discuss. And so what you see there with the George W. Bush story with the National Guard, is again a far cry from what we believe. And if you go around the country, at least half of America thinks that George W. Bush and his family, that they're great Americans, that they're heroic, and their books are bestsellers. George W. has his memoirs coming out. Karl Rove has his book out. Laura's book out, and they are just treated as absolute heroes. And these people know nothing, and I mean nothing, about the kind of revelations that I've come up with in Family of Secrets. And I might add, by the way, we can't get on those shows. We cannot get on to Fox News or even the mainstream shows like Meet the Press, where these folks who are so misguided and so misinformed about what goes on in this country and how decisions are made, they can't even begin to access this information because it's blocked from them.
Well, when one reads Family of Secrets, it becomes only too clear, basically, why America's ice cream has turned to horse manure, and it's something we need to contemplate perhaps more gravely on Memorial Day than we normally do. Really, we should do this every day, but question, Russ Baker. We talk about networking. We're talking about W's Guard service. Again, this during the Vietnam War. We talk about networking. Somebody he met at this point, somebody who's going to figure very prominently in our discussion of the rise of W, the Saudi connections, Arbusto, and so forth. And that is James R. Bath. Do you want to touch on him now, or do you want to say? Obviously, we'll talk about most of his operations later.
I'm as you know, I'm a little leery of overwhelming people with names because what I do with Family of Secrets, and I urge people, please, when you get the book, don't skip around. Start on page 1 and read every page, every paragraph, every sentence, because I very carefully introduce these people and these relationships. And if you don't do it that way, it's just a big confusing thing. I'll speak generally about this. When George W. Bush was in the National Guard, he had a good friend, and that was this fellow that you referred to. And this man ends up taking on an important role in sub-rosa operations that the father Bush is involved with over the years. And these appear to be connected to Iran-Contra and to a pipeline involving very wealthy Saudis. And the backstory there is that in the National Guard, when George W. Bush left his Guard unit prematurely, many years later, when this subject came up, the White House released documents showing that Bush had failed to take his annual flight qualifying exam, physical exam, and then they said that was a minor thing, but because of that he wasn't able to fly, and that's why he stopped flying. Well, that's ludicrous on its face, but in any case, they also said that the fact that he stopped flying and didn't take his physical was not unusual. In fact, that there was a second person, and they released a redacted document where you can't see the name, but it shows that someone else around the same time also stopped flying because he didn't take his physical. Now, they used that with the press quite effectively to blunt the notion that there was something really wrong with whatever George W. Bush had done. What they didn't reveal was who that other person was, and it was this James Bath, who, unlike Bush, was a great and extremely talented flyer who loved to fly. What I raise is the possibility that Mr. Bath basically fell on his sword for Bush, so that they could, when necessary, point out that there wasn't just one but two. And indeed what we see is several years after that, Mr. Bath, a man of very, very modest means, suddenly ends up in a business where he is basically partnered with two of the wealthiest people from Saudi Arabia.
Yes, last names well known to this audience, bin Mahfouz and bin Laden. But this, again, for future discussion in our analysis of Family of Secrets. More networking, Russ Baker. You talk about, and in our next interview, we're going to get into the Watergate affair, something in which George H.W. Bush figures prominently, and a narrative that plays out in very different fashion than the public has been led to believe, but an individual who figured prominently. One of the reasons you were talking about how people should not just skip around in this book, and I amen that to the nth degree. When you begin studying people, whether it's James R. Bath and his networking from the Texas Air National Guard, or another individual who became known as a hero in Watergate, but who also tracks way back to, among other things, the events of 11/22/63. Let's talk about that rock of of jurisprudence, Leon Jaworski, and how he figures into the narrative of George Bush and some of these other people.
Well, I mean, we haven't started to tell the story of Watergate yet, so I don't know how quite to do that. I can certainly give Jaworski's background, but it only becomes significant when we see what actually befell Richard Nixon.
All right, yeah, then let's defer analysis of Jaworski's career to the next interview, but suffice it to say that he networks with all of these individuals at this particular point in time. Let's in a sense sort of set the table for our next interview, which is going to talk about Watergate and other matters. Richard Nixon, obviously, and George H.W. Bush were networking in a very significant way, and in fact, Prescott Bush appears to have been one of the people who helped to elevate Richard Nixon into politics in the first place. And although Nixon was a protege of the Eastern establishment, he also was fearful of it. Richard Nixon was beginning to alienate some of the same people that had brought him to the dance, the petroleum industry and Richard Nixon, and what began going wrong.
Right. Well, actually, the thing that intrigued me in this regard was the similarities, not differences, but similarities between Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy. Of course, much is made about their rivalry in 1960 and so forth, but in fact, I discovered that they actually were rather friendly. They were rather friendly in the Senate, and I think even liked each other to a certain extent. And this is very important because we tend to look at history, we sort of use the great man theory of history. We look at these individuals, and when things happen, we assume they happened because this person wanted them to happen. But really, there are these tremendous forces that we don't look at, and what Family of Secrets is about these tremendous forces that are doing much more in some ways to shape our history than these individuals being largely pawns. And so what you see with Richard Nixon is that once he gets to the top, there's nowhere to go from the presidency. And so, you know, what do you do as president? What are your objectives? Well, in many cases, the objectives are to sort of seal your legacy. And you seal your legacy by doing something noteworthy, and that usually has to be something transformative, something that changes the global equation, something that secures something for the American people, whether it is, in the case of F.D.R., you know, the introduction of Social Security and other such things, Johnson with the Great Society, Medicare, and so forth. And so what was Richard Nixon's legacy going to be? Well, he couldn't have a legacy by continuing to serve the same corporate interests, and he saw that, and so he began trying to identify ways in which he could stand out. One way in which he could stand out was to basically end some of the hostilities in the world. And as much as he did escalate in Vietnam, that was part of an effort on his part described in Family of Secrets with Henry Kissinger, a dual strategy where they were attempting to get out of Vietnam. That's not to defend the way he handled it, but that's in fact what he was trying to do. He was trying to get out of Vietnam and to end that war. And he was also doing secret back-channel negotiations with the Chinese and with the Soviets, and that is identical, as we now are beginning to learn, about what John F. Kennedy was doing back in 1962-63 that so alarmed these interests, the Pentagon, the military contractors, the intelligence apparatus, a lot of these large corporations are very alarmed by that. And then Nixon began doing some of the same things. And so we see that when he gets to the top, he begins sort of shedding his handlers. He rejects George H.W. Bush as a vice president, and he begins moving very secretively. And by the way, as you know, David, of course, Nixon is always talked about being secretive and paranoid, and that's always spoken of as if there is no context for that or that he was crazy. In fact, more and more I'm convinced that Richard Nixon's secretiveness and paranoia were entirely justified and were based on what he knew about how things really worked.
We're down now to our last 3 minutes plus on this side, the second side of this interview, and we'll talk about how in a sense, the suckfish began abandoning the sharks who brought him to the waters, and what those sharks turned around and did to him in our next talk. But you mentioned, in this same context of being paranoid, something I did not know is that Nixon had attempted to get a hold of the CIA's files on Kennedy's assassination and was rebuffed. Develop that for us, if you would.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, he was obviously traumatized by finding himself almost inexplicably lured to Dallas to be there the day that Kennedy was shot, and it made an indelible impression on him about what can happen to people who get on the wrong side of powerful forces. I don't think he ever believed that it was a lone assassin, and hence his remark about Spiro Agnew being his assassination insurance. And so he remained interested in that, and years later when he was president, his top advisors, Haldeman and Ehrlichman, remembered that Nixon used to always use this phrase, the Bay of Pigs thing. And he was very elliptical. He didn't share much with these fellows, even these guys who were among his most trusted. He still was afraid to tell them what he really thought or what he really knew. And so he used code words. And when he talked about the Bay of Pigs thing, well, what was the thing? If it was the Bay of Pigs, he would have just said Bay of Pigs. But he said the Bay of Pigs thing, and his aides were convinced that these were code words for something else, something that would be triggered in people's minds when you mentioned Bay of Pigs, and they felt that this was, in fact, an oblique reference to the Kennedy assassination. Now, you find very interestingly, in Family of Secrets, I obtained a letter that I reprint part of there where he writes to Mr. Kendall of PepsiCo, who brought him to Dallas in 1963. He writes to him some years later, and he says, you know, I really want to catch up with you, and I want to hear more about what you know about the Bay of Pigs thing. And this is very, very interesting. What could Mr. Kendall of PepsiCo possibly know, either about the Bay of Pigs itself or about the Kennedy assassination? So that's very, very interesting. But pretty clearly, Nixon wanted to know more about what had happened to John F. Kennedy and what was going on, and about this behind-the-scenes power struggle in the United States between the visible forces of democracy, being the president and Congress and the judiciary, and the unseen forces, these power spheres that are constantly in there trying to shape things to their own advantage.
Russ, we are all out of time on this side. Just encapsulating briefly, when Nixon actually sent to the CIA to get the files on the Kennedy assassination, they told him to forget about it. And we'll talk more about the whole Bay of Pigs thing in our next interview, but we are all out of time. And this side two, for the record, program number 713, interview with Russ Baker, author of Family of Secrets. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. This on Memorial Day, May 31st of 2010. Hello, my name's Dave Emery, and this is side one of For the Record program number 714, interview with Russ Baker. This program is being recorded on May 31st of the year 2010. Once again, it is my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of Family of Secrets, The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years, a book that deserves all of the accolades it receives on its cover, endorsements from people like Bill Moyers, Gore Vidal, and Dan Rather, among others. Russ, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thanks, Dave. Glad to be back.
Something that is portrayed in our media as proof positive that American democracy works and proof that our vigorous Fourth Estate is right on the job and seeing to it that the would-be malefactors will never get too far, because the cleansing light of truth will be shown upon their misdeeds. And so that is Watergate. And yet Watergate is something very, very different than what the public has been told. You present indications that Watergate was, in fact, very different than what the public has been led to believe. And let's plunge right in. Watergate. How would you approach it? Well, you certainly approach the subject at great length and in great detail in Family of Secrets. How do you think the best way of representing that on the air would be?
Well, let me start by saying that, again, just as with the Kennedy assassination, I never imagined that I would have anything on Watergate in a book trying to explain George W. Bush and what happened to the world as a result of his ascension. I also never imagined that I would have to rethink my assumptions about either the Kennedy assassination or Watergate. But in following these strands into what I discovered to be essentially a secret history of the Bush family and of the elites with which they were connected, I came upon material relating to Watergate, suggesting that something else was happening there. The background to that is that I already knew and already discovered, as we discussed in a previous program, that the Bush family had a secret grip on Richard Nixon, that he felt obligated to do favors for them and to promote George H.W. or Poppy Bush's career, and why that was, that they had influence over Nixon. And then Nixon comes into office in 1968, and we see, 1969 rather, and we see that he begins to do things now that he's president to create his legacy. And I begin to see signs of the extent to which Nixon was angering not just the left and liberals in this country, but also this establishment, the financial establishment, the oil establishment, the defense contracting establishment, Pentagon, the CIA, the sugar industry, and on, very similar to the interest that Kennedy was alienating. And so I wondered, well, George H.W. Bush, I already have established the high probability that he was serving in very profound domestic covert operations on behalf of intelligence agencies long before he was named director of the CIA under Gerald Ford. And he had these peculiar connections to Dallas, 1963. And so I wondered, flash forward to Nixon's presidency, now he's the chairman of the Republican National Committee at the height of Watergate, and what is he doing? So I start looking through the books, and I look, and I look, and I look, and there's no mention of him practically. He's not anywhere. He's just invisible. He's like the anti-Zelig, you might say. He just isn't in the picture at all. And I say, well, how can that be? What was he doing? And so I begin looking, knowing that he already has these intelligence connections. And the more I look, the more I start thinking, this whole Watergate story doesn't seem right. This story that Nixon was out of control, I go back and I start examining the transcripts and tapes. You know, there are hundreds of them, and only a few of them are known to the public. And the public hasn't even listened to those, but they know excerpts, the so-called cancer on the presidency speech where John Dean warns Nixon about what's going on, and the smoking gun conversation where Nixon appears to be orchestrating a cover-up. But as I began examining many more of the tapes and many more things, I discovered what appeared to be the outlines of some sort of complex intelligence operation surrounding the White House, an operation that, as far as I could tell, Richard Nixon had no part in and no awareness of. And I eventually came to the conclusion that Nixon and Watergate and all of this was something entirely different. The bottom line, that Richard Nixon had fallen afoul of these powerful interests, and in a world where coups d'etats are the norm, this was one point where they were not going to gun down a president. The president was going to be removed through other means. And as I establish in chapter after chapter in the middle of Family of Secrets, there are the very strong indications that this intelligence operation was designed to basically mire Nixon in scandals that were not of his making, and then leak those scandals to cooperative journalists, and thereby weaken and, if necessary, destroy his presidency and force him from office to be replaced by more pliable individuals, and that is exactly what happened.
One of the things that you talk about in Watergate, in your analysis of Watergate, is the intelligence connections of the people involved. Now, it's pretty well known that people like E. Howard Hunt and James McCord and others had backgrounds in the CIA, but you talk about how the available evidence suggests very strongly that they were what is known as sheep-dipped. Develop that for us, if you would.
Well, you see, the key thing that you have to understand about intelligence operations is they're sophisticated, and they're complex, and they're well thought out, and they're layered, and they're intended never to be discovered. It's very difficult to discover these things, and that is perhaps why we don't know any of these things. I only figured some of these pieces out by a combination of things, of reading other books that had begun exploring. There are a number of books out there that do a terrific job of exploring pieces of evidence that, for example, the Pentagon had a spy ring in the White House spying on Nixon and Kissinger. That was previously published. And so building on those things and examining literally thousands of documents and diaries and transcripts and interviewing people and piecing it together, this giant mosaic, I began to see what looked to be an intelligence operation. But then it occurred to me that this was deliberately an intelligence operation because the public was made to know this in this smoking gun speech. Nixon basically supposedly is ordering the CIA to tell the FBI to back off its investigation of the Watergate burglary because of national security. The implication is that whatever was going on had been ordered by Nixon, and now he was orchestrating the cover-up. And as you pointed out, when we look at the individuals, they all had intelligence backgrounds, and I mean all of them. It is known about Hunt and McCord, but very little has been done to study about what it meant that intelligence figures were there working for Nixon, how they came to get their jobs. And as I discovered, Nixon was not the one who put them in. They were working very frantically to get placed in the Nixon White House, and they were working every angle they could to get in there. And then we see a lot of these other people. Alexander Butterfield, the man who reveals the existence of the taping system, had intelligence connections. John Dean, the man who probably is the most responsible for bringing Nixon down, at least indirectly through his brother-in-law and other people with which he was associated, had what appeared to be intelligence connections. Eagle Krogh, who was in the White House, who brought John Dean in, had intelligence connections. And so this is this very, very disturbing picture. You also have, by the way, the famed journalist who supposedly got to the bottom of this and saved democracy, Woodward and Bernstein. Bob Woodward had intelligence connections. And no one has, for some reason, gone back and studied the origins of all these people. How did John Dean even get into the White House? Who was John Dean? How did E. Howard Hunt get into the White House? How did all these things happen? And why did you have this team when Nixon, here's the really important thing. As you point out, Nixon was concerned about the Kennedy assassination, and he was always talking about the Bay of Pigs thing, which was supposed to be a euphemism for that. Now you have the Watergate burglary blamed on Nixon, and who are the burglars? They're Cubans from the Bay of Pigs and the Bay of Pigs thing. And E. Howard Hunt, alleged to have been in Dallas on November 22, 1963, and on and on and on. And so Watergate is inextricably linked to the Kennedy assassination. And it was so brilliantly engineered that the CIA managed to tie itself to Nixon so that Nixon was blamed basically for using the CIA for his own purposes, when in fact what was really going on was that he was in a power struggle with the CIA and not working with them at all.
One of the things that you talk about, too, in the analysis of Watergate is the subplot or subtext. And that is, Nixon was interested in, concerned that if the White House taping system if the White House tapes were released, and if the entire situation were to come out, the whole Bay of Pigs thing might be revealed. And you point out that many of the same people, we've already talked about Nixon in Dallas, Texas on November 22nd, 1963, that a great many of the other people also have histories running back to Dallas. We were touching on, and I'd like to develop a little further, Leon Jaworski, who replaced Archibald Cox himself, JFK's Solicitor General. Tell us about Leon Jaworski and the networking, going back to the all business, as they say in Texas.
Right. Well, basically, Nixon couldn't have been brought down if a whole bunch of things hadn't happened. You needed aggressive reporters. You needed aggressive prosecutors. You needed aggressive people in Congress looking into this. And so what I do in Family of Secrets is I go in great narrative detail. Somebody described Family of Secrets as Robert Ludlum on steroids. And I don't know if that's right, but I did try to write it a little bit with the feel of a thriller, because that sustains people's attention through all of these complicated twists and turns. And so what you see is that all of these elements that came together were crucial for Nixon's demise, and they also were crucial because they all had these intelligence connections. And as you mentioned, Jaworski had intelligence connections. He was a Texan, and he was again a good friend of George Herbert Walker Bush, who at the time is sitting over at the Republican National Committee while all this is unfolding. And Jaworski was from Texas. He was involved with them, and as I reveal in Family of Secrets, his law firm was involved with a CIA-funded front years earlier. And going all the way back to the beginnings of his career, World War II, he was asked to go to Nuremberg to work in the prosecution there, as were other Texans. And you might ask why Texans in particular, and this would have to do with their own intelligence connections and the objectives of a prosecution of war crimes not discussed again in the conventional histories, which is that the Nuremberg trial, just like the occupation of Japan, were not principally in the minds of the powerful for the purpose of justice. That's the way what the public was told, but they were for the purpose of strategic gains. And one of the most important gains was intelligence gains and access to information that in turn could lead to resources. This is how the world works. This is how things are run. And so some of these Nuremberg staff, such as Jaworski, with their intelligence connections, were very likely trying to find out where Nazi loot and assets were to be found. And in Family of Secrets, as you know, I go into a whole chapter about the Japanese gold and the likelihood that Central Intelligence Agency was connected with trying to discover where all these resources were so that these unreported treasure could be used for other purposes.
By the way, the Seagraves text, Gold Warriors, is one that I've dealt with extensively on this broadcast, including a couple of interviews with the Seagraves proper. So when we get into Harkin Energy, which appears to be a money laundering vehicle par excellence, we can reference that subject. But again, Jaworski and the Texas Court of Inquiry and Robert Story. And
right, there was an attempt originally to sort of hijack the investigation of the Kennedy assassination, and there was an effort to create a Texas-based investigation. And this investigation would have been controlled by this circle around Jaworski and Bob Story and a number of other individuals, the Attorney General of Texas and what have you, who were all connected together and very, very close to these oilmen and military contractors who did not want a serious inquiry. So they made every effort they could to control that. So you see Jaworski involved with that sort of compromised investigation that ran parallel, although it's little known, it ran parallel with the Warren Commission investigation. And they basically kind of managed to, in many cases, sort of get to the scene of the crime first and clean things up appropriately. So here you flash forward many, many years, and Leon Jaworski is brought in to handle the prosecution. And there on the other side purportedly is his good friend George Herbert Walker Bush over at the RNC. So all of these people linked. Bob Woodward, coming out of naval intelligence, having no journalistic background to speak of prior to landing this plum job at the Washington Post, right out of the military, and almost immediately plunging into this huge story where he brings the president down. How did that all happen? And by the way, there's another backstory in Family of Secrets, and that's about that the Watergate burglary was only one of several different attempts to compromise Nixon and to ensnare him in scandal. And one of those, I reveal, is something called the Townhouse Affair, where basically Nixon was being entangled in a financial scandal that sort of fizzled. They were unable to make it. It was too complex. They couldn't quite get the press to really jump on it. You know, what's absolutely crucial in a major intelligence operation is propaganda and the proper uses of media, because if you cannot control it and you cannot get a big enough reaction, nothing is going to happen. Let's talk about the Lewinsky scandal, for example. That just totally compromised Bill Clinton's presidency and what he wanted to achieve. And had that story not grown through the media as it did, the history would have been very, very different.
So the 11/22/63 connection that tracks back. You mentioned who John Dean, himself with extensive intelligence connections, had as his counsel. Got him Charles Schaefer.
Well, that's right, and Charles Schaefer had his own connections to the intelligence agencies, and his brother-in-law, Dean's brother-in-law, had some interesting connections there. The brother-in-law, with whom he remained very, very close, and who was advising him in that period prior to his getting the job in the White House, not only the intelligence connections, but also worked for a senator from Oklahoma who was basically kind of the power behind the throne, behind LBJ in a sense, Senator Robert Kerr, who was also described as the father of the oil depletion allowance. So again, we have this circularity where the same sort of, you see, you can't look at intelligence operations, you can't look at these agencies as free agents, because they're not. They're very much working for these powerful private interests. And the proof of that is in the creation of the CIA itself. Very few people know this, but if there was a single person responsible for the creation of the Central Intelligence Agency in the aftermath of World War II, it was a man named Robert Lovett. And Robert Lovett was, again, a business partner in Brown Brothers Harriman investment banking firm with Prescott Bush. And he was at Yale, and he was in Skull and Bones. And so, again, we see these same people, these same circles, these same interests, creating these apparatuses, but it wasn't so much the CIA doing what they wanted, it was the people running the CIA being handpicked by these private interests to serve them.
A little more nomenclature here, because again, these are names that are quite well known to an educated person, particularly someone who lived through these events, but the sub rosa contexts do not generally get discussed. And in Family of Secrets, part of the subtitle of which is the hidden history of the last 50 years, you bring a lot of that hidden history to view. Alexander Haig, how does he track back to the whole Bay of Pigs thing?
Oh, well, that's another one. I mean, Alexander Haig, we now know, and there's a fine book out now called The 40 Years' War, which goes into the rise of the neocons, and about Alexander Haig. Alexander Haig was a military man who managed to get in and work for Nixon, first for Kissinger and then for Nixon, and was actively, I think, undermining them. Seemed to be aware of this military spy ring in the White House, stealing documents from the National Security Council and channeling them back to the Joint Chiefs of Staff so they could monitor what Nixon and Kissinger were up to. And Haig, if you track back on him and you figure out his beginnings, shortly after the Bay of Pigs invasion, he is working in the Pentagon under a man named Joseph Califano, who serves in Johnson's cabinet and then goes on to various other illustrious things, in an office where they are involved with the resettlement of veterans of the Bay of Pigs operation. And he's working with Alexander Butterfield, the man who reveals the taping system that brings Nixon down. So again, this circularity here, absolutely staggering.
Another of the Watergate figures that whose hidden history you reveal is Jeb Stuart Magruder, and in particular, people who were of the Vietnam generation and remember one of the lions of the anti-Vietnam War movement, the Reverend William Sloane Coffin of Yale, might be surprised to learn about Coffin's hidden history and how he dovetails with Magruder and company. Develop that for us a little, if you would, please.
Magruder, if people are not familiar with him, is another crucial figure in Watergate, basically his testimony helping to hang Nixon because, you see, they were able to trace quite a few of the connections of the Watergate burglars, if not directly to the White House, then to the committee to re-elect the president, Jeb Magruder being one of the top people there working for John Mitchell. And it was Jeb Magruder's claims that John Mitchell, who had been Nixon's attorney general and then was running the re-election campaign, had authorized these things to some extent, which appear to have been untrue. But Magruder was critical in helping hang these guys. In that sense, you could say he was working closely with Dean. And Magruder's background is very interesting. I just wondered about him, and as I started examining all these people and saying, to do good journalism, you have to figure out where people come from and what their origins are and what their sympathies are. And so as I studied Magruder, I tracked him all the way back to college, where he actually had a mentor, a man named William Sloane Coffin. And I sat right up and I said, well, that's interesting. William Sloane Coffin, the great anti-war chaplain at Yale. But William Sloane Coffin had his own background, and his own background was he, too, had served in the Central Intelligence Agency. And I'm not questioning his bona fides with the anti-war movement. I have no idea what he was thinking or how sincere that was. But the fact is that he has admitted that he served in the Central Intelligence Agency, and he was basically the advisor to young Jeb Magruder when he was just starting out. And again, maybe that's a coincidence, but that's very, very interesting because statistically, of course, the vast majority of people are not connected one step away from the Central Intelligence Agency. But in this case, all of these people are either Central Intelligence or one step removed.
You mentioned very briefly, who did Magruder have as an attorney in this phase?
Who did Magruder have?
Bierbauer, the guy who was,
right.
Southern Air Transport, very
right,
well known to young
for
listeners.
CIA fronts, that's
yeah.
right. That's the guy representing him. So these guys appear that they were being steered at this whole process. They were being advised, told what to say, what not to say. There's a whole other interesting story, by the way, which is about Senator Lowell Weicker.
Ah, great. I was going to get to that. Go ahead.
A great hero of Watergate, one of the great heroes of Watergate, along with Dean and so forth and Woodward. And that story turns out to be much more complex. In Family of Secrets, I've got a whole story on Magruder. I'll just very briefly give a couple of the points, which are that Weicker appears to, first of all, he was a bête noire of the Bush family. They were all from Greenwich, Connecticut, and he had also been a Republican, but had been a sort of a liberal Republican, sponsored by different elements in town, particularly backed by the Italian Americans who the Bush family did not like. And so Weicker, when he got to Washington, he was afforded an opportunity to make a name for himself. He had a very healthy ego, shall we say. And so he was being approached with information about what was purportedly going on with Watergate that gave him the material to then go public, call press conferences and so on. This really is what made his name. The only reason he's known to people today is as the man who came forth with all this information. And so what I reveal in Family of Secrets is this process by which they were besieging him with information. They were not only giving him information he could use, they were also trying to convince him that Richard Nixon was out to destroy him, which only engaged his peak further and made him more motivated to go after Nixon. And one very intriguing tidbit is that during this whole period when John Dean, a rather mysterious fellow himself, starts switching sides, Dean starts a relationship behind the scenes with Senator Weicker, who publicly is going to be holding these hearings. And in fact, we find that the two end up living across the street from each other, and then Weicker actually buys John Dean's house so that John Dean is able to leave and then move to California, where he ends up becoming a wealthy, rather mysterious investment banker in Beverly Hills and secure for the rest of his life. But fascinating backstories. I can't claim to have gotten to the bottom of all of it, but I hope that I've certainly moved the ball forward significantly in this regard.
One of the people, in talking about the Watergate coup, one of the people that figures prominently, we have not actually amazingly brought his name up that much, but once again, Poppy Bush. And how does he figure in this quiet coup, as a previous author termed it?
Well, as I mentioned, prior to the burglary was one of several what appear to be attempts to ensnare Richard Nixon in scandal that will either weaken him or eventually be the kind of thing that can trigger his removal. And these other things do not succeed. One of them that I mentioned is called the Townhouse Affair, Townhouse Scandal, and this involved a man going around the country doing what appeared to be illegal activities, financial activities, purportedly on behalf of Richard Nixon. And I actually interviewed this man. I found him. He'd never been interviewed before. I found him and interviewed him. And he indicated that he'd always been mystified why he was being asked to do these things in Nixon's name, because he said it seemed crazy. It seemed more likely to hurt than to help Nixon. So I began thinking, well, then why would Nixon ask him to do it? And of course, it turned out Nixon didn't ask him. The people who were asking this man to do these things, tasking him, were creating an environment ripe for scandal. And I discovered that these people were essentially very, very close with George H.W. Bush. so we have a whole backstory to relationships of these people who are concocting this illegal thing for Nixon, and that's key. And I think one of the things we discover in Family of Secrets about George H.W. Bush is really how incredibly careful he has been throughout his professional life to keep his fingerprints off everything. And if you flash forward to when he's vice president during Iran-Contra, and you'll remember that he made the improbable claim that he didn't know about any of it, that he was, quote, out of the loop. Well, he was certainly not out of the loop. He not only was vice president, but Reagan ceded huge swaths of territory to Bush, because by then, of course, he was supremely well connected and so forth, and so covert operations were very much an area for him. But he did manage to keep his fingerprints off things. There were very few transcripts showing him saying anything or doing anything. He always managed to do things sub rosa, and so that's what you're seeing in Watergate. You're seeing, here's a man with what appears to be a documented background with the CIA. Now he's in the RNC. There's a CIA operation going on with Watergate, and there's no mention of what his connections were. We see scandals preceding the burglary, again, CIA-type connections, and we see people connected to Poppy Bush. In fact, one of the people, the architects of this thing, a fellow, again, who's I don't think ever been written about before, and I interview his relatives, and they describe how he was so close to Bush that they corresponded over the years. He would come to family barbecues and what have you, and this was the man who was setting in motion a precursor to the Watergate break-in.
And we have been speaking with Russ Baker, the author of Family of Secrets, The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. In our last few seconds, give us the websites, Russ.
Okay, familyofsecrets.com. That provides links where you can go to order Family of Secrets. Also, our nonprofit investigative reporting site, whowhatwhy.com, whowhatwhy.com. This is our endeavor to begin investigating current events from now on into the future, supported with public donation.
And we have been speaking with Russ Baker. This concludes Side 1 of For the Record program number 714, Interview with Russ Baker. This has been recorded on May 31st of the year 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 2 of For the Record program number 714, Interview with Russ Baker, being recorded on May 31st of the year 2010. Once again, it's my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of the landmark volume Family of Secrets, The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years, a history which is no longer nearly as hidden as it was. Russ Baker, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thank you very much, Dave.
We've been talking about Poppy Bush. We've been talking about Watergate as a coup d'etat for removing a not sufficiently obedient Richard Nixon, basically not sufficiently obedient to those in the corridors of power. We've also been talking about a subtext in which many of these individuals run back to the whole Bay of Pigs thing, which Bob Haldeman, White House Chief of Staff, said was a code word in the Nixon White House for the Kennedy assassination. What we haven't talked about is the individual who replaced Richard Nixon as president after having replaced Spiro Agnew as vice president, and he has the same sort of tracking, and that is Gerald Ford. Tell us about the great healer of America as he's been represented.
Well, probably the first interesting point about Gerald Ford is that he also is connected to the Kennedy assassination in the sense that he was a member of the Warren Commission, on which he played a crucial role in slightly rewriting a part of the report to provide some ballistics information consistent with the single bullet theory. Had he not altered that, they would have had trouble making that claim. So Gerald Ford, a very interesting figure, and by the way, flash forward a number of years to his funeral, where one of the people eulogizing him was none other than George Herbert Walker Bush, who talked about how Ford was a great man, and the example he gave was Ford's role on the Warren Commission in advancing the conventional Oswald did it alone narrative. And so that was rather strange that people thought it was strange that Mr. Bush would make this almost inappropriate thing at this funeral and talk about such a controversial thing. But some people looked at that and thought that this was perhaps some sort of a message to people who know something about this thing, that this was the story, and this was the story to be continued. But Ford, very interesting because of that, and that I think has a lot to do with why he was a favored person to come in once Agnew had been forced out. And by the way, that's another whole story. How was Spiro Agnew forced out? Now Nixon, of course, had said that Agnew was his assassination insurance, a man who so many people did not want in the presidency. And of course, with a perfect synchronicity, we see Spiro Agnew engulfed in scandal before Nixon removed Gerald Ford, a very pliable figure, very cooperative on the Kennedy assassination official version, and so he gets put in as vice president, and then once Nixon is forced out, Gerald Ford becomes president. And when he becomes president, Ford himself something of a moderate, but also susceptible to pressures from these interests. And so what he does is, a short time after he becomes president, we have what is called the Halloween Massacre, where a whole lot of people are removed. There's a shakeup, and two individuals come into power in the White House. Now, these are individuals whose names will become familiar to most people about 30 years later, and they are Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney, who would do a tandem act, first as Chief of Staff and Deputy Chief of Staff, and then as...
For Gerald Ford, this is.
As for Gerald Ford, and then in the case of Cheney as Defense Secretary. And so this is very, very interesting because these guys, this was the roots, sort of, if you will, of the rise of the neocons. And a little time later, you see there's a lot going on with the CIA, a lot of controversy there. Frank Church is holding his hearings, Pike is holding his hearings, looking into improprieties, illegalities, and worse about the CIA. It's a very, very problematical moment for the establishment. And so we see them, we see the director of the Central Intelligence Agency removed, and they bring in George H.W. Bush. He now has been made, put into a third position of great influence. He's been sent off as the envoy to the new opening to Red China, and he's brought back and he is installed as the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. And so you see this triumvirate of Cheney, Rumsfeld, and the elder Bush, something that there would be an echo of under George W. Bush.
We should also mention what was going on vis-a-vis congressional investigations, perhaps investigations belongs in quotes, of the intelligence community, including events surrounding 11/22/63 at this time, because the Halloween Massacre, in which we see the political ascent of not only the elder Bush, but also Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, who figure in both 41 and 43's administrations, this was a very, very key time, and so Bush's appointment as Director of Central Intelligence is to be seen in a larger context.
Well, that's right, and I think I misspoke. Rumsfeld became the Secretary of Defense, and Cheney became the Chief of Staff.
Yeah, this under Ford. Later, of course, Cheney became Secretary of Defense under Bush 1.
Right.
Yep.
And so, well, I think what you're looking at there is that, as I said, Ford was very much susceptible to these kind of pressures, but the bigger picture was that Watergate, although I do think now that was essentially created for the removal of a president, and it did, by the way, represent a radical swing to the right. Under Ford, this group began carrying out a number of policies. It was retrenchment on détente, the policy of extending a hand to the Soviets and trying to settle things peacefully. There was a return very much to the arms race and away from the arms limitation talks, strategic arms limitation talks, and so there was very much of a swing to the right. Also in the CIA under George H.W. Bush, they created what they called the Team B, where some of the analysts in the CIA had been saying that the Soviet Union was not all it was cracked up to be. It was not anywhere as big or as powerful a threat as it was made out to be. This is, of course, very alarming to all of the arms manufacturers who depend on the constant state of fear. But so he created Team B, an alternate analysis which speculated much higher rates of Soviet armament and overall threat level. So, but what was also going on at this time was Watergate had unleashed some unseen things, including revelations about CIA improprieties. And so a number of things began coming out about illegalities, about the CIA having illegal domestic operations. And that's crucial, of course, if you look back at 1963, because the CIA was not supposed to, by its charter, to operate domestically, and yet it clearly was in violation. And many, many other things, illegal wiretapping and spying on journalists and other people, all kinds of things. This was called the family jewels when they were first revealed in the press. And so there was a clamor for a house cleaning, for investigations. These hearings were convened. But as, or perhaps even more importantly, they began looking, when they were looking at the notion that the CIA was out of control, not functioning properly as it should in a democracy, serving the interests of the people through its elected representatives, but doing whatever it wanted. They began looking at its role in activities overseas, including coups and assassinations. And once that door was opened, there began being calls for a new look into the assassinations in the United States. And so what you saw eventually was the convening of the House Select Committee on Assassinations. And this was a big, big problem. If you are to assume that, based on all of this evidence, that the Kennedy assassination and Watergate were linked, that a lot of the same figures show up in them, now you have an investigation which threatens to perhaps get to the bottom of all these things. And so here comes George H.W. Bush, and he is in charge of the agency, and he's going down to Capitol Hill to testify and to explain that, no, they didn't do anything wrong, and yes, they're doing whatever they can to correct any sorts of problems. So it was a very, very important moment.
And we should also note, once again, that the people who are sitting on top of things here, such as Gerald Ford and George H.W. Bush, are people with a vested interest in seeing to it that that the cover-up continues. It was in this time frame. I don't know if you want to talk about this, Russ, but it might seem a little arcane, given all of the many other things that we have yet to discuss in this and subsequent interviews. But it was right in this period when the House Select Committee began investigating the Kennedy assassination. Investigate perhaps belongs in quotes. It was an attenuated investigation that George Bush's old associate, George de Mohrenschildt, ran on to, his ship ran onto the rocks, so to speak.
Right. Well, just in a nutshell there, to recap, George, we talked about him in an earlier episode, but George de Mohrenschildt was a man, a Russian emigre, connected into very, very high levels of Dallas society. He appeared to have some sort of an intelligence portfolio. He was essentially Lee Harvey Oswald's handler. He was a man who was deeply involved in Lee Harvey Oswald's life for 6 months out of the year prior to the Kennedy assassination. As I pointed out, and as I go into in extensive detail in Family of Secrets, de Mohrenschildt also, it turns out, was an old and dear friend of George H.W. Bush. Very, very interesting, given Bush's inability to recall where he was on November 22, 1963. In any case, de Mohrenschildt resurfaces in 1976, rather 1976. Bush is now CIA director, and this is all told at much greater length in Family of Secrets. But basically, a letter arrives at CIA headquarters for Director Bush. It is from this man, George de Mohrenschildt, and he seems to be distressed and seeking help from Mr. Bush. Now, the staff, the secretaries and what have you, of course, don't know anything about any of these things, and so they read this letter and they assume he's a crank. But just to be safe, they don't want to make assumptions. They forwarded it to Director Bush with a note saying, do you by any chance know this man? And he's in a box because if anybody were to look into it, they would find out that he did know him, that they knew each other for decades and were connected through Bush's roommate at prep school, who was essentially the nephew of Mr. de Mohrenschildt. And so he says, well, yes, I do know this man. I haven't seen him over the years. He writes in this note, he had some connection to Oswald. I don't remember the details. And, of course, that just staggered me, David, because I looked at that and I thought, how could the head of U.S. intelligence not even be curious how his own friend was connected to the man who had shot the 35th President of the United States? And so I was staggered by this. And so that seemed very strange to me. But in this letter, he says, I do know him. I haven't seen him for years. And then he writes a letter back. And curiously enough, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency types this letter himself. He doesn't want someone else to type it. And the letter, which has come to light, basically, de Mohrenschildt says, Dear George, I'm worried. Perhaps I've been indiscreet in talking too much about Lee Oswald. I feel that there's a net closing in on me, and I'm paraphrasing here. And he says, but, I'm an old man. I can't do anybody any harm. Would you please see to it that this net is removed? He basically says, I'm scared. And Bush writes back to him a note that he obviously realizes will be in the files, and he says, Dear George, I'm sorry, you must be upset about the death of your child, but, I looked into what you're saying, and I've checked with the FBI, and as far as I know, nobody is looking into you. There's no interest in you, so don't worry about it. And that is the last communication between those two men. Within a short time, George de Mohrenschildt is committed to a mental asylum. He's given shock therapy treatment, reduced to something of a shell of his own self. A little while later, he tries to flee the United States to begin telling his story about what he says he knew about the Kennedy assassination and the alleged involvement of the Central Intelligence Agency. When he gets back to the United States, he heads to a mansion in Florida where his daughter is staying, and a journalist working for the Reader's Digest, a publication that was closely associated with the Central Intelligence Agency and the FBI, very avid in support of their causes, sends a journalist to interview, quote-unquote, interview George de Mohrenschildt just prior to the House Select Committee investigator getting there. And that day, George de Mohrenschildt is interviewed. He seems to be in a very good mood. He goes home to the house for a lunch break. Purportedly is told by his daughter that the investigator from the House Select Committee is there to see him. He says, great, I'll see him after lunch. A short time later, when the domestic staff go into the house, they find that George de Mohrenschildt is dead with a shotgun blast to the head.
Yep, supposedly a suicide, but a lot of people wonder in that context briefly, the MK Ultra mind control programs aimed at getting people to do just that sort of thing. There's also a time-worn technique where you shoot somebody in the back of the head with a small caliber weapon, then you put a shotgun in their mouth and it obscures what is actually an assassination. And as we talked about it for the record, 712, the networking between the Bush milieu and the de Mohrenschildt milieu goes all the way back to the pre-World War II period. De Mohrenschildt knew Jad the Bouvier family as well. Eventually, Gerald Ford was not successful in getting elected president. Jimmy Carter was elected president, and Jimmy Carter and George Bush did not get along well at all. Tell us about that relationship, if you would, Russ.
Well, Bush, of course, now presiding over this protection of the old CIA way of doing things as director. He definitely did not want to leave. He'd only been in there a year. Carter came in, and Bush actually flew out to Plains, Georgia, to try to convince the president-elect to keep him on. Carter refused, and so Bush returned to Texas and some sort of peculiar activities with a bank's London office. But in any case, in the meantime, Carter began attempting to reform the agency. Again, this was on the heels of the Church Committee hearings, and he brought in his old chum from the Naval Academy, Stansfield Turner, who really began trying to take that place apart. And particularly, they were firing a lot of the people doing these unauthorized or uncontrolled covert operations. And this was, of course, Mr. Bush's area. And so there was tremendous anger, animosity, and alarm And what began, which I describe again at some length in Family of Secrets, is another effort to control the president, and this time it's Jimmy Carter. And we see Jimmy Carter and his milieu being ensnared in scandal. And this time it's a financial scandal, but a more lurid type involving some big banks, lavish parties, Middle Easterners and Pakistanis, and financial compromise is of a type that's very, very difficult to recover from. That together with what happened in Iran with the holding of the hostages, you're probably familiar with the October surprise, and the notion that the Reagan-Bush presidential team in 1980 may have the allegations that they worked with the Iranian radicals to perpetuate the state of affairs with the hostages being held. As we do know, in fact, Carter tried desperately to get the hostages back, failed, lost the election. Reagan and Bush triumphed, and immediately the hostages were all released. And so we see once again another president of the United States not playing ball with these guys to his peril.
We should also note Carter was pushing for energy conservation, too. That didn't sit well with the petroleum industry, whose water carrier, in a sense, George H.W. Bush certainly was. And by the way, we have gone into the October surprise at great length. Something you went into that I did not know, though, Russ, when in talking about the Iranian situation, and that is that Poppy Bush and his milieu appear to have been involved with the Shah coming to the United States, and that, of course, was sort of the match that lit the entire hostage crisis. It was.
Well, that's right. You see, the Shah of Iran. We'll talk about this in a later segment. The Shah of Iran, Ferdinand Marcos, many of these are some of the most heinous and brutal, absolutely brutal, murderous dictators who stole enormous amounts of money from their people and unleashed tremendous poverty and unrest and cataclysm. These people were friends of these elite banking interests in the United States. They parked their money there with the Rockefellers, Chase Manhattan Bank. They did business, the oil business with these folks, resource business. They were all part of the same club, basically. And so you see that revealed a little later in Family of Secrets when the son of the Shah, now once the family is ousted and they're on the run, the son shows up in Houston being given a job, kept laying low, and being given a job in the aircraft shop of James Bath, the man we talked about earlier, George W. Bush's buddy from the National Guard. And so we see again these circular back again, the same families, the same interests, helping each other out over the course of decades.
Something else, too, although the story of James Bath and the BCCI and the coalescing of W's business opportunities is something we'll go into in a future talk. We should mention maybe that the difficulties that Jimmy Carter were in which he was ensnared involved the BCCI, which was part of this whole Bush-Bath milieu. We got about 9 minutes left. If we could touch on that briefly.
BCCI?
Yeah, I mean, and how it obtained to Carter the besmirching of Jimmy Carter.
Right. I mean, BCCI, the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, this is a story that anybody over a certain age should remember, although I'm finding increasingly that people have forgotten about this. This was the largest banking scandal, I would say, in world history, and I don't think anything has come close to it. And it involved a very mysterious entity that I don't think anyone's really gotten to the bottom of. It was purportedly started by this Pakistani man, and it grew to the point where they had branches in hundreds of locations around the world. And eventually this mysterious BCCI was doing business with everybody. They were supposedly laundering money for intelligence agencies ranging from the CIA to the KGB, for Middle Eastern terrorist organizations. They were working with Swiss banks. They were working with dictators. I mean, it was just this incredible sort of free-for-all. And they also had important links in with the Saudis and other key players in the Middle East. And so BCCI was also very much in the influence game. They were paying people off. They were blackmailing and what have you. And so before it BCCI came tumbling down. Jimmy Carter was ensnared in something. Well, he wasn't ensnared because he really does seem to be a guy who is incorruptible. But when they couldn't get to him, they went to people around him. And just to deviate for a moment, his brother, you may remember Billy Carter, where he was ensnared in something with CIA operatives and the government of Libya, something that deeply embarrassed Jimmy Carter. But they did the same thing with a fellow named Burt Lance. He was Jimmy Carter's close friend, and he was his budget director and key advisor. And he had financial problems, and they got to him. And in Family of Secrets, I tell this story of how they began to lure him into this web of banks that eventually was connected to BCCI through a bank in Washington, which was run by a general with connections back again into the intelligence apparatus. And one is hard-pressed to read all of this and not conclude that this was basically a trap for Jimmy Carter.
You mentioned that Jimmy Carter once again was trying to bring the intelligence community to heel. Of course, it's pretty well known to students of the intelligence community that Admiral Stansfield Turner, whom Carter appointed to succeed George Bush, basically fired a lot of the old black ops guys, but an awful lot of those black ops guys then reassembled as part of spooks for Bush. Tell us about when George Bush was challenging Ronald Reagan for the Republican nomination in 1980.
Right. I mean, Reagan had a tremendous amount of appeal. He'd already been governor of the most populous state. He was a movie star. He was incredibly charismatic and great on the stump. And he was well-liked by a number of independent, very wealthy Republicans, notably from California, or car dealers and what have you. So he had his own sort of independent base. George H.W. Bush was very much the candidate of the establishment, of the Wall Street elite, of the military-industrial complex, and particularly, of course, of this cadre in the Central Intelligence Agency. And so you're right. There were people at CIA headquarters who had stickers on their cubicles that said "Agents for Bush." And so he was running for president, but he could not. He was not a good candidate on the stump. And try as he might, he could not quite beat Reagan. And so Reagan very mysteriously, this is something else that, boy, I hate to say that everything hasn't been investigated, but it really feels like everything hasn't been investigated. And that is why I've started whowhatwhy.com, our nonprofit investigative reporting site. We're just at the beginning now, trying to raise money for the public, but we want to get into all these things because we don't think that the media are covering so many of the major events of our time in a proper way. But in any case, looking at this thing, what happened there, Reagan disliked Bush, Bush disliked Reagan, and yet when Reagan won the nomination, he not only chose George H.W. Bush as his vice president, but he took Bush's campaign manager, James Baker, as his campaign manager. And this is highly...
You mean William Casey?
Excuse me?
William Casey.
Well, William Casey and James Baker.
Uh-huh.
And then, of course, William Casey becomes Reagan's CIA director. But, and Casey with his Wall Street CIA connections. But James Baker was also a key part of the team running the, one was the chairman and one was the campaign manager.
Oh, okay, all right, I stand corrected. Baker, by the way, we haven't talked about him too much. Another part of this deep networking, Baker bots, they had these same kinds of connections.
That's right. In fact, in Family of Secrets, I go through a bit of the history of the Baker family law firm, Baker Botts, which goes all the way back well into the 1800s. They were a very powerful entity in the early days of Texas, and whereas the Bushes were very much a Princeton lineage, Yale lineage, the Bakers were a Princeton lineage, and you see the ancestors playing a key role in a number of administrations, including Woodrow Wilson's. So this is another one of these dynasties, and they hook up with the Bushes, and they become. There was some internal fights going on, but basically James Baker was a critical part of George H.W. Bush's political apparatus over the years, and as we know, he then was able to get this sort of elder statesman function and they brought him in when the son was having trouble with Iraq. They brought Baker in again. They always managed to bring him in to do cleanup. Baker's son, by the way, serving in a position in the George W. Bush administration.
What's interesting, too, is that the Baker-Botts law firm of James Baker was also defending a number of key Saudi people in connection with lawsuits followed pursuant to 9/11. Under Ronald Reagan, and we've just got about a minute and a half, but we're not going to be able to do justice to anything, really, but under Ronald Reagan, of course, covert actions just exploded, and he had George Bush as director of the CIA. And you mentioned Bob Woodward. He wrote a book which really had an ironic title, Veil, about this time period. Tell us, refresh us on Bob Woodward's intelligence connections and this Veil, unquote.
Right. Well, Bob had worked in naval top secret communications just prior to landing this very lucky job at the Washington Post. As I reveal in Family of Secrets, he appears to have been bootstrapped in there by powerful sponsors, people in the Nixon White House helping him actually get his job, and even possibly a man who was the president of the Washington Post who'd come. His prior job had been Secretary of the Navy. So very, very interesting background there. Under the Reagan-Bush years, he begins getting this exclusive purported access in the White House. He does this book, Veil, based on a so-called supposed deathbed conversation with William Casey, utterly unverifiable. I remember asking Woodward how it was that with all of his stuff about the intelligence agencies and Reagan and Casey, there was almost nothing in there about George H.W. Bush. And he said, well, how did Bush put it? He was out of the loop, and that was good enough for him.
And, of course, this was as Bush was running successfully, finally, for President of the United States. Bush won. Want to know more? Family of Secrets, The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, The Hidden History of the Last 50 Years, authored by Russ Baker. RussBaker.com and Amazon, or as they used to say in the old days, any I'm not even going to attempt, but any place that sells good books. They used to have a wonderful little catchphrase for retail outlets back in 50s radio. However, this concludes Side 2 of For the Record program number 714, interview with Russ Baker. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name's Dave Emery, and this is Side 1 of For the Record program number 715, interview with Russ Baker. This is being recorded on June 6th of the year 2010. Once again, it's my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of the formidable and vitally important Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. Russ, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thank you very much. Good to be here again.
In this remarkable book, you have documented networking, as I've said so many times in our past interviews, and everywhere one looks with the Bush family, we've looked primarily at Poppy Bush in our first interviews. Everywhere one looks with him, one finds intelligence connections, overlapping and inextricably linked with his business connections. And a point I'd like to stress and highlight as we get into the two interviews we're going to record today. In turn, when one sees Bush electoral politics, one sees, once again, inextricable links with the intelligence community. We have not spoken much about George W. Bush, W or George II, as he's often called. And in these last two interviews, of course, that is going to be the primary focal point. But in discussing the political genesis of George W. Bush, I'd like to reference that to a milieu which you actually formally conceptualized in one section of your book, where you talked about Poppy's web, because indeed it was within Poppy's web that not only the young spider George W. Bush was nurtured, but also another name that is familiar to younger members of the audience, and that is Karl Rove. Tell us about Poppy's web, so to speak, and the raising of the young spider Karl Rove.
Well, sure, and now I have to refresh myself a little bit on the context for this. Okay, so this is when he left the CIA. In the
Actually, just ever so slightly, I think this is actually before he was formally named CIA. But of course, in our past interviews, we've looked at abundant evidence that he was agency from the get-go professionally, dating back to the immediate post-war period.
The chapter in Family of Secrets called Poppy's Web actually begins as he is left the CIA.
Yep.
And what he does, George H.W. Bush or Poppy Bush, what he does is he tries to convince Jimmy Carter almost desperately to keep him on as director of the agency, and Carter won't do it. So he returns to Texas, and he begins working with a company called First International Bank Shares. And this is one of many interesting banks, of which you would have to include BCCI and a number of others that seem to do sort of interesting international business, shall we say. And another one was called Republic National Bank. And I look at that earlier in Family of Secrets. That's an outfit also in Dallas that had an office tower in which we saw people like George de Mohrenschildt having offices, law firms that did work for the intelligence community and what have you. And so we see these multiple financial entities that all of which are connected to Bush in some ways, but in this case, First International takes him in. And as you pointed out in an earlier program, there's also this Dallas Council on World Affairs, an entity that all these people would sit on it. So you'd see people from Republic and from First International all sitting on these anti-communist groupings, along with people from Dresser Industries, oil companies, and what have you. So it was a very, very tight-knit group. Another one would be Riggs Bank out of Washington, D.C., which has shown up in all kinds of scandals, also involving intelligence. So anyway, Poppy goes to work for this outfit. He, like almost everything else in his life, when asked, could not remember what he did for the bank.
Just like he couldn't remember where he was and what he was doing on November 22nd, 1963, despite the fact that he was certainly in Dallas the night before and very probably that very day.
That's right. And as far as this particular bank goes, we see George W., young George W., works as a clerk bookkeeper at the Houston affiliate. And again, this is training in the family business. And in Family of Secrets, I stress the point that the family business is basically the business of managing the world on behalf of these financial and resource extraction elites. So anyway, First International, closely associated with the Bass, Hunt, and Murchison families. Its largest shareholder, Joe Albritton, ran D.C.'s Riggs Bank, which held the accounts for several embassies, including Saudi Arabia. By the way, Joe Albritton's son now runs the website Politico.
Really?
Yes.
I knew it had a Republican genesis, but I didn't place the name. Go ahead, Russ.
Which is another, interesting thing as we've talked about on earlier programs, and as I get into in Family of Secrets, of course, Time Magazine and Henry Luce, who was in Skull and Bones with Prescott Bush, and were very, very helpful to the Bushes and to the intelligence establishment. Newsweek, I get into a little bit in the book, also connected with the intelligence apparatus. And so this is very, very common because, of course, media is extremely important. And so you find media, banking, intelligence, oil, often all connected. In any case, the people on the board of this bank that Poppy Bush joins, he, by the way, gets involved with their London branch, and that's very interesting. What was the London branch? There was a sense, I should say, of some of the people I interviewed, that the London branch was involved with international cover for the movement of monies that were not to be traced. But the president and the CEO of the London branch, on whose board Poppy sat, was a former FBI agent and an employee of Magnolia Oil, which your listeners may know is a company that provided employment to several figures associated with Lee Harvey Oswald. So anyway, this bank grows during this period that Bush comes on board, and then it ends up merging with this other bank I mentioned, Republic, to become the biggest commercial bank in Texas. What's interesting about it is that 14 months later, the parent holding company fails, resulting in a $3.5 billion federal bailout. Now, the reason I mention that is there's George H.W. Bush deep into this thing. It gets this giant bailout, of course. By the time it gets a bailout, he has moved on to be in the White House.
And of course, that perfectly qualified George H.W. Bush to become his work for for FIB, as you call it, First International Bank Shares, to become head of the Vice President's Task Force on Financial Deregulation under Reagan, which led to the S&L debacle. But again, Karl Rove is a name that became very well known as, quote, Bush's brain, unquote. But actually, it was the Poppy Bush who nurtured the young Rove.
Well, that's right. Karl Rove, back in the early 70s, was involved with the college Republicans, and there was a scandal. There was a battle for the leadership of it. I go into this in a little bit of detail in Family of Secrets, and he is basically accused by one of the other factions of the college Republicans of encouraging dirty tricks. Very interesting early in his career. And so George H.W. Bush in 1973, now chairman of the RNC, Republican National Committee, he is asked to investigate and decide who's telling the truth. And he basically clears Rove of the charges and then promptly hires him as his assistant. And this is very interesting to me. What was it about Karl Rove that, out of all the bright and ambitious young Republicans, that endeared him to Poppy Bush? We don't know. We can only speculate. But, of course, that puts him into the Bush family apparatus. There is a story they like to put out about how he first met W. right around that period. W came back from Harvard Business School, and Rove described how it was his job to meet him at the airport and give him the car keys. I imagine it wasn't so limited an encounter, because obviously they made an impression on each other, and from then on out, he was keeping an eye on and looking at the younger Bush as he put it, as a horse he could ride, as an opportunity to get all the way to the top.
One of the things that I'd like to touch on, too, switching now to the subject of W. Bush, once again, and listeners to this program are familiar up to a point with Arbusto and Harkin, both of which I want to get into in a couple of minutes, but there are a number of early business ventures, and we'll touch on Harvard Business School in a minute, but W, of course, was a Texas Air National Guardsman and ostensible fighter pilot. We talked about that in an earlier interview. But in summer jobs and in some early employment stints, once again, we see not only some of the transgenerational networking, from grandfather to son to grandson, but also, once again, some of the inextricable links with intelligence. You mentioned briefly a job George had with a company called Stratford and with a fellow named Bob Gall. I wonder if you'd touch on that for us.
Sure. Well, Bob is an interesting figure. He had worked first. He was out of that same network of the prep schools and elite Eastern universities, and knew the Bush family, and was offered a job to come work for, I believe, I have to go back and refresh my memory again, and this is all in Family of Secrets, but Bob had worked, somehow was connected with the favorite uncle of Poppy Bush, and then he was brought in to work with Poppy at Zapata, and he said some things that were quite interesting. If you study these people carefully enough, they even though they're very circumspect and cautious, they always reveal some things. And so he revealed how Zapata had all of these foreign subsidiaries in Liechtenstein and all these places, which were ideal for moving money. And he described it as just a thing for a corporation to minimize its taxes. But of course, a company that had no profits had no reason to minimize taxes. And so there are literally dozens of offshore entities sound like something else. Whether Bob knew they were something else or not, I don't know. But as I say, he did work for Bush, and he described how much of what the company did was networking with powerful people, which again didn't make a lot of sense for a tiny little offshore drilling company. But Bob also, so Bob worked first for Poppy Bush in this peculiar Zapata offshore, and then started his own company, Stratford, where he then employed the son, George W. And Stratford is another one of these curious things. It had, it was buying up companies right and left all over the world. Didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. He talks about how they tried all these different schemes that they could never really make any money. But the company itself just doesn't make any sense to me, and I have to wonder whether it was not some sort of cover for something else, which may explain why George W. Bush, when he worked there, traveled abroad, yet never put that on his resume. And this is interesting because when he ran for president in 2000, he was criticized and even ridiculed for wanting to be president of the United States, yet seemingly having never left the country. And he didn't even try to dispute that, and yet I find that evidence that he was in Jamaica and a number of other countries on behalf of Stratford, and he doesn't talk about it.
One of the things I found quite amusing, at one point you actually quote Robert Gow as saying that under his employment capacity, I've forgotten offhand whether it was Zapata and or Stratford, that he actually, he was explicit about having worked for the CIA in places like Guatemala. And I think it was you, maybe another interviewer that you quoted, but asked him, did he find anything of interest there? And he said, nope. No, nothing there.
He said there was nothing, but he did admit that the way he described it was that he had a plantation and that they asked him to keep his eyes open, and that the agency did, and he was glad to report back to them periodically about how he had never found anything.
Yeah, one of the things that you point out, and again, it's one of the major features of the book, is that when one studies Bush family enterprises, not only are they networking with very powerful corporate interests, many of them household words, but the ventures themselves, and we're going to see the same thing with W, really don't make a lot of sense as business ventures, but as intelligence and money laundering fronts, they make a lot of sense indeed. Let's go back to another early employer of George W. Bush, and I believe this was actually one of the jobs he worked when he was already at Harvard Business School, and that is Alaska Airlines and Neil Barrick. Tell us about them.
Sure. Formerly Alaska International Industries, they had airline and construction operations at the time of the Alaska pipeline boom. And I managed to interview, I think one of the strengths of Family of Secrets is not just that I tell these stories, but that wherever possible I quote the sources on the record. And so there are almost no anonymous sources in here. And I actually managed, it took some effort, I must say, but I managed to interview the owner of the company, and he told me point blank, the quote is, he was actually a political hire about W. He says that somebody had called from Houston and asked us if we could put George Bush's kid to work for the summer, give him a summer job. And he says, yeah, we did that, and he actually says W wasn't too bad at his job, put together a business plan, which of course he would know how to do from Harvard. But he says he always wondered why he was up there, and he actually says the only thing that ever crossed my mind is that he was up here, he was supposed to be in the National Guard someplace. So here's the head of the company saying that he thinks that the father was maybe squirreling the son away. I think we may have talked on an earlier show about how W was clearly basically AWOL from the military, and his father was sort of hiding him out first at Harvard, and that you could hide out at Harvard may seem amazing, but keep in mind he was supposed to be in Houston at the time, and then later shipping him off to Alaska, so then I asked Berg about his company, and the quotes are amazing. We were all over the world, and we did all kinds of weird stuff. We did some spying for the CIA after Jimmy Carter went in, gutted the CIA, and almost ruined them. They came to people like me because they didn't have any money, and by law they couldn't be in some countries. So, and then he says we did some work for the CIA in Guatemala. I mean, it's just very, very interesting. He mentions Iran-Contra and so on and so forth. And he talks about how they were always brought in by companies that would, that he knew were CIA, but themselves would not quite admit. But it was all one step removed. And it's just very interesting how this works and what an enormous sprawling network we're talking about. I would have to say thousands of such entities, big and small, all over the world. But there's W getting his training, and also perhaps hiding out, getting his training at a CIA-connected outfit.
Once again, business and intelligence matters fusing in vis-a-vis the Bush family. Another person you talk about, and this was an Air National Guard associate of Bush that we touched on in one of our last interviews, but this is a guy who also appears to have been recruited by the elder Bush and put to work for the intelligence community / CIA, and that is James R. Bath, Skyway, and some of the people he was networking with. Let's talk about that, because later on we're going to develop how that once again helped to concretize the George W. Bush business fortunes.
Sure. Well, the background is that James Bath grew up poor in Louisiana. He got into the Air Force. First, he was in the Civil Air Patrol in Louisiana, very interesting, right around the same period, more or less, as Lee Harvey Oswald got his initial sort of paramilitary training first as a pilot for the Civil Air Patrol. Civil Air Patrol was started by people in the Rockefeller family, other wealthy families, as a kind of a civilian way of being loyal to the country, and also that it could be activated in wartime. And so it was a kind of an intelligence outfit, you might say. And one of the founders of it was D. Harold Byrd, the owner of the building that housed the Texas School Book Depository at the time that Oswald was employed there and allegedly shot Kennedy. So anyway, there's James Bath out of the same Civil Air Patrol. He joins the Air Force. Jim didn't want to talk too much about what he had done over the years. I got the impression from people I had talked to that he'd served in Vietnam in some secret capacities in air bases out of Thailand. This is early, we're looking at the early 60s when the U.S. was not supposed to be in Vietnam, so they were operating out of these surrogate locations. And so Jim does that. He's in the Air Force, and then he moves to Houston, and he joins the Champaign unit, as we talked about in the earlier show, the same Air National Guard unit that then George W. Bush would join a bit later. And they would immediately become pals, and people almost had a sense that Jim's job was to be some kind of a minder. And that's a term folks know from the intelligence world. A minder is somebody who tags around with you and basically keeps you out of trouble. And so Jim seemed to be some kind of a minder for W, spending a lot of time with him, both in the Guard and outside of it. And he apparently did manage to keep the son out of trouble as much as he could. Very interestingly, when W left the Guard abruptly, long before his flying assignments were up, they used the fact, many years later, flash forward 30 years later, and this is all a big controversy, the White House has to call a press conference in the 2004 re-election campaign to try to explain what happened to him and where did he go when he disappeared from the Guard. And so they released a document showing that all it had been was he hadn't taken his physical, and you have to take a physical each year, and he was suspended for flying because of that. The document also had another person on there, the name redacted, but you could see that another person also had not taken their physical, and they used that to say, well, look, here's two guys in the same unit. They both didn't take their physical, so obviously it's no big deal. Well, that was enough for the American media to pretty much say, okay, I guess it's no big deal. Of course, they didn't ask who the other person was, whether the circumstances were related or not. But fortunately, the holes in the system, somebody who did a Freedom of Information request had obtained the same document without the other name redacted, and we know the name to be James R. Bath. And so both of them were bumped at the same time for failing to take their flight physicals. Now, Jim would have always taken his flight physical because he was one of the best flyers in the unit. He was a real top dog. He could fly upside down on somebody's wing. I mean, he was fabulous. And so it was a mystery to everyone why he dropped out. But the net effect of it, of course, was that it gave cover to W. Now, we flash forward a few years, and Jim Bath suddenly, he goes into various kinds of aircraft businesses because the National Guard is a part-time thing. But then he suddenly gets a phone call. The story is he gets a phone call, and somebody says, I understand you have this plane for sale. And he goes, you want the plane? It's such a clunker. And they said, yeah, but you got to fly it to us. That's part of the deal. And he said, okay, where am I taking it? And they said, you're taking it to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Well, isn't that where everybody goes with a little clunker aircraft?
Yeah.
The thing that's so interesting about this period in James R. Bath's career is that once again he appears to have been working for the intelligence community and Poppy Bush, and working as one of the strands in Poppy's web. You speculate specifically about Skyway.
Right. Well, you see all of these entities, and so what happened, just a shorthand, is that he gets together with these two Saudis. One is a member of the bin Laden family. The other is a member of the bin Mahfouz, the very powerful Saudi banking family, both tied in very much with the Saudi royal family. And so using the money coming from these Saudis, he starts all of these operations, which he could never have started himself. Skyways, along with several others, identified as appearing to be involved with the Iran-Contra operation. And so the clear sense is that and I go into, by the way, there are several chapters in Family of Secrets specifically on this Saudi relationship because there's a lot to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
But the crux of it is this, is that George H.W. Bush was involved in an effort, which began in the early 70s actually, to form a security alliance with the Saudis. This is beginning at the time of the great oil embargo and those very, very long lines some of us may remember in the United States, and this was was a disaster for the White House, the Republican Party, and the country in general, and it was seen as a national security priority to basically neutralize the Saudis and those with the oil supply so it never happened again. And of course, much of that is what's driving our policy today in Iraq and Afghanistan, the control of these resources. So anyway, Poppy was very involved with that. And one of the things that they were going to do was they appear to have created this back channel, this sort of almost kind of a voluntary shotgun marriage with the Saudis involving as middlemen Jim Bath, bin Mahfouz, and bin Laden. And so what they were doing was these guys, either with their own money or money that probably was coming from the Saudi royal family, agreed, first of all, that they would supply oil at a reliable and steady price to the United States. They also agreed that they would repatriate some of the profits back to the United States. Those profits then ran through, a lot of them, through Houston, through banks, one main bank on which Jim Bath and John Connolly and some other interesting figures were on the board. Tiny little bank with huge amounts of money running through it. So it appears that they were cycling their petrodollars through Houston with the people from the Bush circle getting their piece of the action, but also that a lot of these monies were going into things like Skyways, which you were mentioning. In other words, a way of funding unauthorized wars, unauthorized covert operations abroad that were again serving the interests of this self-same group.
By the way, you alluded to Skyway and the Iran-Contra affair. Neil Barrett of Alaska Airlines that we looked at earlier, Alaska International Airlines that we looked at earlier, also was quite explicit about having done some work for the Iran-Contra operation. In this time period, let's recall some of the information that we talked about in earlier interviews. There are investigations in the 1970s, we're talking about, of intelligence community misdeeds, CIA in particular, and perhaps the daddy of them all was the Senate, that was the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which along with several other committees was looking into the assassinations of President Kennedy and also Martin Luther King. And by way of sort of setting the cast of characters, a dramatis personae, for the subsequent discussion, let's review briefly the Halloween massacre in which the elder George Bush is placed in charge of the CIA. This at a time when, as we've already discussed, the intelligence community, CIA in particular, is looking for ways to evade public scrutiny, going private, so to speak. The Halloween massacre, Poppy's ascension to CIA director, and also the political genesis of two other names who, along with Karl Rove, figure prominently in the W narrative, Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld.
Right. So basically, what I explore in earlier chapters of Family of Secrets is the decision that Richard Nixon was not cooperating anymore, that he was sort of off the reservation, that he needed to go, setting him up through a series of first unsuccessful and then finally successful through the break-in entanglements, orchestrating an effort, we've talked about that on a prior show, to have him removed, and then also to, before they do that, to make sure that somebody's in place who they can count on. So they push Spiro Agnew out first in another scandal. They bring Gerald Ford in, make him vice president. Then they push Nixon out. And so Ford becomes president. Now, he himself is a fairly sort of moderate guy, and I think probably if all things were equal, probably would have done the right thing. But he also was a fellow who knew where some of the bodies were buried and wasn't about to buck these powerful people. They knew that when they put him in. He'd already been on the Warren Commission, where he had done their bidding in influencing the report to suggest improperly that a single bullet could have done the damage that it allegedly did. And so then he becomes president, and he starts trying to assert some of his own independence again, like all of these other people, and quickly, somehow or other, is told that he isn't going to do that. And not only that, but instead of him being more liberal than Nixon, which some people thought, there is a sudden lurch to the right. And basically what happens is these two young men, Dick Cheney, actually Donald Rumsfeld and his protege Dick Cheney, who are there in minor capacities, suddenly they're chief of staff and essentially deputy chief of staff to Ford, and then they cause a shakeup. The deputy chief of staff becomes chief of staff. The chief of staff becomes secretary of defense, and then boom, 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 and the next thing that happens is at CIA, where they got a leaky ship. They've got people on Capitol Hill demanding to know what the heck is this agency all about, what it is it doing, and to try to assert some control over it as they should in a democracy. And of all the people in the whole world that they could bring in, they bring in Poppy Bush, this neophyte who claims no background in intelligence, and they bring him back from China, where he's basically a kind of a powerless token figure as envoy there. That was supposed to be on his resume and make him look good, and I assume he was up to some things there, but he himself admits he did very little in the actual diplomacy with the Chinese. But anyway, they bring him back to the U.S., and suddenly here he is installed at the helm of the agency in this most critical of years.
Russ, we are almost out of time on this side, but tell us about Family of Secrets, where people can get the book on your website.
Okay, Family of Secrets, subtitle The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. Your local bookstore should have it. If they don't, bug them a bit and they'll order it. You can get it online, Amazon, Barnes & Noble. You can go to our website, familyofsecrets.com. You can click there and order it. We also have our nonprofit investigative reporting site, which is, we hope, the future of journalism, whowhatwhy.com, whowhatwhy.com.
And want to hear more? Good. Stay tuned for Side 2, because this concludes Side 1 of For the Record program number 715, interview with Russ Baker. This has been recorded on June 6th of the year 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 2 of For the Record program number 715, interview with Russ Baker. This is being recorded on June 6th of the year 2010. Once again, it's my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves the author of the formidable and consummately important book, Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. Russ Baker, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Now, we're talking here in the 1970s. The intelligence community is under investigation by congressional committees. This is in the wake of Watergate, which itself almost certainly appears to have been an intelligence operation in which the elder George Bush was deeply involved, what author Len Kolodny called a silent coup. And perhaps the most potentially significant of all of these investigations were the overlapping investigations, including the House Select Committee investigation into the assassination of President Kennedy, in which the elder George Bush appears to have been involved. He just couldn't seem to remember where he was and what he was doing that day, despite the fact that he was in Dallas, certainly the night before and probably that very day, and going to great lengths, as you point out in an entire chapter, to cover up where he was and what he was doing. So on November 1st, Warren Commission member Gerald Ford is president of the United States, and he makes a number of moves at this time, bringing in not only George H.W. Bush to become director of Central Intelligence at this sensitive time, but also two other names that are figured prominently in the narratives of both Georges Bush, including and especially the younger, Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld. Introduce those names for us again, Russ.
Right. Rumsfeld was a very ambitious fellow who had a job in the Nixon administration. When Ford came in, He was made Ford's chief of staff, and his deputy was a young fellow named Dick Cheney. And after this, beer hall putsch, where they forced out a lot of the more moderate people, Rumsfeld became defense secretary, and Cheney moved up to be White House chief of staff. Interestingly, also, by the way, Kissinger was who had held both the positions of National Security Advisor and Secretary of State, was pushed out of the National Security Advisor position in favor of the Air Force Lieutenant General Brent Scowcroft, another name of people very, very close with Poppy Bush, who would figure in later administrations. And so that is very, very interesting. Then you see the 1976 reelection campaign, and they forced Nelson Rockefeller, a moderate, off of the ticket in favor of Bob Dole. And Bush told the press that this whole thing was his own idea, which nobody believes. But what happened was they immediately lurched to the right. And U.S. policy, which had been one of détente and of openness and of outreach to America's Cold War enemies, suddenly moved to one that would be much more like the policy we would see under Ronald Reagan. And they would also shift away from intelligence assessments that indicated that the Soviets were not that great a threat, intelligence assessments that were in support of efforts to control the risk of nuclear war. And so all of these guys are critical players in this shift. This was something that appears to have been engineered again by this same military-industrial complex that former General Dwight Eisenhower warned about. And Poppy Bush, again, a player in that whole thing. As CIA director, one of the first things he does is he puts in a second analytical team. They call it Team B, and it presents alternative scenarios to counteract the CIA analysts, who many of them feel are too soft and too moderate. So that's all going on. Very interesting, of course, because Rumsfeld and Cheney and Scowcroft would reappear some years later when George H.W. becomes president, and then several of them would reappear years later again when George W. Bush becomes president. Be definitive in steering American policy in recent years.
Another name we should introduce briefly at this point that will be familiar to younger listeners, well, older and younger listeners, but it was in the milieu of Team B, these scary storytellers about the former Soviet Union, brought in by George H.W. Bush, that we see the political genesis of yet another of the players in W's administration, that is Paul Wolfowitz.
That's correct, and he was crucial to this because he was, sort of one of the great analytical figures, one of the great intellectuals, you might say, of the bunch, and very much comes into the formulation there. And so we're seeing the outline of what would come home to roost in 2000, and the same group, very, very eager to reassert American power on the world stage, very, very eager to seize these Middle East oil supplies. It's basically, what's interesting about it is it's the same group that worked with a cautious Poppy Bush, then went back in with a very much incautious W. They all had the same loyalties and tied into the same power circles, but it was really a matter of degree, and Poppy was always sort of reticent and cautious, as we know, and the son very much wasn't. And so this whole thing has been sort of misunderstood as them, the father and son, being very different people and having different philosophies. In fact, it was really just them having different sort of, you might say, tolerance for risk. But the ambitions of this group were always the same, and I think what's really important to point out, and I try to do this throughout Family of Secrets, is that none of the names we're talking about are the people who are ultimately really calling the shots. They've all got to answer to extremely powerful figures in the financial and industrial world who control those giant corporations, and very often holding companies and linked into many different companies and banks and what have you, who are absolutely at the center of this entire global military, industrial, intelligence, petroleum, financial complex that back then was really running things and is still running things today.
Let's talk about the education of George Walker Bush. We've spoken about Yale and Skull and Bones. He went to Harvard Business School, and Harvard University as a business entity will come into the discussion later in connection with Harkin. But tell us about George W. Bush and Harvard Business School.
Well, I mean, you know, all of these things are a little bit hard to know exactly what went on. Certainly he was no great shakes there. He didn't seem to take his schoolwork all that seriously. He very much wanted to play out this. He was already sort of practicing this kind of Texas thing, chewing tobacco, wearing cowboy boots and putting them up on the desk, you know, playing country music. You know, he was already sort of, you know, testing this whole thing. He told somebody, actually, I'm trying to remember what year it was, but I think it was right around, actually it was before he went to Harvard Business School. He already told somebody he wanted to run for public office. And so he was very aware that the West was on the rise, the power of the West, and that he was going to have to be much more effective than his father as convincing people that he was a Western politician. And so he was practicing that with, and also I think practicing how to kind of criticize those Eastern elites without people realizing that those Eastern elites were very much actually the same people as you were.
George Bush was not a particularly brilliant business student, and you point out that he was one of the very few people at Harvard Business School who managed to leave without a job. But he went back to what had been very fertile soil for his father and turned out to be for him, too. He goes back to Midland, Texas. Tell us about Arbusto Energy.
Right. Well, the father, you know, had gone out there, and then, see, they're very, very cognizant, as I think Barack Obama was too, of how you create a story that resonates well with people. A lot of people, when you talk about Obama and you try to stress that his establishment credentials, they'll say, but wait a minute, he was a neighborhood organizer. And then you say, well, of course. I mean, if you want to run for office, you have to do something like that. You've got to do something. Public service. I mean, he wasn't in the military, and so he needed something else. It's the same thing with the Bushes. They were very, very aware that they, you know, being born with the silver spoon and all that, they would be attacked for that. So the simple thing is to immerse yourself, you know, get your hands dirty. And so Poppy had gone out to Texas, and they created this story about how he worked his way up from the bottom, which was not true. Very much, he was even flown out there on a family corporate jet. I mean, everything was made very easy for him. And the son was the same thing. So the son tells the story of how he, you know, headed out to West Texas and started his little tiny business in a broom closet-sized room and just struggled from the bottom. But actually, I've studied the records of the company, and you just see one person after another marching in there, writing giant checks. In fact, one fellow came in and he flew in. He was James Baker's college roommate from Princeton, and he flew in and said, here's a check for $1 million. Now, keep in mind, this is in the early 70s, and that's still pretty big money, but back then, to just fly in with a check for $1 million into something that was a total crapshoot. And then the lawyer, the outside lawyer, said to him, now I need to explain to you the risks involved. And he said, oh, according to the lawyer, this guy said, oh, don't bother. It's not my money.
Well, there you go. Nice work if you can get it, and he got it. However, Arbusto Energy didn't turn out to be a particularly profitable oil company. Again, I want to hearken, pun intended, back to some of our earlier discussions about Bush family business ventures, that they don't make a lot of sense from an overt business standpoint, but that when one dollies the camera out, as you have done so effectively in Family of Secrets, Russ Baker, what you see all over with business connections of really several generations of Bushes, you see intelligence connections, big time, as Dick Cheney would say. Arbusto didn't go too far. How about Spectrum 7? Tell us about that development.
Right. So what happened with Arbusto was Jim Bath comes in with some money, and as best as we can figure, anything that he had or that he was investing was on behalf of the Saudis, and so there's the very real possibility that the Saudis secretly put a substantial amount of money, not just into these things involving Bath, but actually into George W. And that would be very important in understanding his policies and his activities as President of the United States vis-a-vis the Saudis, Iraq, and so forth. Anyway, so Arbusto did not make money, was in trouble. Then along came a larger company called Spectrum 7 that bought it out. I encourage people to read the part in Family of Secrets about the figures behind Spectrum 7. They were Cincinnati businessmen, again connected into Yale. They were involved later on with a very interesting reinsurance company with what appear to be intelligence ties. That's a very complex way of also involving large amounts of money. And one of them was appointed when George W. Bush became President of the United States to the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, despite the fact he seemed to know nothing about any of that. And so that's Spectrum 7. They give him a nice salary. They've taken his money-losing company. Spectrum 7 isn't making any money. And so eventually it is swallowed up in turn by this company, Harken Energy, which is by far the most fascinating.
Let's talk about the Quashes, Father William and son Alan, and how they figure into this scenario.
Harken Energy was a small and I think sort of regular, you might say, oil company. I flew out to Texas and spent some time in person with the man who had founded it, Phil Kendrick, and he took me through the whole history of the company. He grew up in the oil industry, and it was a viable oil company, but when the oil industry fell on hard times, he began looking for outside financing, and when he had a subsidiary in Asia, and as he was traveling around Asia, somehow the name Quasha had come up, and he heard about a man named Quasha, an American who lived most of his adult life in the Philippines, and somebody had told him how Quasha was thought of to be some sort of a front for the vast billions of the Philippine dictator Ferdinand Marcos, who, of course, those were ill-gotten gains of money transferred from the impoverished people of the Philippines, as well, of course, American tax dollars and so forth, to Marcos. In any case, that was the father, Quasha. Now, along comes a broker from the East Coast, contacts Kendrick and says, I've got somebody who'd like to invest in your company. And he says, great. And he says, yeah, this guy, Alan Quasha. And so this turns out to be the son of the man he'd already heard about in connection with Marcos. Quasha begins taking a position in the company, takes in more and more. The money comes in indirectly from various Caribbean entities, some of it blocks of stock, I think in the names of, I have to check again, but I believe the mother and the father, not clear where they would get that kind of money themselves. But in any case, they eventually basically oust Kendrick from his own company, and they go about announcing that the company is doing really, really badly. The stock plummets. They're able to buy more stock at a fraction of the price, and he's out. And then the company begins doing all kinds of interesting things. It makes a deal with George Soros. He had a bunch of loose oil properties. It takes those over, puts him into the company, and then a few years later, it takes over Spectrum 7 and brings George W. Bush into the company. This is in the late 80s, as Marcos is battling for survival in the Philippines, and Bush's father is vice president of the United States. And so they bring him in, they rescue Bush, they give him the best salary he's ever had, and they put him on the board, and they basically require him to do almost nothing at all. And he just takes off and essentially moves to Washington, where he ends up being key senior staff on his father's presidential campaign. And so this Harken Energy Company is very much set with tremendous influence with that family. And Harken's quite interesting because, and we can only scratch the surface here, but in Family of Secrets, I have a whole chapter on it where I go into all the people who are involved. And again, we find Saudis, we find people with connections to the Shah of Iran, of Ferdinand Marcos, of the the South African apartheid regime, the white supremacist, the exclusive elite of South Africa, a Swiss bank, on and on and on, and many of these figures having intelligence connections, oil connections, connections to dictators, and it's an intriguing outfit. And then finally, as the company needs still more money, Harvard University comes in. And that is probably the most interesting of all, and that's why I devote, I'd say, almost half the chapter to Harvard and what was it doing in this fascinating entity.
Yeah, just very briefly, Robert Stone, the head of the Harvard Management Corporation, another member of the old boy network of the Eastern financial and industrial establishment. Encapsulate him to the extent that one could, perhaps.
Well, I mean, the Boston Globe, the main newspaper in Boston, had looked at this thing. Time Magazine, Wall Street Journal, they all looked at Harkin and collectively adjudged it to be one of the strangest things they'd ever seen. Didn't seem to make any money, didn't make any sense. Yet exploded. It went from just a few million to something like $1 billion in revenues, and the question was, what is this thing? It was gobbling up all kinds of companies and so forth, but it wasn't clear what it was exactly and why it very seldom made any money for the outside shareholders. Just very mysterious. And it also, by the way, had a lot of things that we would later see with Enron, these complex sort of separate related partnerships where they were moving profits and losses conveniently for the various entities and partners. But in any case, Robert Stone, he was the reason his name comes up is looking at why Harvard University made the largest investment it ever made in direct private equity investment into this tiny little and unprofitable company. They were trying to figure that out, and they got as far as to the fact that the head of the Harvard Board of Overseers, probably the single most powerful person at Harvard, a man named Robert Stone, might have had something to do with that. Now, he denied it in a very cagey way, and I do a lot of, in Family of Secrets, a lot of assessing the splitting of hairs, the parsing of words, where people are not explicitly lying, but they're being very careful in the way that they couch things to make it hard for us to figure out what's really going on. Robert Stone made it sound like he was nothing. That was the end of the reporting by the mainstream media, but I continued looking, and basically what I discovered was that Robert Stone had an intelligence background himself. And this went all the way back to World War II when I discovered he had worked for General Douglas MacArthur, as I think we pointed out in an earlier episode did Poppy Bush when he worked in basically naval intelligence during the war. And so Robert Stone was also in the same group, as was William Quasha. So Stone and Quasha both worked on General MacArthur's staff at the same time. General MacArthur running his own intelligence operation in the Pacific and keeping the OSS largely out. So all these people knew each other, and what I finally discovered that seemed to connect all of these things was gold.
One of the things you speculate about, and by the way, veteran and regular listeners of the program are very familiar with Gold Warriors by Sterling and Peggy Seagraves. I've read at length from the book and have interviewed both of them on the air. You speculate that, and it is a speculative element, we should stress that, is that the Harkin may have been used as, you go into Harkin as apparently a money laundering vehicle at great length, but one of the speculative elements is that it may have been used to launder some of the gold that was left by General Yamashita, and certainly Bob Stone had a tremendous involvement with the gold industry.
Right. There's a lot of sense that there was gold. I mean, there is gold in the world, and when there's a war, the victors often take the gold, and we do know that the Japanese took gold. We know that the Nazis took gold, and the Japanese took the gold, which was a mainstay of the treasury of so many of these countries that they invaded, and that supposedly moved it. They wanted to keep it somewhere safe, and that the Philippines was where they kept it. There also, the Philippines was a very important gold mining country in its own right, And so there was this reputed, several different sources of vast amounts of gold. And of course, if you have vast amounts of gold, as they say, he who has the gold rules. So the gold is a very important means, again, potentially of funding unauthorized covert operations. And this is a consistent theme in Family of Secrets, the idea that the intelligence apparatus writ large is not under control, and it does whatever it wants, or more appropriately, I should say, it does whatever people in the private sector who have influence inside it want it to do. And the problem is, how do you fund these things? And so you can't fund them openly, you can't fund them using tax dollars, and you can't have the funds being traceable. Well, one of the best ways to do that is in the form of things like gold, which is not easily traceable, and especially if you've got a whole lot of gold that nobody knows even exists. Could be an endless store for your budget. And so I do find gold patterns, and we even see with the junior Quasha years later that he ends up on the board of I can't remember, it was American Express Gold Fund, and we find Stone's connections to gold. We find gold running through all this, and we find also that some of the key investors in Harkin are people from South Africa. Again, the #1 supplier of gold in the world. And so it's gold, gold, gold all the time, and one wonders whether that was not the whole purpose of the entity in the first place.
You mentioned William Quasha briefly, known to this audience as is the lawyer for the Philippine branch of the Nugan Bank, another of these drugs and intelligence connected banks that we've spoken about. In connection with this networking we've been talking about, in a sense, we're almost looking at the Gold Boys network.
The Gold Boy Network. By the way, another guy who was involved with Quasha, a fellow named Hassan Namazi. Listeners may want to go to our website, whowhatwhy.com, where we are trying to build a journalistic entity to continue looking into all these things and tie them into what's happening right now. And there you'll see an article along the right side of the homepage about Hassan Namazi and about Quasha and some of their other businesses, because they went on to take over a name brand on Wall Street that had sort of fallen on hard times. And then, according to the people who previously ran that company, strange things began to happen there. Several years later, Hassan Namazi becomes described as the key foreign policy advisor to Hillary Clinton. Quasha, obviously close with George W. Bush. And then you see Namazi not very long ago arrested, and now very likely going to do some extensive time for millions and millions of dollars of bank fraud. How it is that somebody like that could be involved in this entanglement with all of these banks and so much money, and then himself need to defraud a bank is hard to figure, but that's the way life goes sometimes.
Yeah, you also, one of the things we're recalling briefly, because we did touch on the last interview, that in the 70s when Poppy is for a time ascended at CIA, and when this whole BCCI milieu is percolating around, they tarred Burt Lance and Jimmy Carter with some of these same scandal brushes as well. Back to Harvard Management Corporation, Bob Stone, and Harkin Energy, and we've got about a little over 3 minutes left on this side. In fact, we've got a little over 3 minutes. Let's perhaps introduce how Harkin Energy is. Well, you know what? Let's encapsulate Bahrain, and then in our next interview we'll talk about the Texas Rangers and how Bush, as Bush the younger, ascends the political stage. The Bahrain imbroglio. Can you encapsulate that? Given we've only got a couple of minutes.
Sure. I mean, basically, Harkin was given essentially got an exclusive contract to drill for what was believed to be a significant amount of oil off of Bahrain. And this was, instead of going with the big oil companies that made bids, they said they went with Harkin because they didn't have any experience, and therefore they felt that they might be more focused on this project. The strangest explanations I've ever heard in business. There was no oil found there, and then in a complicated series of things, George W. Bush appears to have benefited, or was alleged to have benefited, from inside information pertaining to Harkin stock, pertaining to Bahrain, whether there was oil there or not, and that all this was part of his amassing his present fortune.
And ultimately, the stock that George Bush held in Harken Energy, which may very well have been the focal point of the fulcrum of an illegal transaction, but this ultimately was parlayed into a very successful and politically marketable part ownership of the Texas Rangers. Maybe we can introduce that, and then we'll develop that further as we really get into George W. Bush ascendant.
Sure. Well, I mean, the Texas Rangers deal was crucial because he would have had a hard time, George W. Bush, being elected governor and then president on the strength of having run two failed oil companies and then having them taken over by a third company that itself didn't really make any money, and that was so incredibly strange. I don't know if I mentioned Harkin also had Saudis in there with big blocks of the stock, and so that company couldn't have borne scrutiny either, and so he needed something else on his resume after it, something more successful, something more, all-American, and that is the Texas Rangers, which we can go into further.
Yep. We have been speaking with Russ Baker, the author of Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. Russ, tell us about where people can get the website and get the book, and also your website.
Family of Secrets should be in local bookstores. If it's not, you can ask them to carry it, and they will. And it's also available online, Amazon, BarnesandNoble.com, and so forth. I try to support independent bookstores. And you can go to our website, familyofsecrets.com, click there and order through that. Then our website, whowhatwhy.com, whowhatwhy.com. That's our new nonprofit investigative reporting site, publicly supported, and you can go there and sign up for our mailing list.
And let me also stress to the listening audience, we are concluding the 5th interview that we've done. We have one more that we're going to be doing. I do think that we could fairly say, Russ Baker, that we have scratched the surface of Family of Secrets, but we really haven't done any more than that. And in 6 hours, which we will have in the can by the time we're finished, is a lot of interviewing about a book. But then the book itself is about 600 pages, and the footnotes go on and on and on and on. But so if listeners are wondering, well, what else is there? There's plenty else there, because really we've not only we've scratched the surface, but no more than that. But many of the things that we've touched on, for example, the Watergate affair, the entire concatenation, the entire construction that George H.W. Bush put together to cover his presence in Dallas, are dealt with at length and in detail and present a very compelling narrative. A lot of this, though, Russ Baker, I don't think is easy to talk about on the radio, because in order to understand it, you have to get into the detail. But you have certainly done that in Family of Secrets, and we'll get into some more of that in our next interview. This concludes Side 2 of For the Record program number 715, interview with Russ Baker. This is being recorded on June 6th of the year 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 1 of For the Record program number 716, interview with Russ Baker. This program is being recorded on June 6th of the year 2010. And once again, it is my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of the enormous and consummately important book, Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. Russ Baker, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thanks a lot. We just keep going here.
Yes, once again, and we're getting into now what I guess one could call W Ascendant, and I hope that we have been able to at least familiarize the listeners with the networking that George W. Bush used to ascend to power, because it's some of the same networks that his father availed himself of, and which in turn are inextricably linked not only with big money, but with intelligence connections, and so many of W's connections, as is the case with George H.W. Poppy Bush, make no sense unless one examines them as intelligence and money laundering fronts. Speaking of money laundering fronts, we were doing just that in connection with Harken Energy, one of W's many curious business ventures. How does Harken Energy parlay into part ownership, and a very profitable part ownership, of the Texas Rangers on the part of W. Bush?
Well, I mean, because when his other first company failed and a second company took him in at an advantage to him, and then that company failed, and then Harken took him in at another advantage to him and then provided him with both compensation and stock, and he was able to sell the stock at a high just before it went down, where there were allegations of possible insider information. In any case, he was by this point already fairly well healed, and as I mentioned on our last program, George W. Bush would have had trouble becoming president even with the famed Bush name, based on the fact that he really just didn't have anything good on his resume. He had two small failed oil companies, and then he had been taken over by a third company, and that company was so murky and problematical that if it had been examined, it wouldn't have looked very good for him. He also was full of people involved with powerful foreign interests. So he needed something true blue American, something really down home, and what better than to be associated with professional baseball. And since he wasn't going to be a professional baseball player, the best opportunity was to be a businessman connected with a popular franchise, and that was the Texas Rangers baseball team. So in Family of Secrets, I have a chapter called Playing Hardball, and this is the story of how he got in and then what they did to make money off of the team. But what's significant here is that they approached a number of very wealthy individuals. This is a whole pattern here of influence peddling, approaching wealthy individuals who have a reason to want to get favors or be able to get their case before the vice president, the president, the governor, what have you. And so they basically staked W. He put in, even though he made good money already and was already on his way to be wealthy from Harkin, he put in a fairly small amount compared to the other partners, and yet was given a disproportionate amount of stock. Now, the supposed reason for this is that he was being compensated for being managing partner, with the idea that they were just silent partners and he was actually managing the enterprise. And as I point in Family of Secrets, he wasn't managing the enterprise. He didn't know anything about it. Really, all he did, besides taking a stake in the company, was he showed up at the games and the camera focused in on him, wearing his Rangers thing, and they would say, you know, George W. Bush, managing partner, Texas Rangers, and he was an instant hit. And of course, this is what made it possible for him to defeat Ann Richards, the incumbent, and become the governor of Texas.
Yep. Just ever so briefly, one of the interesting things about the steroid scandal that has engulfed baseball is a lot of the big names, Pudge Rodriguez, Alex Rodriguez, Rafael Palmeiro, Jose Canseco, Sammy Sosa, all tracked through the Rangers at this period in time.
Well, you see, what's interesting about that is that the theme, again, of getting an unfair advantage of a non-level, shall we say, playing field, and how one can game the system, which is a theme running through Family of Secrets, not only about Bushes themselves, but about the entire milieu of which they're part, and how this plays a role in America very much right up to the present moment. But in terms of the baseball team, what's interesting to me, as I discovered in researching Family of Secrets, was the extent to which the Bushes and their friends and this upper-class group saw sports ownership as very, very important. It was not only for ego and that they enjoyed it, it was also that this made them, it was a kind of insurance, because people are very reluctant to investigate or look at or have doubts about the owners of successful sports ventures. Now, if the team is failing, that may be something else, but as long as the team is doing well and makes the public feel good, they're pretty secure. And so we find with the Bushes all the way back, his great-grandfather, George Herbert Walker, who they named golf's Walker Cup after. He was involved with the introduction of golf itself into America. He was involved with the New York Yacht Club, professional tennis, very high up in premier horse racing. So they were working all this stuff. And then if you look at the commissioners, several of them in a row were friends of the Bushes, like Peter Uberoth, and one of the other ones actually lived in the Bush's house before he became commissioner. So they were very tightly woven into baseball, and they and their friends had stakes in tons of teams, the Reds, the Mets, the Tigers, and others.
You alluded to one of the owners, Mr. DeWitt of Spectrum 7. He was deeply involved with the Cincinnati Reds. And you also mentioned how that upper crust section of Cincinnati had a lot to do with carrying George W. Bush's electoral fortunes as well. Before we talk about W. ascendant in politics, two more business ventures I'd like to touch on, one of which I'd never heard of, Lucky Chance Mining, an ironic name if ever there was one.
Yeah, that's one that I did. A lot of these things that I came upon in researching Family of Secrets are not in any other books, or if they're in books, they're in briefly, but you see a kind of a lack of connecting dots. They're sort of treated as just sort of resume items, and they're described, but there isn't a lot more to it. But Lucky Chance isn't in anything. And I don't know, everybody missed it. It's not in articles. It's not in books. And this was a very interesting mining venture involving this same sort of murky group of people. One figure that tells me how they were bringing suitcases of cash back from the Caribbean. There was an odd sort of East Coast investment banker who got in trouble with the SEC. He was well connected into blue blood circles in Kentucky, and he brought in people connected to the Shah of Iran. So again, you say, I mean, is this statistically significant or not, that in every one of these companies, it's people who seem to be moving money from the ancien regime of Iran, and then you had Saudis again, Saudis, Iran, the same circles continuously, and so Lucky Chance is a very strange thing involving mines out in California, and George W. Was brought in and was on the board of this entity, and it's very interesting that at one point when the outfit began getting a bit of scrutiny, he was off the board in a second. He was out of there. He did not even want to show up on the radar, and he didn't.
And he said he knows what happens when the press starts sniffing around, which suggests that there was something there that was beginning to smell. Another one of the Bush business ventures, you talked about the Texas Rangers and how marketable they were. And, of course, a major part of America's popular consciousness, I should say, is occupied by professional sports and also movies. Tell us about George W. Bush and silver screen management, another one of these well-connected scenarios.
Yeah, this fellow who ran that company was from, again, a part of this old money apparatus. I don't recall the exact details, but it's all in Family of Secrets. His grandfather was worked for the Bushes and also handled the money for one of the great, not Astor, but one of the great.
Wasn't this Bass Richardson?
No, he now owns the Chelsea Piers, this very large sports complex in New York. And his mother worked for the OSS, and the father worked handling the money for, I want to say it was Astor.
Is this Betts we're talking about?
That's right. And
yep.
Astor is very interesting also because he was running intelligence. In World War II, this was, they were creating these new temporary intelligence entities and dividing up the pie, and Mr. Astor was in charge of a significant portion of intelligence for the Americas and for South America, also a Rockefeller connection in there. So anyway, Mr. Betts, who'd gone to those same schools, again, Yale and so forth, and was an old buddy of W, brought him into this company. The company, conveniently got financing again back through the Bushes, or their relatives, and they basically were investors in films, and they invested in a lot of films that were released by Disney, and the ones that were promoted in the articles when Bush ran for office were ones where I want to say sort of, Sleeping Beauty and the Beast, whatever, but they also had, a horrific slasher movie, which was never mentioned for some reason. But anyway, that was another thing that looked sort of odd financially, and again, he seems to have done quite well with it.
Yep, and the Disney empire is deeply involved, heavily overlapped with silver screen management, as you point out. Let's encapsulate ever so brief, because I'd like to get to W, the president, but in a way, I think some of the cynicism and class orientation of the Bush presidencies, presidential terms, was anticipated or foreshadowed in W's governorship. Encapsulate his governorship for us, if you would, Russ Baker.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing, there's a lot you could say, but the key thing is that the governor of Texas doesn't do very much. It's a largely ceremonial position, and the way it's structured, the lieutenant governor has the actual statutory power in the state, and also does most of the work. And so as governor, he was able to articulate a few issues. He certainly has a appointment power and some other powers, and so he articulated a few issues that were all, of course, very carefully focused, group tested. They were already trying to see if they could use the education issue, tough on crime. They used the so-called tort reform. This was the different issues appealed to different constituencies. Capital punishment. So some of them were very much for the average voter, but then some of them, like that so-called tort reform thing, was very much a play for the wealthy donors, where they were basically assuring them that they were going to get the threat of class actions off their backs. And we see these giant donors to Bush, and then years later to things like the so-called grassroots swift boat veterans movement that attacked and badly wounded John Kerry in the 2004 election. And some of those people were people who were facing significant lawsuits in Texas, whose burden was made much less by the activities of Bush as governor. So, he was able to create an image of himself as somebody who was tough and very, very effective. There was a lot of double standard stuff there. He was very tough on things like a crime, and there are some issues about some things in his past and whether he was held accountable for them. He was very tough on the issues like social issues, family issues, abortion, and so forth. And as you know, in Family of Secrets, I do tell the story of the alleged case in which a girlfriend of his is purported to have had an abortion after being pressured by the Bush circle to do so. And I go into that fairly extensively in Family of Secrets.
One of the things when George Bush was in the late 90s and obviously getting ready to run for president, and a puff piece biography was written about him, initially by a long time, but one of these many people who sort of networks transgenerationally with the Bush family. This guy was tight with Poppy Bush, then later W. Bush, a journalist named Mickey Herskowitz, and you relate some very interesting things that he had to say about what was on George W. Bush's mind in the late 1990s.
Mickey had known the father quite well. They'd both been in Houston. Mickey was a sports writer for the Houston Chronicle, he had a column, and he also had an interest in other subjects, and so he had penned all of these sort of ghost-written books for lots of different figures, ranging from Mickey Mantle to Reagan's advisor Michael Deaver, John Connolly to Dan Rather, a tremendous range of figures, and he was seen as a very much of a nonpartisan figure. And so he knew the Bush family and had approached W when he was running for president and about the possibility of them doing a book together. And W said, well, you better check with Carl, and Karl Rove was just too busy, and this was not on his radar. And he said, well, if he wants to do it, it's okay with me. So they were ready to sign a deal. Bush, his main concern about the book, really, the only thing he actually seemed to ask Mickey was how much money was in it for him. And there's an interesting question for somebody who is now running for president of the United States to be asked how much money you can make off of something. But he did, and Mickey explained, I believe, that they were going to split the proceeds, and Mickey would do all the work. He just needed to have some quality time with W and ask him some questions. And so as they began having what ended up being, I believe, approximately 20 different conversations, either in person or on the phone, Mickey explained to him that they were going to go over W's life, and they began doing that, and W became uncomfortable, and he said, I really don't want to do this. And he said, there really isn't much to talk about. And he said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, I really haven't done a lot. I'm not that comfortable with this. And, of course, had that come out, that he was the odds-on favorite to be president of the United States in a short time, and he felt he had not done enough to warrant brief mention in a book. But Mickey did stay with him on that. And one of the things he remembers asking him, he took him through the years, and then he said, okay, and he joined the Guard and how much he loved to fly. And then he said, and what did you do next? And then he said, and then I went to Alabama to work on a senatorial campaign. And he said, okay, that was 1972, and what did you do about your ongoing Guard service? And according to Mickey, Bush replied, nothing, I was excused. Now, this is a huge revelation because the Bush re-election campaign was all about trying to convince the press, and was very successful ultimately, that Bush himself had completed his military service, had continued to serve in Alabama, even though the records and the recollections indicate otherwise. And here he was confessing to Herskowitz that he simply didn't participate in the military anymore. So this was a problem for them that he had said this. But then they continued talking, and then he said, look, I'd rather talk about, what else can we talk about? So Mickey said, well, the other thing to put in a book like this is what you're going to do as president. And so waiting, to hear some spontaneous things, because you don't want these books to read too canned, Bush said, you talk to Carl. Carl will tell you what I'm going to do as president. This in itself is an interesting revelation. But he kept pressing Bush, and they talked about a bunch of things, and suddenly, according to Mickey, Bush brightened. And he said, well, I'll tell you one thing I'm going to do. And he said, I'm not going to be like my dad, he says, what he did with Iraq. He said, if I've got a chance, heck, I'm going to go in there, but I'm going to go all the way in, take that dude out. He said, I'm going to take Saddam Hussein out. And he said, I'm going to finish the job. And Herskowitz was sort of surprised by this, and he said, what's your thinking on that? And the reason he gave was the most astonishing thing. I'll tell it briefly here, but really the fuller rendition is contained in Family of Secrets, and it's somewhat complex. But in a nutshell, Bush told Herskowitz that he felt that he had been convinced over the years as a political advisor to his father and watching the presidencies, and also foreign leaders like Margaret Thatcher, who was very unpopular in England until something happened. There was the invasion of the Falkland Islands, these little tiny islands that had more sheep than people. It was a completely mismatched battle against the Argentines, and Britain won easily, but she became a hero. And the Reagan-Bush administration had watched this with tremendous admiration, and W remembered this, and he remembered people telling him that if you wanted to be a leader with high poll ratings, you had to have a war.
And, of course, for him, already foreshadowing before he was president that he was going to invade Iraq. We've got about 40 minutes left in this interview, Russ Baker, a lot to talk about. How would you characterize the 2000 election and election campaign itself and W's formal ascension to the presidency?
Well, I mean, first of all, he was very lucky to have Al Gore running against him, just because one thing you can say about W, as much as he's got those problems with expressing himself, he really is a very magnetic figure, and much more so than his father. And Karl Rove spotted this early on, that he could be quite charming, quite gregarious, that he could think on his feet, and that if he had a limited number of things to pull out of a sort of a kit bag, he could, because he was a jokester, he was a storyteller, and so he would know how to do that. He just needed a few arrows in his quiver. And of course they worked very, very hard to lower the expectations, and the media sort of ridiculously set one standard for him and another standard for Gore. And so if Gore, would exaggerate a small thing, they'd be all over for him about that, instead of focusing on his intelligence, his competency in general, what he had achieved over the years as a senator. With Bush, they really just said, all he's got to do in this debate is not fall over, and he's going to come out of this pretty well. And so that's what they did. It was a well-managed effort, and they also worked very hard, as we know, to marginalize blocks of voters, particularly in Florida. And the kind of strategies that Karl Rove had developed over the years. And then, of course, I don't want to just rush through this, but then, of course, we had with the recount in Florida that the Bush side began to run it something like an intelligence operation. They called in all kinds of operatives who rushed there, exert pressure. I mean, it wasn't just the lawyers; they were exerting pressure all over the place on this thing. They were working every angle of it, and of course, ultimately, we saw how politicized court appointments should have become, and how the judiciary is not immune to pressure. So that was it, and there we were, and we at least Mickey Herskowitz already knew that we were headed possibly for war with Iraq long before 2003, indeed long before the September 11 attacks.
I want to recall briefly for veteran listeners, too, that a lot of the Republican cadre on the ground, their boots on the ground in the sort of mini riots that were occurring around the Florida recount, were people who once again tracked back to the whole Bay of Pigs thing and the media, not only involving Bay of Pigs, but later the Kennedy assassination, right on up to Watergate, and, as you point out, Russ Baker, the Iran-Contra affair as well. George Bush does get appointed president of the United States, and immediately, well, you know what we should perhaps mention in connection with this briefly is his discovery of Jesus, how he came to Jesus, and how that fits into the political marketability of Bush.
Right. That was another thing. I mean, it seemed in the end almost everything I looked at about him, almost everything that we read about in these best-selling books about him, almost everything we heard on the TV shows that we read on the front pages of the newspapers was carefully constructed and largely untrue. And yet today, most people believe these things are true. And so, you know, the reasons for Iraq turn out to be other than has been said. What I am telling all of you here now about the Herskowitz thing is a story I broke. If you've heard of it, it's because it's on the Internet. But that was not known and is not known to the vast majority of Americans. The same thing with the religious conversion. The story is that he had been drinking too heavily and was being a bad father, and the business was bad, and that he turned for solace to the Lord. The problem with that story is that, and I wasn't ordinarily inclined to question that, because you really don't want to start speculating about what goes on with people in terms of their spirituality or their psychology on that level. But I did actually assemble enough information to suggest, at least in terms of timing, that this was, like all these other things, a cynical calculation. You have to remember that they faced a couple of problems. Number one, he had skipped out on the military. That was something he would never recover from if any dogged journalist was able to really get to the bottom of it and make that story stick. And he also faced the problem that he really just hadn't done anything in his life of note up until he'd become, you know, governor of Texas. And so how do you deal with the fact that there's one thing you don't want anybody to look at, or if they do, you want to be able to excuse it, and in the general, just divert attention from the fact that you really didn't accomplish much, and now you want to be the most powerful person in the world. And so the solution, and I have to assume that Karl Rove had a hand in this, they realized that basically he needed a clean slate. He needed to simply wipe the memory bank on everything. And so how do you do that? Well, either you have to wipe everybody's memories, or you have to just wipe your own slate. And the one really good way to wipe your own slate is a mea culpa, a kind of an apology. And the best and biggest apology you can ever have is to become born again, because by definition you're casting all your sins away. You are starting over again. And so he declared that he was starting over again, and basically everyone else would have to start over again when it came to even considering him. And if you look at the press coverage of him in 2000, that's just what they did. They really sort of let all that other stuff go. Now, what I found in researching Family of Secrets was that you can actually figure out the timing of this, and that the year before the year in which he himself says he first saw the light, in the 1980s, the year prior to that, his father was receiving advice from a Republican operative, Pentecostal minister slash consultant, who was advising them, the Bush family, particularly the father, that he needed to get religion, that it wasn't good enough to be this sort of uptight Episcopalian who, you know, went to church once a week or something, that this was not going to play with the masses, that America had gone a much more fundamentalist route. Ronald Reagan knew that. Jimmy Carter knew that. They both played off of that very successfully. And that was becoming this enormous, almost unitary bloc in American elections, and that it was essential. And so Poppy was struggling with that. And in Family Secrets, I actually tell the story of the interplay between Poppy and this man, Doug Weed, and how Doug is writing memos to him, but that Poppy is so secretive that he's got cutouts, got surrogates, and he's sort of, there's even a point where Doug Weed is asked to come in and talk to one of Poppy's aides, and he's talking to him, and the door is slightly ajar, and he has this feeling there's somebody sitting by the door listening, and he later concluded that was probably Poppy Bush, again, listening what he needed to do. And then later on, he and Poppy actually went to the Religious Broadcasters Convention together, and he was trying to advise Poppy on how to change his speech, because he said, no, this is all wrong. Poppy had trouble, he was this kind of stiff character. He had trouble adapting. But the son, who was a top advisor to the father, apparently was reading all of these memos and was going, yes, this guy is right. This guy is right. This is what my father has to do, and this is what I'm going to do. Because the son already knew he was going to be in the limelight, either as the eldest son and namesake of the future president of the United States, or as a candidate in his own right. And so it certainly, the timing looks like it was a very easy decision for him to make, because, if any of us decide we want to become born again, you just say you are, and that's it. You don't have to do a lot. He went to some very mild Bible study classes with some of his pals in Midland, where he was prone to making jokes during them. And but there he was. And then he also announced that he had stopped drinking, and that's another very interesting thing, because by saying that he had stopped drinking, what he did was he actually drew attention to the fact that he had been a drinker before. And I think you can argue that by being born again, he appealed to one group, and by talking about the fact that he used to like drinking, he appealed to another group, which was sort of the good old boys who still like to drink, because they look at him, because ultimately they say that these elections come down to who would I rather have a cup of coffee with or a drink with, and, well, I'd rather have a drink with a guy who used to drink a beer and go fishing than some stuffed shirt like Al Gore.
Mm-hmm. And also, of course, by becoming born again, George W. Bush placed himself in harmony with one of the largest Republican electoral elements, namely the born-agains, the Christian fundamentalists. So
that's right, and
it didn't hurt a bit.
It's absolutely certain that the 2000 election and the 2004 election would not even have been close if it had not been for enormous numbers of self-described evangelical fundamentalist and Pentecostalist Christians to back him.
Yep. And we're going to be talking about what actually unfolded as George W. Bush, the born-again Christian, becomes president of the United States. Russ Baker, tell us once again about how to get Family of Secrets on your website.
Okay, bookstores, support local independent community bookstores. Hopefully they have the book. If they don't, they can order it. The chains, Barnes & Noble, Borders, and what have you. Online, barnesandnoble.com, amazon.com, our website, familyofsecrets.com. You can order it through that. And then we've got, very importantly, our new journalism website, Who, What, Why, the three words, whowhatwhy.com. It is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, independent investigative journalism website looking at the questions of the day and on into the future with the same investigative rigor, supported with public donations. We hope people will back us.
All righty. We've been visiting with Russ Baker, author of Family of Secrets, and this concludes Side 2 of For the Record program number 715, being recorded on June 6th of the year 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 2 of For the Record program number 716, Interview with Russ Baker. This program is being recorded on June 6th of the year 2010. Once again, it is my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves the author of the consummately important volume Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. Russ Baker, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thank you, David.
As we've been tracking the rise of George W. Bush, let's jump to his presidency per se. Now, this audience has heard at great length and in detail over the years about September 11th and events connected with that. We were talking about James W. Bath and his Saudi proxies, and it appears to an extent at least that George W. Bush paid the bin Laden family and the other Saudi high rollers back big time, as Dick Cheney would say, in the immediate aftermath of September 11th. Tell us about the only people who were able to fly after September 11th.
Right. They certainly got all of the relatives of the extended bin Laden family out of the United States, zip, 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 in the restricted airspace. And what's important about that, they said that this was because they were possibly at some kind of risk, although they themselves were not connected to Osama at that point, that they were at some risk of the anger of Americans. But of course, they could have easily provided them with the safekeeping, the security, like anybody else, and waited until the airspaces were open to let them go. The more plausible scenario is that those people would have been likely candidates to be interviewed by investigators, and by moving them out like that, they were not. So it seems hard to believe that the chits were not called in on that.
And by the way, although the press has dissembled by saying that none of these bin Laden family members were actually connected to al-Qaeda or any of the terrorist events. In fact, a number of them were closely associated with organizations like the World Muslim Council, which were ideological and financial supporters of al-Qaeda and other similar groups.
Well, exactly. In fact, that would have, I mean, had none of them had any ties, and as was claimed, even dealt in any way with Osama for years, if that was the case, they would have been interviewed and let go very quickly anyway. So the issue was that this was not an investigative trail that anybody wanted them going down.
In terms of networking, too, before we leave the subject of September 11th per se, and again, I've dealt with that at great length and in great detail over the years, you mentioned that members of the Baker family were involved with the, quote, investigations, unquote, of September 11th, which is kind of a classic case of appointing the foxes to watch the henhouse.
Right. Well, of course, Jim Baker, is this elder statesman. He's brought back for almost everything. Presidents, Democratic and Republican. He's got such a smooth demeanor. He's this sort of perfect guest on Charlie Rose. He's sort of avuncular and pleasant, and evades questions with great oozing charm. And so I can't even remember all the panels he's been on, but he's constantly on them. But the interesting also is that his son, James Baker the Fourth, I believe it is, worked in the Bush administration in the Justice Department during this key period.
And also Baker Botts, the law firm, was representing some of the Saudis and other interests who were defendants in the lawsuits that were filed by survivors of the victims of September 11th. Of course, September 11th, despite the fact that there was no connection between Saddam Hussein and those events, was used as a pretext by George Bush for invading Iraq. And you've given us insights into the fact that that was on his mind in the late 90s. And one of the things that you talk about as we're speaking now on June 6th of 2010, the residents, human and otherwise, of the Gulf Coast of the United States, and who knows, perhaps way beyond that, are being devastated by the oil flow that is coming from the BP oil well in the Gulf. In past programs, we've spoken about Halliburton and Dick Cheney, and one thing we should at least touch on this side is Dick Cheney's imperial vice presidency. But one of the things that you go into in Family of Secrets is once again the transgenerational networking between the elder Bush and the Gamel family, a prominent banking family in Scotland. I wonder if you would tie that up with George W. Bush's networking with the son, Bill Gamel, and how that in turn dovetails with Tony Blair and the, quote, coalition of the willing, perhaps one could say.
Sure. Well, the Gamel family, or Gamel family, I guess there are different pronunciations, powerful Scottish family, they're little known, but they're very important, and or they're little known here, certainly. I'm not sure how well known they are in Britain. They're important and have been involved with the Bush family since way back. In fact, another of those trips that W doesn't talk about that they took was that his father would have him go over and spend time with the Gamel family when he was young. A lot of this was cementing these relationships that would show up later on. So he would go out to Scotland and spend some time with them. Well, who are they? I was able to trace them. They're an important Scottish banking family. I actually found a reference in a Scottish newspaper where somebody who had worked for an investment firm headed by the three generation of Gamels, just like with the Bushes, the mid-level of Gamel, and he described, he said, the joke around here was that we were the CIA's station in Scotland. Kind of funny that even inside the bank that was the word. But in any case, the Gamble family, if you go all the way back, the grandfather, I guess the generation of Prescott, or perhaps a bit older, he ran the British military mission to Moscow after World War II, while Averell Harriman was the U.S. ambassador there, Averell Harriman being Prescott Bush's business partner. So those two would have known each other extremely well, and of course Harriman having his own connections to the U.K. His son, Jimmy, becomes close with Poppy, and we see the Gambles investing way back at the beginning of George H.W. or Poppy Bush's career in his early business, even before Zapata, something called Bush Overby, which itself had some sort of an odd intelligence tinge to it. And then he would go on to head this big investment firm. And as I say, Poppy, he would visit them on these so-called business trips to Europe, these kind of strange, murky business trips for this tiny Zapata offshore. And he would bring young George with him, and the sons became friends. And then Bill, the younger generation, would go spend his college summers on Texas oil rigs. He ended up setting up a big Scottish oil company, and his first deal was with one of W's earlier investors, after W supposedly traveled to pitch him the idea. So all these guys were linked. They got a stake in Arbusto, and they lost their money, and they were just fine with that. And I interviewed, and I go into some detail in Family of Secrets about all these links. But what's really important about Bill Gamble, why I am telling this whole story, is that his company vice chairman, a former Labour Party energy minister in the UK, goes on to work in. He works in the Blair administration, and Bill Gamble renews his relationship with Tony Blair, who's a British Labour leader and going to be prime minister, and their ties go back to prep school. They were very, very close friends and basketball teammates, and this is really important. You see all these things like Skull and Bones and the fraternities and on and on and on. These are all cementing links that will last a lifetime. And so what you have here is you have a very close friend of George Bush is a very close and dear old friend of Tony Blair. And, you know, in the media, they always, for a while, they were wondering, you know, Bill Clinton and Tony Blair were like bosom buddies. And then the Republicans take over the White House, and everybody thinks that the so-called liberal Labor Party will be reticent to cooperate with Bush. But instead, Blair becomes even friendlier with George Bush than he was with Clinton, which seems almost impossible. And I believe I've got something of the backstory here in Family of Secrets, is this unknown relationship between these two men, and it's about all this business that they're doing together, and it goes on and on. I don't know how much time we have to do this, but basically there were so many connections between these guys and British Petroleum. And British Petroleum then, and Tony Blair. Blair had almost a dozen, or more than a dozen, executives of BP surrounding him in his cabinet. And they actually called BP, they called it Blair Petroleum. That was the nickname. And so this is the background to how it is that certain companies can operate with impunity. They survive no matter how bad the scandal or the environmental catastrophe is. It's that all these guys are cronies, and they're all inextricably linked. If one goes down, they're all going to go down.
And, of course, British Petroleum got some of their concessions on the Iraqi oil, as did Hunt Oil. And Ray Hunt of the powerful Texas Hunt family was sat on W's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board.
That's right. Again, those same linkages. All these people know each other. And by the way, there's another odd twist. Bill Gamble's father was a director of the Bank of Scotland, and the guy he mentored, the one who really took his directions from him, the chairman of the bank, made a deal with Pat Robertson in 1999 to form a joint venture. And I won't go into this in too much detail, but as you study these things, you can see, again, circles of influence and of compromise of key figures. Obviously, Pat Robertson was crucial. Keep in mind, Pat Robertson ran against Poppy Bush for the presidency. And as I describe in Family of Secrets, they actually had an operation where the Bush campaign had spies inside Pat Robertson's campaign, who then suddenly announced, "Oh, we're defecting from Robertson to Poppy Bush," and this was very helpful in Poppy Bush's momentum. But anyway, flash forward, now W's running for president, and he needs that evangelical vote. Pat Robertson, obviously very influential with his television program, and Pat Robertson gets this deal they're putting together with the Bush's good friends, the Gambles. That, in a nutshell, is how everything works.
Very quickly, we've just got a little over 15 minutes left in this interview. Something that has been talked about, you talk about it at considerable length in Family of Secrets, the imperial vice presidency of Dick Cheney, yet another oil man.
Well, that's right. You see, I have a problem with the talk about Dick Cheney. I won't deny that he's an interesting fellow, but he cannot be seen in isolation. And this is the problem with so many of these analyses, is they focus on Karl Rove. They focus on Dick Cheney. There's much more focus on them than there is on their ties to Poppy Bush, and then the Bush family's ties to all of these entities, these back relationships that I'm talking about with people that the public has never heard of. That larger and unfortunately far more complex story is really the story of how things work. And so Dick Cheney needs to be seen as a guy who was sponsored since early in his career by some of these interests. And keep in mind, I mean, he became the head of Halliburton, but what was Halliburton? Halliburton had merged with Brown and Root, a very important company that was instrumental in funding the rise of Lyndon Johnson and of Poppy Bush, and they became the largest defense contractor in the Vietnam War. And so they benefited tremendously following the assassination of John F. Kennedy with the ascension of Lyndon Johnson, who was basically their boy. As we talked about in an earlier program, Johnson and Poppy Bush were extremely good friends. This is not well known and not written about in other books. And then you see then the merger with Halliburton. LBJ had a lot of stock in Halliburton. I quote him in a never before released quote. Somebody actually heard him on the phone on the day of the assassination saying a profanity and then saying, "I'm going to have to sell my Halliburton stock," which was too bad because that was all about to go way up. So a merger with Brown and Root and Halliburton. Later on, a merger with Dresser Industries. This is the company taken over by the Bush family investment banking firm of Brown Brothers Harriman. So all of these things come together, and in the 90s, Dick Cheney, they're all out of government now, and Dick Cheney is told, not asked, but told that a group of oilmen have decided that he is going to run Halliburton. And it's an identical story to one you described in an earlier conversation we had, where a fellow who was a friend of the Bush family was told that he was going to run Dresser Industries. That's how this works. And so to see Dick Cheney in isolation as a powerful figure making his own decisions is way off base. These guys are all operating on behalf of much wealthier, much more powerful people, most of whom we've never heard of because the media doesn't cover them.
And both Halliburton and British Petroleum deeply involved in the spreading oil mess in the Persian Gulf, in the Gulf of Mexico, which may very well wind up entangling fatally the Obama administration. I'd like to read a couple of sentences, and we're down to our last, a little over 10 minutes here. On page 374, discussing Karl Rove, you make a very interesting point. Rove was not ambitious. Rove was not just ambitious and often brilliant. He was, in fact, the most effective of a long line of covert operatives recruited as young men into a pervasive, extra-legal apparatus. Perhaps more than any other person, Rove represented the sub-rosa convergence of politics with intelligence and espionage, truly the embodiment of the Bush political psyche. Just as the Bush business ventures are inextricably linked with intelligence matters, so too Bush electoral and media campaigns. I'd like to save some time for discussion of Joe Alba and Katrina, but very quickly, and we can do no more than touch on these. You talk about Karl Rove and two of his, really, one has to say, beautifully, cynically executed operations, the swift boating of John Kerry that we alluded to, and also the deep-sixing of Dan Rather and any further inquiries into George W. Bush's Texas Air National Guard stint.
That's right. You see, it occurred to me during the 5 years I spent researching Family of Secrets that what we're missing in much of our analysis is we don't understand how politics and intelligence and money-making are all the same thing. They're all part of the same thing. The way that Ray Hunt gets his oil deals is intelligence. He knows where it is. He gets there first. He has the right connections. He has political pull. It's the creation of the CIA, as we talked about on an earlier program, was by the business partner of Prescott Bush, Robert Lovett, and it's all very, very circular. It's all finance. It's all controlling resource extraction. It's all getting your people in control of the government, and then tricking the public through very sophisticated propaganda techniques, and also demonizing and destroying messengers who are trying to get people to wake up and to open their eyes.
And one of the things you do, and very much like your discussion of Poppy's covering of his tracks in Dallas on 11/22/63, and also the elaborate orchestration of the political defenestration of Richard Nixon and Watergate, your painstaking analysis, particularly of how Dan Rather was subverted, and also of how John Kerry, a decorated war veteran who, unlike George W. Bush, did not shirk duty in the Vietnam War. He served a term in the Navy aboard a light cruiser and then volunteered for the highly dangerous swift boat detachment, and yet he was successfully deep-sixed by the master Svengali, Karl Rove.
Well, that's right, and this is extremely important, and again, in the books and in the popular press, they've missed this entirely, the true significance of all that. What it all came back to was that if you looked at George W. Bush's record and you discovered that he had skipped out on the military, you then would start rattling their political base, which is a very military sympathetic segment of the population. You also would raise the issue of spectacular hypocrisy, a family that's always pushing other people's children to go to war, they not going to war, W, and then not only not going to war, but skipping out on safe stateside service. So this was absolutely untenable. Also, this would have led back to the possibility that the father, George H.W. Bush, had been involved in cooking the books and covering up the son's AWOL status, and so they couldn't have this. So they already had a potential problem, but once John Kerry, a decorated veteran, as you point out, became the candidate, and people started looking at it, that they had a crisis on their hands. I believe this was the biggest issue facing the Bush campaign in 2004, was not anything but this. Of course, it was the fact that it was becoming increasingly clear there were no WMDs, but this was all tied together because then it would raise questions about why they went into Iraq. And so I think they were terrified of this, and when Dan Rather, a guy with a lot of credibility, a major, super well-known figure, and the team that worked with them at CBS began going deep into this, it has become increasingly clear to me that what we're looking at with those documents that they put up on TV that were then adjudged to be false, that this was in fact a covert operation, that this was in fact a trap. And it was a trap very carefully calculated because those documents, which I myself had in my possession at the time that CBS aired them, were such that they were rather persuasive. They were consistent with what reporters already knew to be the case. They didn't really offer anything new, and so there was no real risk in letting Rather have them. But once he put them on the air and they were able to attack them and say there are anomalies there that you missed, they're obviously fake, it blew up in his face. It's one of the more brilliant gambits I think that we've seen in a very, very long time.
We've got less than 10 minutes left here. I'd like to briefly, just as the Gulf of Mexico is the focal point of a huge oily mess in which both Halliburton and BP figure prominently. George Bush was finally turned south, just as Nero was said to have fiddled while Rome burned. Bush apparently fiddled while New Orleans flooded. And before we get into Michael Brown, just briefly, again, we've got just a short amount of time, yet another person who is part of this networking milieu and who once again appears to have intelligence connections, and that is Joe Albaugh, Bush's first selection to head FEMA. Encapsulate him for us, if you would.
Right. So Joe Albaugh is a figure, again, the public hasn't heard much about because the media didn't do their job in focusing on him. And in Family of Secrets, I go into him fairly extensively. He comes out of a sort of murky background in Oklahoma politics, where he was very much involved with favoritism and contracts. He gets recruited by the George Bush gubernatorial campaign, I believe, because he's a big, intimidating guy, and he's very, very loyal. And I think they needed to put a lid on these things, including the National Guard story. And so that's basically what he did. He came in there, and he kind of kept the trains running on time. He kept people on track and kept journalists away from things they weren't supposed to look at. And then he became he was a campaign manager for the presidential campaign. Again, even though people have not heard of him very well, I don't think he was really running things, but he played that role as a sort of an enforcer. That's kind of the way reporters used to describe him. And then the election comes, and he's made the head. They're elected. They're put in charge. He's put in charge of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And what's very interesting about that is that FEMA, there's a whole backstory to what FEMA really was. I'm sorry I keep introducing new topics here, but in Family of Secrets I go into what really was FEMA. FEMA was sold to the public as something that was supposed to help the public in disasters, but internally it was conceptualized primarily as a way of sort of law enforcement, management of crowds, management of the public in the case of an emergency. And so this would have appealed very much to Albaugh, although the humanitarian side of it did not appeal to him. And we see in my interviews with people that they were very interested in sort of cutting the humanitarian role, just as they were interested in cutting social services. They didn't see this as a role of government. And so he was running that agency, but once 9/11 happened and they were forced to sort of merge the agency into this new Homeland Security, he didn't have the power anymore. He left, and he appointed the guy he'd brought in as his general counsel, a guy named Michael Brown. Michael Brown was an apparatchik in the Oklahoma Republican Party, also, I believe, involved with what were intelligence-like looking things as a sort of an assistant to Joe Albaugh. So you see Michael Brown, an assistant to Joe Albaugh, a kind of an assistant to Poppy Bush, actually, in the years before he was brought in to George W. Bush's campaign. So the way we ended up with Brownie, this guy who looked like a deer in the headlights, totally unable, not knowing what he was doing, was because, in fact, they really hadn't thought about that when they elevated these guys. They were thinking of this agency as something to gut. They were thinking of having loyalists in there who they could trust politically, and that was about it. And that's kind of shocking, but that's the whole story.
One interesting detail you mentioned in connection with Albaugh is that he ran a company called Great American Resources. He claims to have worked for CIA, and you interviewed his ex-wife, who said they did all kinds of business, but that all the transactions were mysterious and done in cash, which is very unusual for a large company, but not at all unusual for an intelligence front. Well,
again, throughout Family of Secrets, there must be, I don't even know the number, 10, 15, 20, 30 different outfits where every time somebody I interview says somebody else told them they were CIA, the money was mysterious, it was disappearing, the thing didn't make any money. I mean, it's all the same thing every time.
One of the things you see with the Bushes, both George's Bushes and generations before that, you see an inextricable link between business matters and intelligence matters, intelligence in the sense of espionage, not intellect, and in turn, a fundamental synthesis of intelligence matters and what the public views as popular electoral politics and the media component of same. And it is throughout. For everywhere you look with W, everywhere you look with Poppy, one finds these types of connections. And in Family of Secrets, Russ Baker, you have detailed that. It's a huge book. It's 600 pages plus footnotes. And if it seems to listeners that we've done the War and Peace of radio, suffice it to say that I think we could aptly say that we have scratched the surface, but no more than that. And I want to encourage listeners. A lot of people, I'm in my 4th decade on the air. People are always asking me, say, well, Dave, I believe what you're saying, but, what do I do about it? Well, something people can do about it is to go out and get the book. It's an election year again. get the book, read it, and tell other people about it on the internet and via talk shows. We've got about three minutes plus left here, Russ, and maybe this is the wrong way of trying to sort of sum up and encapsulate things, but you alluded earlier to First Interstate Bank and its collapse, and you hypothesized about financial collapse, something which is on everybody's mind, and finally the deregulation had the effect that a lot of people were afraid it was going to as W's presidency was drawing to a close. And you mentioned that although these financial collapses appear catastrophic to most of us, in many ways what Prescott Bush Sr. Was decrying was the socialism of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, which to an extent appears to have been undone by the Bushes. Maybe, do you think that's a good capping point for our discussions here?
Well, I mean, it could be. I think that your question about what people can do is also related to all of this, because you see the deeper patterns here, which we don't seem to see or to talk about, is that we, the people, the public at large, are being massively ripped off. I don't know any nicer way to put it. Our pockets are being picked continuously, year after year, decade after decade, you might even say century after century, by the same people or people of the same mindset. That's really what Family of Secrets is about. And because that is really a fairly small group of people, and because we are a large group of people, and because we ostensibly live in a democracy, were we actually informed about what's really going on, we would not permit it to continue. The real problem is we're not informed, and that's why I will tell people that if they ask, what can I do? I say, get informed and then spread the word, because the people don't know this. People, maybe certain people know it, but you can spread the word to other people. One of the great things about the internet now and into the future, and unless they are able to find a way to shut it down, is that we now have this marvelous multiplication tool to share what we learn with others. After you read something like Family of Secrets, you become, as a person, effective and able to go out and to share this with others. Emails, mass emails, posting comments in chat rooms and bulletin boards and what have you, blogs, all of us become advocates for spreading the truth. And a lot of people out there, irrespective of their so-called voting patterns or political beliefs, are open to well-presented, powerful new information and to having their entire worldview transformed. And of course, once we transform enough people's worldviews, we begin transforming the world itself.
Yes, indeedy. And if you don't want to participate in that transformation, remember what Edith Wharton said: a frivolous society can only achieve dramatic significance through what its frivolity destroys. But happily, you have a vehicle for doing that. That vehicle is Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. The author is Russ Baker, and for the last 6 hours, it has been my pleasure and privilege to visit with Russ Baker. Russ, thank you so much for appearing with us.
Well, thank you very much, Dave. I really enjoyed it.
And this concludes side 2 of For the Record program number 716, interview number 6 with Russ Baker. This has been recorded on June 6th of the year 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 1 of For the Record program number 730, Interview with Russ Baker. This program is being recorded on December 3rd of the year 2010. Once again, it's my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of the consummately important book Family of Secrets, which removes the cover from much of the Bush family's operations of really the better part of a century. Russ, welcome back to our airwaves.
Thank you very much, Dave. Good to be here.
Well, back in May and June, we recorded 6 one-hour interviews about Family of Secrets, and I think we did a good job of synopsizing. It might seem like a silly word to use for 6 hours of broadcasting, but given the formidable, deep amount of information in Family of Secrets, I think that's really all we do is to give a good overview of the book. There's an awful lot there to discuss. In the time since then, I'd be interested to get
to get your reaction about the book itself as a phenomenon. Any thoughts in that regard? One of the things that struck me, and one of the reasons that particular question comes to mind, is the fact that, for example, you talk about the Kennedy assassination and tie the elder George Bush and a number of other political figures, mainstream political figures, into that event. Students of the event know that, but your book discusses that, and yet it has gotten acceptance in circles that normally look askance at any discussion of topics that are deemed to be conspiracy theory. And it's one of the things I find remarkable about the book itself. Any thoughts about the book and it as a political event in and of itself?
Well, none of it has been easy. It wasn't easy to get a publisher to commit to it. Several of them, of the bigger houses, expressed excitement about the material, but some small sense, at least, of terror of actually publishing it. So we were lucky to get a good publisher, and then we did experience a kind of a blackout when it first came out. We were told that I would be on all kinds of major network programs, television, radio, and excerpts in major magazines and so on. And then one after another, those windows closed. And so, but you're right. We have managed a certain amount of mainstream acceptance, and I think that's probably due to a combination of reasons. One is that I've been laboring as a professional journalist for quite a few years, and have developed, I guess, some reputation as well as relationships with people in the business who are perhaps more mainstream than I am. I've also been published over the years in many name brand publications and electronic media. And so I think that was a factor. Also, just I try to be very, very careful in the way that I do my work. And so most everything in Family of Secrets is footnoted. I tried always to include to name the sources and so forth. And so I think that helped. And then I think some of the endorsements are more kind of generalized endorsements of the body of work and larger than just the book, but my work over the years. And this maybe gives some people who've endorsed Family of Secrets or my work a bit of cover, you might say. In other words, this allows them to generally support this work, even though they themselves don't go this far in their own programs, their own articles, and so forth. And then we did have a few nice reviews from print publications. And then, as I say, more and more as this keeps happening, people become increasingly comfortable. And, we put out this recently, this terrific video. You can watch it on our website, familyofsecrets.com, or if you go on YouTube, we've set up a YouTube channel. You type in www.youtube.com/Family of Secrets, all together with no spaces, Family of Secrets. And then you go to that page and automatically it opens with this video, which has all these blurbs from people like Sidney Schanberg, who won the Pulitzer Prize for his work on the killing fields of Cambodia, David Margolick, who was the New York Times legal affairs correspondent and then later with Vanity Fair and now Newsweek, and people like that. And so I think as people see those names and those affiliations, it gives them a sense that, this stuff it may be solid, and it's interesting, as you say, that we're sort of crossing that line that may not be crossed. That's one of my main missions, by the way, Dave, with my work in Family of Secrets, but also with our nonprofit investigative website, whowhatwhy.com, whowhatwhy.com, where we're trying to do work with the same standards of agnosticism and open-mindedness and balance that the mainstream media at least claims to attempt. And so I think we stand apart from a lot of the things, a lot of the efforts that go into these areas that you see, particularly on the Internet, where people don't even there's not even any pretense of trying to really get to the bottom of things, but rather there seem to be agendas in play.
One of the things that was really striking to me about Family of Secrets, and that is in developing this same theme, in addition to approaching a number of topics, especially the assassination of President Kennedy, which are normally viewed as off limits, and the people who dare to cross into that territory are simply viewed as untouchables, in effect, as creatures who were simply unacceptable, and I use the term creatures advisedly, and yet you did cross into that territory. Another thing that I think was significant about the book, and that is that you broach the issue of, well, throughout Family of Secrets, the Bush family, both generations, not only, well, really more than two, but the Bush family are seen as deeply involved with the intelligence community, and just about everything they do is inextricably linked with intelligence operations. You also have taken that and explored its logical conclusion in something that's become an ongoing reality, and that is the use of covert operation, the use of intelligence methodology to control political process here in the United States. Any thoughts on that as we look back on the recent midterm elections?
Yes, I mean, I think it has gradually dawned on me in the 2 decades plus that I've done journalism, the extent to which so much of the system that we take for granted was actually rigged right from the beginning against the majority. And, back in the early 90s when I did investigative cover stories for the Village Voice, I was already starting to find that as I looked at things like disaster relief nonprofits that turned out to be something else, run by George H.W. Bush's college roommate, and then it turned out that seemed to have some connections to Iran-Contra and maybe weapons running, all sorts of other things. And so I said, so all of these institutions that we take for granted, that we're told, you can give your money here if you want to help out in the case of the earthquake in this country and the flood in that one and so forth. And so that already back then I was seeing that, but my eyes were really opened in the 5 years I spent researching Family of Secrets to a whole other degree of this, and that was, as you say, the domestic side. And as I began tracing all of these individuals, many of whom, some of whom you've heard of, many of whom you haven't. And that's one of the reasons I think Family of Secrets is both a challenging and a sort of invigorating read, is because of all of these characters that are brought in that are new. And I had to do that because you actually can see these operations taking place. You can see the control of these institutions coming into play. And so, for example, the relationship between Prescott Bush and a man named Robert Lovett, his business partner, and then Robert Lovett being probably the principal person responsible for the creation of the Central Intelligence Agency, and then going back and looking at the banking firm that they were partners in and seeing how this firm, working with the law firms of Alan Dulles and his brother and other outfits, were able to influence many American administrations back to the beginning of the 20th century to intervene in foreign countries on behalf of these private holdings. And so I began to see that these very institutions that we just take for granted, CIA, NSA, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, that we don't actually think about, well, what are these things? Where did they come from? Whose idea was it? And so on. And that, I think, just really sort of takes you, as you say, over a line, and you're in whole new territory.
One of the points that I made in particularly the first couple of interviews that we did, and it's one of the areas that I think you're one of the many strengths of the book, and that is that it illustrates one of the realities, I believe the dominant reality of certainly American power structure. One could perhaps argue that's true and has always been true around the world, but whenever the subject of something like the assassination of President Kennedy comes up, X number of people are automatically going to roll their eyes and go, "Oh, I don't believe in conspiracy theories," and that type of subject matter is dismissed very quickly and effectively as conspiracy theory. It means that it's silly. We don't have to look at it, and yet what your book does is to illustrate networking, and that really what is demeaned as conspiracy theory and what is dismissed as an insignificant trifle really is an outgrowth of what could be, I think, said to be the main manifestation of power and economic largesse in any society, particularly this one. And that's how they work. And it's one of the real strengths, I think, of the book is the way you start with going back to Prescott, Leavitt, and the robber barons of the Gilded Age, and then following the evolution of family power and corporate power through the decades.
Right. When I began the work on Family of Secrets, I really had not intended nor expected to get into any of that. I started with very simple questions. I was sort of interested in knowing more about George W. Bush and how someone as improbable as he would rise to that level and then do the very controversial things that he did. So I didn't know where this would lead, and so it was very interesting to just keep assembling dots and then beginning to connect them, and to see this sort of American oligarchy at work. And to realize that, of course, why didn't I think of this before? That the same people who very openly have championed interventions all over the world against democracies, and have felt that we had the right of empire, essentially, that those attitudes would not suddenly be abandoned when they returned home, and that in fact the stakes are much higher here. So the very same types of attitudes and approaches would be operative, except that they'd have to go to much greater lengths to make it not obvious that they were doing this. They obviously could not do it openly in this country. And in fact, in the other countries, of course, like in Guatemala with the invasion there in the 50s, they had these elaborate covers in Chile in the 70s. And so they were always using surrogates and so forth and propaganda through second parties. And so they're never really out in the open about this. And in the United States, they certainly haven't been out in the open, but we can begin to see these things. And they do manifest themselves visibly in the persons of individuals like Karl Rove, or Dick Cheney, where they essentially choose to kind of emerge from the shadows and sort of take the rap for a lot of things that are deemed disturbing, dangerous, or illegal. And in fact, it's very interesting because by them being willing to take the rap, they then take that kind of criticism from the mainstream media, the corporate-owned media, and so you'll see columnists in the New York Times ferociously going after both Rove and Cheney, but failing to understand, or maybe they understand, but they don't talk about the fact that these men are just working for others, and that they are laboring on behalf of this very elaborate system of power that has probably always been with us.
One of the chapters or events that you describe in your book that really illustrates how, in a sense, the chickens came home to roost on November 22nd, 1963. That is Barbara Bush's letter that you dissect and point out how it really is something of a deliberate cover for what the Bush family were doing on November 22nd, 1963. Forgotten the name of the gentleman, but he had helped with covert operations in Greece, among other places, and he was a long-standing covert actions specialist, CIA, and he had stopped by Dallas, Texas, right about the time President Kennedy was being killed, and you place him and the elder George Bush with an milieu of covert action specialists. I've forgotten the guy's name offhand, but he was
Alfred Ulmer.
There we go, yes.
Yeah, Al Ulmer. See, and it's very interesting because Larry King had George H.W. and Barbara Bush on recently, and he didn't ask them, not surprisingly, anything tough. I actually am just writing a blog post for our site, whowhatwhy.com, about, I read in the New York Times yesterday or the day before an article, Dateline Moscow, about these WikiLeaks, the diplomatic cables referencing Vladimir Putin in a negative light. And the New York Times article then says, to deal with these, Vladimir Putin went on to Larry King, where the King is notorious for his they actually said his softball questioning, and so he knew he could get on there and make his case without being challenged. And we actually went back and did some research, myself and Dave McHenry, who helps us with some of our stuff, and we're unable to find any other examples of the New York Times ever referencing Larry King's softball style with former President Bush 41 and so forth. And that's really where they ought to be focusing, that here's Family of Secrets with 4 chapters of new information on the Kennedy assassination, all coming out of curiosity about George H.W. Bush's statement he couldn't remember where he was on November 22, 1963. And then all of these facts, which we can go into, the CIA's overthrow expert who lives abroad in 1963, coming to visit just by chance the week of November 22 and having lunch with the Bushes and so forth. And, all of these things. And
this, the aforementioned Al Ulmer.
Al Ulmer, yeah. Right. And so, this, of course, you would want Larry King in the New York Times to ask Bush 41, just out of curiosity. This man has this book. He's a well-known journalist, and it's all footnoted. And just curious, what's your reaction? Where were you on November 22? How did you know Al Ulmer? You were a small-time oil man. How did you know Al Ulmer, CIA coup expert extraordinaire? But nobody asks.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing to do, I think, if you really want to get mainstream America to at least contemplate some of the questions that you raise in Family of Secrets, you're going to have to go on Dancing with the Stars, Russ. I think
I'm thinking about that. I've got an inquiry into the Palin family to see if we can do some sort of a duet of sorts.
Yeah, it actually brings to mind, obviously, I'm kidding to an extent. Actually, I'm kidding, period. But it brings to mind one of my favorite quotes from author Edith Wharton, who noted that, quote, "A frivolous society can only achieve dramatic significance through what its frivolity destroys." And that is something, although obviously Sarah Palin is rightfully the subject of a great deal of mirth, the fact that she could become the serious political phenomenon she has become is not funny at all. That isn't in the least little bit amusing. It is, in a sense, when you undertook to write Family of Secrets, I take it as a given that there was an element of confusion about how does somebody like George W. Bush, who clearly was not qualified to be President of the United States and who basically played true, he botched his presidency, how does he become president immediately after his failed presidency and after the complete failure of free market economics, yet that same ideology is once again coming to the fore, and it should, I think, cause people to ask questions. It's past a point mystifying.
I think that we are failed in the question-asking department on almost everything. I'd love to have the time to look more into Sarah Palin and whether this is just simply, another pretty face, because we know that she doesn't bring a lot of insight into the world or policy vision or anything else. She's not a tremendously good speaker or debater or what have you. And so what is that we're looking at other than her physical looks? And I don't see such a great job being done of that by the media. So I would say almost anything you want to talk about, Homeland Security, what is it? What's the real value of these gropings and full body scans and so on? I just was listening to the radio up here in the Bay Area the other day, and somebody was talking about at-risk youth and how by not funding programs for them, we actually increase the danger to ourselves so vastly much more than we ever face a danger from foreign terrorists. So there's no kind of thoughtful balancing out of risks. Nobody's really looking into these things.
Bill Clinton recently observed that we're in a, quote, fact free, unquote, political environment, which I would suggest that that's been true for a long time. And I think one of the things that Family of Secrets does is to go back and to haul a great deal of subject material into the investigative spotlight that generally has been dismissed, as I've indicated, as, oh, that's silly conspiracy theory, who cares about that? One of the things that you point out in Family of Secrets is the way that the power structure you're looking at has enabled itself through generations. In other words, the elder George Bush got a lot of impetus from people around him, from his ancestors and from the institutions that caused them to thrive. He then obviously helped George W. Bush to prosper and set the stage for his rise to power. And that generational manifestation is one of the things that obviously has brought us to the situation we're in. Talking about the lack of commentary, you mentioned that Politico.com is actually done by the son of a major George W. Bush supporter. Which guy was that?
Joe Albritton. He had been involved with, I want to say, was it Riggs Bank? It was one of these banks in Washington that was involved with Saudi money, and there were investigations of it, and I believe some consequences. And this is the son is running it, and the son, you can't necessarily hold the children responsible for what their parents do. But it's interesting that so many, the old media was the Washington Post, controlled by the Graham family, with their and the Meyer family before that, their ties into the to the military and the spy establishment and the banks and so forth. And then they are sort of unseated to some extent by Politico, and here's another guy who's another banker who's again connected in with the exact same interests. And I say that, I mean, I was delighted to actually write something recently for Politico, a fairly narrow piece that did not go into 90-some% of the revelations of Family Secrets, but nevertheless they let me at least talk about George W. Bush and his book and say some other things. And I think there's some good people working there, but you're pointing out just this issue of ownership and control, and I think that is an important one to study.
I know when I hear, for example, during my morning commute, I'm listening to the radio and I'm listening to the traffic reports, and the CBS AM news affiliate here features regular input from Politico, and so in terms of as they're presenting what for the most part is critical observations about Barack Obama, it's just interesting that it's coming from someone who is the son of a major Bush supporter. Riggs Bank, also I would note, was a major repository for funds used for covert operations over the decades.
Well, that's right.
Yet another institution that's inextricably linked with the intelligence milieu and the world of covert operations we've been discussing.
Yeah, and as I recall, I may be wrong in this, but as I recall, the elder Albritton comes out of Texas. So again, he's very much part of that circle. And
what you referred to, or what you quote somebody as referring to, the Texas Raj, figures prominently in the book, the power elite of Texas, and they are powerful, and they are something of an elite. Although one could perhaps argue that it's strictly in an economic sense, and that they represent some of the dregs of society as a whole. Have you had any response to some of the investigations in the book? In other words, has anybody suggested that some of the material be used to reopen or carry on any investigations?
I think it's too early for that. We're still in those beginning stages of trying to simply let people know that Family of Secrets exists. And that's difficult enough. There are, I don't know the numbers, but there are tens or hundreds of thousands of books published in the English language each year. And then so many more that are sitting there in places like Amazon. And so to kind of break out of that and create any awareness is very, very difficult. I'm on a kind of a really extended campaign or tour to let people know about Family of Secrets, because even people who are deeply interested in the very topics we're discussing about don't even know generally that it exists. And so I found, for example, with people on Capitol Hill that they've told me we don't have time to read books. but it sounds interesting. People who work in the White House who really ought to know about these things. They may not even realize what they got themselves into, that they need to read it. And so it's starting to happen that people are, adopting Family of Secrets and buying half a dozen or a dozen copies and sending them to people they know in the White House, on Capitol Hill, in news organizations, or to people they don't know, which by the way, I'd love to see more folks get copies and just send them to opinion makers and let them know about it. And I'm guessing that most of the people who would mount these investigations, people on the Hill, advocates in various areas, whether it's the Kennedy assassination or people who want to get to the bottom of what Watergate really was, people who scrutinize the activities of the intelligence apparatus, I would still say that the vast majority of them have not read Family of Secrets or even heard of it. And so we've got really quite a steep hill to climb here. I think we are climbing it, and I'm seeing actual results month to month. Shows like yours are very, very important in that, irrespective of the size of the audience, if you've got discerning, sophisticated people listening, and if they are people who tend to take a little bit of action, go online and post thoughtful commentaries, maybe mention things on other shows and so forth, that we can begin to spread this documented mass of information showing us a whole different history, a whole different recent history of this country. And so I am hopeful that eventually this will lead to some new investigations on Capitol Hill and elsewhere, and perhaps even in the criminal courts.
We're almost out of time on this side. Very quickly, one of the things you write about, Texas author and journalist Mickey Herskowitz was doing a puff piece biography of George W. Bush prior to W's presidential campaign run, and W disclosed to him that he was contemplating invading Iraq even before he became president. That is among it typifies, I should say, the type of thing that one might expect to shake the tree a little bit and perhaps see a little bit of political fruit drop from the branches.
Well, what's extraordinary about that, Dave, is in all these instances, and by the way, that information I tried to publish in 2004 when I first interviewed Mickey, and I ran up against resistance with all these top news organizations. They were tantalized by the information, but they were terrified of the consequences of being out front of the pack reporting this information. And so this is what we're looking at. And I think that as I talk to big names in media and so forth, they're all kind of, they really are afraid that they're going to get chopped off. And so they're sort of, they just want to see some kind of reassurance. And this is why I'm trying to start doing more of these cable programs and what have you, so that I can create a comfort zone so that all these folks, most of whom are perfectly decent people, can feel the confidence, and the fear will recede, and they'll say, I can go a little further with this material. As you point out, that Mickey Herskowitz stuff, I mean, he was is a well-known Texas journalist, and so there's really no question as to his overall credibility. It's just a question whether people will run with it.
Let's explore this further in the second side of this program, because we're almost out of time in side one. This concludes side one of For the Record program number 730, Interview with Russ Baker. This program is being recorded on December 3rd of the year 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name's Dave Emery, and this is Side 2 of For the Record program number 730, Interview with Russ Baker. This program is being recorded on December 3rd of the year 2010. Once again, it is my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of the consummately important, recently published Family of Secrets. Everything you need to know, but probably didn't know about the Bush family through the generations. Russ, welcome back to our airwaves.
Thank you very much. Just like to mention, Dave, the subtitle on the paperback edition of Family of Secrets, which is The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years.
I'd like to ask you, and maybe this is too subjective a point to really pin down, but in discussing the fear that some of the more mainstream news organizations and people affiliated with them appear to demonstrate with regard to approaching something. For example, we were talking about Mickey Herskowitz, the Texas author and journalist, who learned from George W. Bush that he was thinking about invading Iraq in the late 1990s. When you say fear, do you get the feeling that they're afraid physically, or is it professional retribution? They simply lose their job and will then become blacklisted and thereby unable to earn, or is it a little of both?
I mean, I think it's mostly the latter. I think that it's a concern professionally, and people say to me all the time, "Listen, I'd love to do more, but the reality is I have a mortgage and I have kids in college, and I'm no use if I don't have a job. I do what I can." I hear this all the time. I've heard this throughout my career, and they say, "I admire you being an independent journalist, but that's very, very tough, and most of us can't do that." And so, I mean, I think this is true of all these people, plus the fact, of course, that they get all the status that goes with being a well-known, say, television anchor or what have you, and tremendous income. I mean, it's not just that they would be sacrificing a lot to or risking their survival to give it up. It's that they would be giving up a very lavish lifestyle. So there are two sides to that. But in any case, I think that there is a notion that you just can't talk about these things. And we see this. I mean, look at what happened with Bill Maher when he said that he didn't think the correct term to apply to people who would strap bombs on and blow themselves up was coward. And it was basically, that was a matter of semantics. He wasn't endorsing them in any way, but there he was forced off the air. And the Dixie Chicks and on and on. And so there are real consequences for even that kind of speech, which I think is much less controversial, actually, than reporting out these facts about a living ex-president and the very, very bizarre set of circumstances surrounding his inability to remember where he was on November 22, 1963. You're talking about many, many football fields away from where people comfortably want to reside.
Of course, it is said that everyone who was of the age of consciousness remembers exactly where they were and what they were doing at the time they heard President Kennedy had been shot. Of course, the elder George W. Bush, the gentleman to whom you were referring, was certainly of the age of consciousness, and CIA headquarters is named after him. So the notion that he would not have remembered where he was when he was in the immediate vicinity is simply not credible. You made the reference to Bill Maher, and there was a political comedian who couldn't say that he launched the genre, but Mort Saul, who was a political comedian of considerable, and who, by the way, is still gigging.
Yeah, I saw him not too long ago in New York City.
Yeah, and he was actually one of Jim Garrison's investigators. He was looking into the Kennedy assassination, and in his autobiography, Heartland, he asked the question, how many lies can you allow yourself to believe before you belong to the lie? And as we look at journalistic organizations and many other professional institutions that have a difficult time moving in the direction that they should, simply because of the fact that the bread is buttered on the other side, it raises an interesting question about whether it's too late. Mort Saul then asked, is it too late for America? And I think that's a question that one would certainly wind up asking after reading Family of Secrets. One of the things, too, that I was struck by in reading the book, and that is let me ask you, do you think at this point that an American election should necessarily be seen as a psyop, as a psychological operation?
My research for Family of Secrets showed me that those elections that I looked at all had the earmarks of some degree of covert intervention. And I would say that it was either in elections or it was during the presidency of the person who was elected. That would apply to Obama. That would apply to Clinton, to Carter being denied re-election, to the election of Reagan and H.W. Bush, certainly George W. Bush, and in Family of Secrets, of course, I go into great lengths about what happened to CBS News when they went after Bush on his military service, or I guess I should say non-service, or missing service, and what happened to Kerry with the Swift boat veterans and so on. And, I mean, there's a very fine line between what you would call kind of normal hardball, PR advertising methodologies and actual covert operations. I don't think there actually is any real distinction if these operations involve a kind of inherent dishonesty and a desire to move the public in a direction that it runs counter to their interest and to confuse and deceive them. I think it's all sort of the same thing. In fact, if we go back in the history of advertising and publicity to people like Bernays, we see that they worked very closely with these covert entities in addition to doing the same kind of things for private companies.
There's a book called The Science of Coercion by Christopher Simpson. It's called Communications Research and Psychological Warfare, 1945 to 1960. And one of the things he points out is the extent to which communications research as an academic discipline and psychological warfare are inextricably linked and really evolved hand in hand in the post-World War II period. One of the things I've wondered about, have you had any... In your discussion of both the swift boating of John Kerry and also the deep sixing of Dan Rather when he began looking into George W.'s military record, both could conceivably lead to investigations and possibly even the prosecution of some of the apparent malefactors. Have you had any? Has there been any feedback in that regard? Have you had anybody offered to look into either of those?
I have to tell you that the whole investigative apparatus itself is somewhat problematical. The more we learn about the Justice Department and the corporate control of the Justice Department itself, their influence over who becomes Attorney General, that is the most important branch of government, I would say, in this sense of, or I should say department of government, other than the Department of Defense, in the impact that it has on the fortunes of the American oligarchy, because if those people do not deem what is being done illegal or worthy of investigation, then they're home free. And so this is something that has to be neutralized, just as in historically in great American cities, the organized crime immediately wanted to neutralize the police chief, the chief of detectives, the head of the vice squad, and so on. So I don't see how we're ever going to even get these things investigated until we ourselves investigate the entire apparatus, including the investigative agencies themselves.
One of the major news stories of 2010, of course, was the blowout of the Deepwater Horizon rig down in the Gulf and the Gulf of Mexico. And you talk about some of the forces that manifested themselves down there, specifically BP and a powerful Scottish banking family, the Gamels, who were involved with BP, among other things, as well as the Blair administration. We've talked about that. We talked about that in the 6 interviews that we did, but I wonder if you'd review that for us, because with that, with BP so much in the news, I think it's very interesting to contemplate this Scottish banking connection and also petroleum connection to the Bush family.
Yeah, I mean, there were these different strands I followed that ended up coming together when you went back far enough. And, for example, I just was curious about that close relationship and friendship between George W. Bush and Tony Blair, which surprised, I think, everyone, because Blair was labor and he was seen as sort of a liberal and a smart guy and so forth, and he was seemingly very close with Bill Clinton, and then along comes George W. Bush, and they're even closer. So I just wanted to know more about that, and as I went back, I wanted to know, what was the beginning of that relationship, and it turned out that they'd been introduced by this fellow Bill Gamel, Scots, who's in the oil business, and then I found that Gamel knew both of them since he was young, and he went to prep school, so-called public school, with Blair in Scotland, and he went to and they were friends of the Bushes. In fact, George H.W. Bush, when he was supposedly in the oil business, was Zapata offshore, something I show in Family of Secrets appears to have been an intelligence cover, but he would travel to places like Scotland, and they would stay with the Gamels on their sheep farm, and he would bring young George W. along, essentially, I think, teaching him the real family business. And so there they are mixing with the Gamels. I have a quote in Family of Secrets where one of the employees of the banking firm that the father runs chuckles and says, we were thought of as the CIA station in Scotland. And then I find the great-grandfather was involved with the post-war occupation, World War II, very close with Averell Harriman, who was a business partner of the grandfather Bush, Prescott. And so all of these relationships go way back. Blair is something different from a different class and so forth, but he shows up in the mix. He's friends with this Gamble fellow, who's friends with Bush, and he says, this guy's okay, you can work with him. And then we start seeing all these other consequences. We see Gamble gets into the oil business. They fund a couple of generations of Bush's enterprises in Texas. They themselves get some help with some of their attempts to lease offshore off of India. And then we see British Petroleum in the picture, and we see how Tony Blair was so favorable to British Petroleum. They practically owned his government, and his own cabinet was just stocked so heavily with BP people. And then other people of his, when they left, they went and joined BP. And so when we then see this disaster off of the Gulf Coast with BP involved, and we see Halliburton also involved, another company that had been in the orbit of Bush companies. We begin to get a sense that all these people know each other. How did they end up getting the contracts, the right to, how did they know to bid on this particular property, that this was going to be so lucrative, how beat out the others? How does all of this work? And I started looking into it, and I saw, we don't look into, let's say, the assigning of drilling rights very well. We don't look into how it is that certain companies know which one to bid on. We don't look into any of these things, frankly.
And it's interesting, too, to observe how the British petroleum situation is inextricably linked with their intelligence community. You point out in Family of Secrets that MI6 and in particular the British Foreign Intelligence Service also has something of a revolving door relationship with the management of BP. By the way, we should call it BP. One of the things that Barack Obama got in trouble with was referring to it as British Petroleum, which it used to be. They've now officially changed their name to BP. And
yeah, that's a good trick, just like Blackwater calling itself XC and it's still Blackwater. They do that all the time. By the way, that whole British Petroleum thing, you can take that back to the overthrow of Mossadegh in Iran, where the British were the principal oil interests there, but the U.S. Went in and helped them out, helped them get the Shah in there. And by the way, one of the key architects of that was a fellow named Kermit Kim Roosevelt, the grandson of Theodore Roosevelt, a high CIA officer. And then you see in Family of Secrets, he leaves and he joins, I want to say, I think it was Gulf Petroleum, Gulf Oil. And then when H.W. Bush, who's in the private oil business in the late 50s, and he puts a rig off of Cuba prior to the Bay of Pigs invasion, he's doing that at the behest of Gulf Oil with Mr. Kermit Roosevelt on the board. So I'm sure these are all coincidences, but they're pretty intriguing.
It's interesting, too, that although you don't write about it in Family of Secrets, once again, BP is looming large in the questions that are being asked about the release of the convicted Lockerbie bomber, too, because BP got an offshore oil concession from Libya, and there are questions about the possibility of strings having been pulled there to secure, I think it's, I've forgotten the gentleman's name off the top of my head, but the convicted Lockerbie bomber as well.
There's always a lot more to these stories. By the way, on the BP situation, you have yet more connections. So we were talking about Iran. So George de Mohrenschildt, who we talked about, who was essentially Lee Harvey Oswald's handler, and also, as I go into in one entire chapter in Family of Secrets, turns out to have been an old friend of George H.W. Bush long before the assassination.
And also an old friend of, the Bouviers, but Jackie Kennedy's family.
Right, and then involved in some oil operations with Aristotle Onassis, who would become Mr. Jackie Bouvier. And then I find out that he also was involved with leasing millions of acres of Cuba from Batista for oil exploration. So the way that this stuff spreads out and the way that it all ends up being about control of natural resources, that is a story that we rarely hear that in the day-to-day news.
And throughout, again, hopefully not to belabor the point too much, but throughout Family of Secrets and throughout the generations of the Bushes, a number of themes present themselves. One, corporate power manifesting itself through generations, that corporate power inextricably linked with intelligence matters and covert operations. George W. Bush has been flogging his book, Decision Points, and I caught a soundbite. He was at Facebook's headquarters in Palo Alto a couple of days ago, and he was asked about the bailouts after the Lehman Brothers collapse and the collapse of Wall Street. And he said, well, that was an example of how I had to go against my ideology. My ideology is such that I think that people should be stuck with the consequences of their failures. But in this case, it was too much at stake, so we had to go ahead and bail them out. I thought of you when I heard that, because one of the things, obviously, George W. Bush's, the fact that he has not had his feet held to the fire, his lack of corporate accountability and professional responsibility.
Well, his own companies were all failures, and every one of them was bailed out by friends and financial supporters of the Bush family, or by others who had reasons to want to curry favor with his father as vice president and so forth. You see that all the time. By the way, the ironic thing with Lehman Brothers is that a year they let that one go when they didn't have to, but this is a little-known fact that probably the most profitable part of Lehman Brothers was salvaged and was sold for, I believe it was $1 to a cousin of George W. Bush.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go.
So they didn't do too badly.
Well, the family that maintains their secrets tends to profit thereby. One of the things that you write about, we were talking briefly about Zapata Oil, or Zapata Offshore Petroleum, and how that appears to have been an intelligence front. That's the case with so many different business enterprises that one encounters with both Georges Bush. One of the things that struck me about, one of the things that looms large in my own memory about Family of Secrets, and that is Harken Energy. Harken Energy was basically little more than a money laundering front. I mean, that's basically what it was. It was not so much an energy company as a vehicle for money laundering and apparent covert operations. It
was part of a pattern that I believe is still going on today, where surrogates come in and, using what appears to be funds coming from elsewhere, buy up companies that are either undervalued or have a brand name but are at present something of a shell of what they used to be, and then even force the value of the company down more through certain techniques, including bad-mouthing the company they just bought, and then they buy up all the remaining shares, take the control of the company, and then huge amounts of money of mysterious origin begin pumping in, and then the next thing that happens is there's a web of all of these offshore and associated entities, just like Enron had, that no auditor can figure out, and they start setting up subsidiaries all over the world, and the shareholders are never making a profit, or rarely, and so you have to assume that the continued existence of these entities is for some other purpose than the profit taking of the investing public. By the way, you see that with other companies, and in Family of Secrets, I interview a guy named Bob Gow who worked for Zapata Offshore, and then later had his own kind of strange globe-girdling company that didn't make any money, and he was an employee of Bush 41, and he was the employer of Bush 43, and he talked proudly about how they went all over the world setting up these accounts so they could move the monies in such a way as to avoid taxes. And because these companies were not profitable, it didn't make any sense to me that they'd even have any incentive to do that. He left it at that, and the rest is for people to speculate as to why.
After the Wall Street collapse, of course, one of the things that has dominated economic news, and that is the exponential increase in the price of gold. Veteran listeners to this program are familiar with the work of Peggy and Sterling Seagrave and their landmark text, Gold Warriors, as well as its preceding and companion volume, Yamato Dynasty. You not only reference Gold Warriors, but one of the things that looms large, again, in Harken Energy, with the Harvard, I've forgotten what the investment arm of Harvard University is formally called, but inextricably linked with the world of covert operations, Harken Energy, the Bush family are basically gold warriors. There's a lot of gold bullion and apparent speculation involved with that tangle as well.
Yeah, this was all new territory to me. In fact, one of the things I always try to make clear is that I was not what you would call a JFK assassination buff. I didn't suspect that there was more to Watergate. I didn't know much of anything about gold. So I went into all of these things simply just asking general questions and following them wherever the trail went, collecting information. The gold story you refer to in Family of Secrets in a chapter called the quacking duck. If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, and it was about this strange Harken energy. And the more I dug into it, the more it pointed toward gold, and all these roads led back very intriguingly, and you could write a whole separate book on this, to World War II and Douglas MacArthur's intelligence operation, Poppy Bush's role in World War II, and all these different figures, including the man who ends up being the head of the Harvard Board of Overseers, probably the single most powerful person at Harvard University, who directs tens of millions of Harvard's investments into this little unprofitable Harken. He turns out to have served with General MacArthur in the war. The man who buys Harken Energy, a lawyer from New York, his father turns out to have been based in the Philippines all of his life, an American close to Ferdinand Marcos, and before that, General MacArthur.
This is Alan Quasha, right?
Right, and his father, William Quasha. So these are these fascinating things. It all flows back to gold, and then you start seeing Quasha and some of the other guys being put on things like the American Express Gold Fund, other gold funds, and it's hard to know what to make of it, but it certainly looks like something. And when you put that together with the work that the Seagraves and other people have done about the manipulation of gold supplies, one really does come away with the impression that there is some vast cache of gold somewhere that has been around for at least since the end of World War II, and that has been doled out over the years to fund unauthorized covert operations worldwide.
Was it Robert Stone? He was the fellow.
Robert G. Stone.
Robert
That's
G. Stone,
right. Yeah.
and himself with many intelligence.
And his brother connected with the Central Intelligence Agency. And then I found Robert Stone involved in a little obscure Texas company with Tom Devine, the CIA officer who was involved with H.W. Bush in setting up Zapata offshore. So all of these, if you were to do one of those those online, they have the muckety website with all the links and stuff. The links here would create quite a dense spider web.
Again, the term networking, not conspiracy theory, but networking, which carries a very different onus to it. In addition to the Gamels and Harken Energy, you go into a number of other things. Well, let me. We got about 5 minutes left here. As we contemplate the economic wreckage in the latter part of the book, you muse about just what exactly we have been left with. Obviously, George W. Bush was not qualified to be president. You explored how somebody like that got to the position he got to, and you also ruminated a bit about what he left behind for all of us. Perhaps in the next couple of minutes, I wonder if you would share some of your thoughts with us about where we are now and looking back on the Family of Secrets and the things they've done. What are some of your thoughts in that regard?
Well, I find myself questioning more and more almost everything that I see in the news, wondering whether we couldn't do a much better job of examining the institutions that are central to our lives and our being. I mean, so many people. I had lunch the other day with an ex-intelligence officer, a good guy, by the way, and there are a lot of good people working in these things, simply only saw what he saw and has no greater understanding of the enterprise of which he was part. And I think we all fail to see the larger enterprise of which we're part. I don't think we see the companies we work for and the implications of what they do and what they stand for. I don't think we fully understand the elections that we take part in. I don't think we give nearly enough thought to the entire economic system in this giant, to me, now I'm no expert in economics, but looks to me to be basically a giant legalized gambling apparatus that wreaks havoc with all of our lives, with our mortgages and our homes and our our pensions and what have you, that we're in a kind of a crazy dream almost, that really nothing makes any sense. And by the way, I do want to kind of end this on a positive note and say that this may sound like a kind of a paradox, but I enjoy what I do. I love looking into these things. I can tell you do. You seem to be generally, I guess, I don't know you well, a contented person. And looking into these things and trying to come to terms with our individual existences and then how we fit into the larger thing actually is a kind of an ennobling and empowering phenomenon. And it is the first step on the road to getting control of our lives and our world. And I talk to people all the time, and they say, "Well, gee, I'm demoralized. What can I do? Somebody said to me, I want to stick my head in the sand like an ostrich." And I say, "Well, you do that, and somebody comes along and kicks your behind." Mm-hmm. So that's not the solution. But just merely the act of wanting to know more about how things work is in itself a ticket to a happier, more fulfilled life. And also, as we become equipped with knowledge, we spread that to others. And certainly you do that, and you play a very important role, Dave, in doing that in your station as well, and the stations that carry this show. But we all have this capability to really transform the world, because almost everything bad and everything good that has happened in the world began with one person. And so I truly believe that anybody, particularly as long as the Internet remains unregulated and we can all get on there for free and do things, we have the capacity to learn and then educate others and to begin this crucial process of taking back this thing, if we ever had it or if we never had it, to take it and to start fashioning it into a kind of world in which we want to live.
One positive thing about the age in which we live, and that is the technology that permits a person to acquire and then in turn communicate information. A lot of people ask me, well, I believe what you're saying, but what can I do about it? There is nothing that people can do about it that would be more effective than A, getting Family of Secrets, reading it, understanding it, and then take little portions of the book. It's 600 pages long. Go on the Internet, communicate little passages. You can go on talk shows and spread the word, but get the word out, because basically if people are going to act effectively, they can only do so when they have the right information. And that is an absolute prerequisite. Tell them about your website, Russ. We're almost out of time.
Sure. The website for the book is familyofsecrets.com. Also, as we said, we have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/Family of Secrets. For Who, What, Why, we have whowhatwhy.com. That's our nonprofit investigative reporting site, where we will continue to dig into the crucial issues of our time from here on forward.
And what was the subtitle of the paperback edition of the book?
The paperback subtitle of Family of Secrets is The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. It's available in bookstores. I always encourage people to go to the Independents. The chains have it as well, and you can get it online from all your favorite sources. It's available also as an e-book.
And For the Record programs 711 through 716 are 6 1-hour interviews with Russ Baker about the book. It'll give you a good overview of the material that's in it, and those are permanently archived both on the SpitfireList.com website and on WFMU's website as well. This concludes For the Record program number 730, Interview with Russ Baker. This program has been recorded on December 3rd of the year 2010. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dave Emery, and this is Side 1 of For the Record program number 743, Interview with Russ Baker. This is being recorded on Friday, May 27th of the year 2011, the Friday of Memorial Day weekend. And once again, it is my pleasure and privileged to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of The Consummately Important Family of Secrets and the editor-in-chief of the Who, What, Why website. Russ, welcome back to our airwaves.
Thanks, Dave. It's always a pleasure to be here. Very stimulating experience, and I'm never disappointed.
All righty. Well, let's hope that I live up to that remarkable billing. We've spoken about Family of Secrets many times in the past, and 7 hours worth, and I think it is indicative of the weightiness and the meatiness of the book that we still, we scratched the surface, but no more than that. We have not spoken that much about the website, the Who, What, Why website, and one of the articles on your website, and I think something that might provide us with an element of transition from the past to the present, because I really don't think in terms of political analysis one can separate those. But that is your article about what Obama is up against, for one, and also your recent article about the history of the petroleum industry and the national security establishment, this in the wake of yet another unsuccessful attempt at removing the tax breaks from big oil. In terms of let's start with Obama's presidency. A lot of people have been very disappointed in what he has done or what he hasn't done in many cases. A person who was one of my role models is the political comedian Mort Saul, who, as a lot of people know, was one of Jim Garrison's investigators. And in his autobiography, Heartland, in 1976, Mort Saul asked the question, how many lies can you allow yourself to believe before you belong to the lie? And then he asked, is it too late for America? And I think that might be an interesting point of departure for an analysis of Obama and the petroleum industry and what he has and has not been able to do. What is Barack Obama up against, in your opinion? How would you synopsize that article? And if I could, the links between your massive book and what is going on today, I think, might provide a frame of reference for the audience.
Well, Dave, as you know, my book, Family of Secrets, and the subtitle is The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years. I think that last part of Family of Secrets subtitle, The Hidden History of the Last 50 Years, is maybe what we ought to key in on. Mm-hmm. And that is about the gulf between what we are told and what has actually been going on. And I certainly can't claim to know entirely what was going on, but in the 5 years that I spent researching Family of Secrets, I began pushing on some doors that I hadn't pushed on before, discovering some new rabbit holes, if you will, and beginning to see in case after case after case that there was the story that we'd been told both by the establishment media and also by academia to a large extent, and then there was a very different reality on the ground. And this was almost traumatic for me because as a longtime journalist, I have liked to believe that I had a good grasp on things. And when I realized how little I had a grasp on, even after years of doing investigative work, I really said, wow, there's a whole different ballgame here. So when we look at Barack Obama, I think he needs to be seen in the context of what shaped, affected, and happened to the prior occupants of the White House. Now, Family of Secrets, which is nominally an investigative history of the Bush family, is really about all presidents. And we have sections on John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon, Jimmy Carter, and other presidents. And I really began looking at how all presidents get to the top and then why they do what they do when they're there. Now,
and also Gerald Ford, we should add.
Gerald Ford and others, but Lyndon Johnson to some extent. Now, what I'm talking about here is that we have a kind of a pageant with the presidency. It's easier for us to sort of pay attention to things if they could all sort of be seen kind of in the entertainment arena. And so these are opportunities to sort of have favorites and to bet and to watch hopefuls come up and then crash and surprise horses coming from behind and what have you. And so that kind of narrative is the one that we tend to like as people, and it's the one that the media gladly serves up time and again. And it also part of that is the sort of the president character is this kind of singular figure strutting upon the stage of history, riding in, galloping in, and so forth, hung on their own petard and so on. But the reality is quite different, and that is that power plays long. And power is about interests, and interests don't go away, and they certainly don't go away willingly. And we don't cover interests very well, and it's almost like they don't exist. It's kind of like, for example, now who will be the Republican nominee is the current game, although, in fact, whoever it is going to have to be somebody who is acceptable to certain sectors that, as I say, are not discussed. And so when you look at Barack Obama, you have to understand that he could never have gotten to the top unless he was deemed acceptable enough to these sectors, and that his range of movement as president is constricted by these same interests.
I'd like to just briefly jump in. One of the things that was remarkable about Obama was the rise. I think it's a safe bet that in 2000 almost nobody had heard of him in America. And then by 2004 he was the next big thing on the horizon. And by 2008 primaries he was a walk. So it's all pay for play in this society now. And you don't get that far that fast without some very powerful interests behind him. So yes, go ahead. Absolutely.
We don't examine someone like Barack Obama much better than we do someone on American Idol. The person just comes up and there they are in the spotlight. And that's inadequate. And so what I tried to do with Family of Secrets and what we do with our ongoing news and analysis website, whowhatwhy.com, is to examine all of these people while they're in power, while they're on their way to power, while they're trying to get power, to understand not just who they are, but more importantly, who they're shaped by. Because people always say, well, you and I could never be president, but then why would that be? I mean, really, if anyone can grow up to be president, then anyone should be able to be president, but in fact, they can't be. And so in the case of Obama, there are a lot of interesting things one could look at about him that I think would be indicators of the limited range of movement to which he would be inclined. But even assuming that he would like to do more, we have this back history of what happened to presidents who did try to do more. And in Family of Secrets, I focus particularly on two people you would think who are so-called nemeses and who you would think would be polar opposites in every respect, John F. Kennedy and Richard M. Nixon. And yet what you see when you really study what happened to them was that both men, once they obtained the presidency, began stretching their wings and began trying to do things that the presidency supposedly allows an individual to do. And they both discovered that no, you may not do those things if those things are unacceptable to certain sectors. Now, people may be wondering, what do I mean by these sectors? I'm talking about things that we know exist. These are not phantasms. These are the oil industry, the most powerful industry the earth has ever known. Just given that ought to be covered every day very aggressively, and yet it's not covered really at all. And the other one is the one that all the way back 50 years ago, Dwight Eisenhower warned us about, the so-called military-industrial complex, which actually now might well be called the military-industrial espionage, financial, academic, add whatever other words you want to that, complex. And this is again not a figment of our imagination, but one of the most powerful constructs that has ever existed on Earth. Nobody would deny that it is there, and yet, again, we don't cover it and we don't talk about it. So these are, I think, the power centers, the constituencies that ultimately matter the most to a president, to whether they're going to get in, to whether they're going to stay in, and to what they do when they're in power.
Another interesting article, and we can talk about the oil industry in more specific terms in a couple of minutes, but there was an article that, I can't recall the exact title. It had a very eye-catching and not altogether attractive picture of Barack Obama in front of Air Force One, but with a Donald Trump hairstyle graphicked in. And the article is called "Trump is Not the Carnival Sideshow. The political, quote, normal, unquote, is." One of my favorite quotes, and I'm going to ask you to sort of take off on that article from this quote, one of my favorite quotes comes from author Edith Wharton, who said, "A frivolous society can only achieve dramatic significance through what its frivolity destroys," which I think is just a great quote, and it's a deep one. But in a way, I think that's if I understood what Ms. Wharton was talking about, it's what you're talking about in that article. You know, behind the carnival sideshow, I mean, Trump is the north end of a southbound horse, but he's also a very potent political animal too, and he's not really very funny. And yet, you know, we see this reality TV show nonsense, and it looks ludicrous. I think it also tends to turn people off on politics and debase the whole frame of debate. But really, the phenomenon of Trump the candidate, Trump the reality talk show host, distracts us from just how ludicrous our political intellectual culture is.
Well, right, and what I'm getting at is that if you looked with any degree of objectivity at the problems facing the United States and the world today, which are so incredibly grave, and then you see the scope and the pace of the action with regard to those problems, you have to say that the central show itself, forget about the Trumps and the Palins and what have you, the central show itself is ludicrous on its face. And I feel that the Trumps and what have you play a very crucial role. First of all, Trump is a very serious businessman in the sense that he markets himself as a brander, that he will come into somebody's building, an ordinary building they're putting up. He will put his name and his face on there, and they will be able to jack up the rates for the place because a certain sector of the populace will then want to have that brand on their apartment. And that's really what he is. And so for him, any kind of television show, no matter what it is that gets ratings, any kind of thing like running for president is good for his brand. He needs that. Just as movie stars, we think that their lives are so tumultuous, but a lot of that is invented because it keeps them in the public eye, and that is the where we get the marquee names, and that's what draws us to go see their movies. So that's how the system works. Now, the central act itself then is given is sort of invested with this sort of gravitas that it doesn't deserve. And then we don't look at things like, okay, so Obama clearly much more serious than these other candidates, and yet right now the United States is involved in, well, I'd say at least 3 wars, possibly more depending on how you count them. Maybe Pakistan a 4th one, and I'm counting Libya as well. Mm-hmm. And so what are those wars about? And if we stop to say, well, now, please explain why we are in those wars. Now, that would seem to be a central question, something that ought to be being discussed on a daily basis, and yet it's not. You've got someone like a Dennis Kucinich who's out there looking like he's some kind of a nut for sort of raising these types of questions, very much an outcast. And so they're able to kind of skew the whole thing and keep people away from talking about what really matters, which is that the central activities of our government, the central uses of our tax dollars are not understood to us and don't make any sense. And so these sideshows are crucial because you and I, outside of our work and outside of our families and our most urgent personal concerns, we only have a little bit of bandwidth left. And if they can fill that bandwidth up with Dancing with the Stars and Sarah Palin's daughter's scandals and what we think of Donald Trump's hairdo and so forth, they've filled that up. There is nothing left for us to worry about the state of our democracy.
One of the things that I find really vexatious, and yet it also is the raison d'etre for my program. It's underground and always has been and always will be. But that is basically our media do not do their job, and neither does our educational system. I would encapsulate that by basically saying that both are at the purse strings level controlled by the same powerful corporate interests that affect many of these machinations. But the media do not do their job. One of my favorite catchphrases on this program is that the fourth estate has metamorphosed into a fifth column. And they really are accessories to criminal behavior, accessories after the fact in most cases, because they will not tell the truth. The Gray Lady being an example of this. The New York Times is certainly well worth reading. I read it when I can. I've got an awful lot of reading to do on top of the day job, but at the same time, it's also the CIA's #1 propaganda asset. They publish the Warren Report, which is fiction, and when the chips are on the table, so to speak, with regard to intelligence matters, the New York Times can be counted upon to come down squarely on the side of reaction. The pillorying of Gary Webb being an example after he broke the CIA cocaine story. The New York Times published the Warren Report, which is nonsense. It's fiction. And they're quite good at doing this. And yet, compared with some papers, the New York Times is, it is in a class by itself. So our media don't do their job. We don't get the investigative reporting, and I've devoted this broadcast to try to close that gap. And the 6 hours we did just about exactly a year ago, with another follow-up interview last December, being an example of that. Certainly, you're not going to get on the main talk shows. You're not going to get on Meet the Press. You're not even has the New York Times touched your book?
They requested specifically an advance copy. One of their top reviewers requested an advance copy of my book, wanted to be the first person to review it. We did supply the book, and then nothing ever happened.
Mm-hmm. Which is kind of how things go. Another of my favorite phrases is an old Turkish proverb: "He who tells the truth gets chased out of 9 villages," or perhaps just doesn't get their book reviewed by the New York Times, which is a way of chasing you out of a lot of villages. Because
I think what happens here is it's more insidious than some sort of organized suppression. What you're looking at is all of us, if we are practical people, having a sense of what it takes to get a job, keep a job, perhaps advance. And we know pretty well, I don't care what you do for a living, you know pretty well what will fly with the bosses and what won't. And you know what will fly with the customers and what won't. And so you do your best to kind of stay within those bounds. So when you work at the New York Times or CBS or anything else, you may be a perfectly good person. You probably got into journalism because you cared and you wanted to make a difference. And you do. You make a difference as much as you can. But there's the key phrase, as much as you can. And so I am told privately all the time, gee, I'd love to, this started when I was shopping the Family of Secrets manuscript through my agent, that the various publishers literally said, boy, is that what a book that is. I only wish I had the blankety blanks to publish it. Mm-hmm. They realized they were going to have some problems. And so every point we would discuss, will this place be too afraid? Will this place be too afraid? And so this is not exclusive to Family of Secrets. Anything particularly explosive will not be heard. And what is heard that's explosive is scandal, but it's not new history. And so you might say, oh, well, we heard about Dominique Strauss-Kahn, that's explosive. Well, it's a personal scandal of a famous person, and that they will do. But if you actually think about what you've been told over the years on programs, perhaps in school, high school, or university in your classes and so on, there has never been a total break with the past, no revelation as there is in every other field in medicine and in physics and so on, where they say, wow, we've got a whole new understanding of things here. And then, there's in those fields, by the way, of course, there's tremendous resistance from the establishment always. But eventually something new comes through. Usually the people with the new theory or the new whatever are ridiculed or ignored or attacked. But eventually they prevail. And, of course, we see this in art. We see this in everything. It's particularly consequential, of course, with our understanding of how our world works in terms of decisions affecting life and death, freedom, the health and goodwill of the public, and so forth. And so the inability to get a narrative like Family of Secrets or other books like it. My book has 50 pages of footnotes. We went to great lengths to make it credible and palatable to the establishment. It's from a well-respected mainstream publisher. It has blurbs on the cover from beloved, extremely well-known figures, and we had to do all that, and that helped a little bit. But even with that, we've been told time and again, what you reveal in this book is so disturbing and so contrary to what we understood and what we've been saying all this time. We simply don't know how to deal with that.
The Mort Saul quote from his, how many lies can you allow yourself to believe before you belong to the lie? Again, it also reminds me of the famous Upton Sinclair quote, it's difficult to get a man or a person, updating it to a non-gender specific context, it's difficult to get a person to understand something when keeping their job depends on their not understanding it. And I think that is certainly one of the things that's bedeviled Family of Secrets. Nonetheless, though, I think you've done a remarkable job. I never expected to see a lot of that stuff coming out in a mainstream book. I mean, I was aware of it. I've covered quite a bit of that in various broadcasts over 3+ decades, but I never expected to see it in a mainstream book, and I sure never expected to see, Dan Rather, Bill Moyers, Gore Vidal endorsing that. It was a stunning thing, and it's a great achievement. I think the frontiers of investigative reporting in this country have been pushed back by that, and I think it's going to enable others to take more forward steps than they otherwise would have been able to do. Although you may not see all of the fruit of that being born in your lifetime.
It's interesting you mentioned investigative reporting. I belong to various associations of investigative reporters, and they're good people, and they're trying to do a good job. But I've noticed and been discussing this with some colleagues how when you look at, say, the awards that are given out and so forth, they're sort of astonishing by their pettiness in a way that they seem to look for and reward people who set their sights pretty low, and I'm not saying this is bad journalism. It's good journalism, but it's very limited. And so stories about one-offs, a town where the city council was corrupt, a particular agency where one thing really went bad, and what they seem to be saying almost by exclusion is that. We don't want to draw attention to anything that's systemic. We don't want to draw attention to anything that really questions the basic values that we say that we espouse. And I find as I travel around the world and talking to people in other countries, they have a much better grasp almost anywhere but in this country of how power really works. And from Turkey, where they coined the concept of the deep state, to Mexico, which sees now a situation of almost total chaos there, up to Scandinavia, where I was last summer, places like Finland and so on, where they talk to me even there, countries that are very high on the integrity and transparency scales, rated way above the United States, and they say that even in their countries they don't really, what is discussed publicly is not what goes on behind the scenes, that there are a handful of families and companies and so on that exert enormous amounts of influence sub rosa, shaping the events for everyone else.
The late Stig Larsson's novels, which became hit movies and books in this country last year, Christopher Hitchens had a piece in Vanity Fair in which he quoted a Swedish police and intelligence official as saying the things Stig Larsson wrote about actually occurred, just that he gave them fictional names. And that is part of, and Sweden certainly is a very civilized society, but that is an example of that. But here in America, we really are, in many ways, this is like a society of adolescents. America's like a giant high school with a multi-trillion-dollar budget in nuclear weapons, which sounds ludicrous, but the enormous unchecked corporate power that exists here, and with corresponding national security power, basically is, at least to what I can tell, irresistible. It is certainly dominant with a capital D.
Yeah, I mean, what they've got now is the system rigged to the point where, and when I use the term they, people always say, well, who do you mean by they? But they is whatever, fill in that corporate name you want to fill in, have things rigged to the point where all of these different elements or institutions that were supposed to check each other they're all neutralized now. You were talking about the fourth estate, so the media is neutralized. The clergy in this country overwhelmingly, it's certainly not what it was at one point. You had a much more vibrant liberation theology out there. Obviously, the Congress is seriously compromised, very, very weak and timid compared, let's say, to the mid-1970s. The judiciary has moved so far away from what seemed at one point almost like it actually did have people on there who would sit and hear a case with a kind of an open mind and try to figure out, was there some way to derive a just and appropriate solution, to where we really suspect all of the people on there, from right to left, of having an agenda and some constituency that they're serving. So, and then, of course, the executive branch. And so this is a serious, serious problem. And, it's interesting. Sometimes people say to me, well, I read Family of Secrets. It really traumatized me. It changed my understanding of so many things, or it thrilled me because to see a whole different, to get a whole different understanding and have things sort of fall into place, things I'd been thinking about and wondering for years. But some people come up and they say, gee, ultimately, though, it's sort of immobilizing and depressing, and what can we do? And I would argue that it's not our job to make sure that people aren't depressed, that it's not our job to worry that, to give you more good news or happy talk, although on our website, Who, What, Why, we are putting a few funny things and a few good news things just to acknowledge the human need for that. But you can go elsewhere for that. There are flowers and puppies everywhere. Mm-hmm. But that we need to get past that what you call that high school thing, that need to guard our own fragile emotions. We're much tougher when we need to be. And this is a time when we need to be tougher. And we need to sort of sit up straight, and we need to see, maybe we need the proverbial bucket of cold water in our face, and to say, wow, this is how things really work. Because then what we can do is once we have a grasp of things, we can begin thinking about, what do you do with that situation?
Let's talk about that more on side two. We're almost out of time on side one. Tell them about the website.
Our website is whowhatwhy.com. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. So if I may say so, if you like what we do, you can be part of the family. We can't do this. We can't hire and train more reporters and add content without public support. You can go to the site right at the top there. There's the right-hand corner, something you can click and support us on a one-time or on a monthly basis.
All righty. And the 7 previous interviews, including 6 specifically on Family of Secrets that I did roughly a year ago, are available at spitfirelist.com in the For the Record section. This concludes side one. For the Record program number 743, interview with Russ Baker. This program is being recorded on May 27th of the year 2011. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening. Hello, my name's Dave Emery, and this is Side 2 of For the Record program number 743, Interview with Russ Baker. This program is being recorded on May 27th of the year 2011. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. Once again, it is my pleasure and privilege to bring back to our airwaves Russ Baker, the author of the consummately important landmark tome Family of Secrets, subtitled The Bush Dynasty, America's Invisible Government, and the Hidden History of the Last 50 Years, and also editor-in-chief of the Who, What, Why website. Russ, welcome back once again to our airwaves.
Thanks, Dave.
We were talking about what people can do. I know I've been doing this for a long time, and I get depressed sometimes. It really gets to me. If I was dispassionate about this stuff, I'd be watching American Idol or I'd be engaged in the frivolity that Edith Wharton spoke about. So, but people do get depressed, and that's certainly very understandable. And yet, we're at that point in time. There've been so many different exhortations from patriots of various kinds, and I don't mean the contemporary brand of jingoist patriots, but real patriots, the Thomas Jeffersons and others, about the need to get down to business when you have to get down to it. What would you suggest for the average person in the listening audience? What would you suggest that they do?
Well, actually, there are so many things you can do. This is the fascinating part of it. People say, well, what are the solutions? There are thousands and thousands of NGOs, non-governmental organizations, nonprofits, local community groups, and they are actually making a difference. They need more people to be involved in them, but they do make a difference. And then there are national organizations that make a difference or have ideas on how to make a difference. I'll just give you an example of something recently. I may misreference this. I think it's called UK Uncut, I want to say. And they've started a movement here in this country. And they basically, what they did was, it had been reported that a couple of big UK companies were not paying their taxes. And they thought, well, wait a minute, we're consumers of these products. And one of them was a big mobile phone company. And they went and they got a big crowd spontaneously with Twitter, start thinking about what you saw in Egypt. And they rallied in front of these phone stores, and the phone company didn't like it, and whoever was the big shareholder there had to deal with this having not paid the taxes. And this thing spread throughout Britain. The fact that story is not a big story in the United States, that the media here are not telling us the story of how the British people have been rising up, is in itself extremely revealing. But they now have this Uncut, I want to say it's called. Maybe we can put something up on the Who, What, Why site with some more information on that. But they've got that going here now. And so you can just connect with a bunch of other people on whatever issue it is that matters to you. And if you organize and you get in their face, they do something about it. It's not that things don't change. It's that we don't understand where the problems are, and then we don't take any action. And the fact of the matter is, unless they want to explicitly change this country into an authoritarian or totalitarian country and rule us literally from the barrel of a gun, they still do have to respond. And if enough people, storm a town meeting, overwhelming hundreds and thousands of them, the city council pretty much responds. And I think that that's true also on the federal level. I think that's also true with oil companies and the military-industrial complex. If enough people are upset and are expressing it, they've got to find some way to deal with that anger.
Going to the website itself, and one of the things that I always encourage people to do as well is to use the media. One of the very few things that I see as a really optimistic development, although it certainly it has been used for intelligence purposes in a big way, and it actually had its origins with DARPA. But the Internet itself, with the Internet, the ability of people to acquire, collate, store, and transmit information is unprecedented. And people can, in a very real sense, become their own media. And I encourage people to basically take the information that they hear on this broadcast. Take books like Family of Secrets, material from Who, What, Why, and the other sources that I access on this program, and spread the word. Use the Internet, call talk shows, and I think ideally each citizen should make him or herself a node of information transfer, to coin a lofty, perhaps sounding term. And I think that is step number one, because if you don't have the right information, you're not going to be able to act effectively. Your car breaks down, and let's say it's something to do with the transmission. Well, you could change the spark plugs, and that isn't going to get the car going. So you've got to have the right information. That gets back to what I think is the really subversive and, in some cases, criminal role of the media, literally covering up horrendous crimes, and crimes that do terrible damage to the American people and to citizens around the world. And that brings us back to Family of Secrets and Who, What, Why, dedicated essentially to that same purpose, to penetrating to what the Germans call Nachrichten, rending the night, which is their word for intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, not a day goes by when I don't hear that some so-called ordinary person, some retiree, or we have truck drivers and teachers, people who read Who, What, Why regularly, who have read Family of Secrets, people, doctors and lawyers and engineers and students working part-time jobs in fast food places. I meet all kinds of people in pizza parlors and so on, and they say, wow, I read that book, or I love that website, and they tell me stories of what they did, and they sent an email out to a bunch of people, and then people that they sent it to sent it on to other people, and then somebody scheduled a local event, and people began talking amongst themselves, and it created some new organization. Other people use Twitter, or they use Facebook, or they're just Reddit. There's so many of these things, and there are new things all the time, and it's kind of fun, actually. And the great thing about it is that you can kind of be sitting in the comfort of your home in your bathrobe and pushing a few buttons and really pushing knowledge out there into the world, and then people use that stuff. They use it at work, over lunch in a discussion with a coworker, and they pull something out and they point to things and they change minds. And our problem in this country really is that it's not so much that we have to worry about what Obama does or something. It's that we need to first change minds among the people. The people need to know what's going on, and I think what we were discussing earlier about the obstacles I've seen with Family of Secrets, we can't even penetrate the audiences that, like Jon Stewart or Rachel Maddow or Keith Olbermann, they don't even know about any of this.
Yep, it is interesting how stratified the entire media establishment is, because they're viewed as alternative. Although if you're on the Comedy Channel, I don't know how alternative that is. These are major corporate interests that run these channels. But yeah, there's the right-wing media, then there's the so-called mainstream media, which really are right-wing media past a point, and then there are the so-called progressive media, and then farther to the left you have, for example, Pacifica Radio, but there are very profound and to a large extent uniform discontinuities. There are things you don't talk about, and if you do talk about them, you're not going to talk about them there,
Well, that's right. For example, in my research into the Bush family for Family of Secrets, I studied George W. Bush, and then I studied his father, George H.W. Bush. I came upon the indications that George H.W. Bush had another past, that it was not being discussed in the media. This was the real explanation of why he was made CIA director as a novice, supposedly, and it was about how he actually had been a very important player in covert U.S. intelligence and very sensitive and, I would say, illegal domestic operations over the years. This led me back to the story of his not remembering where he was the day that Kennedy was shot, my curiosity about that, and then spending several years trying to establish where the elder Bush was at the time Kennedy was shot, then getting into the whole Kennedy assassination thing, which was new to me, something I had no opinions on, no background in, spent a long time looking into that, and the result being 4 chapters of largely new information on the Kennedy assassination, changed my understanding of all that, as apparently changed a lot of other people's understanding. Anyway, that story, we need to get that out to a larger audience. How do you do that? That's very, very tricky, because the New York Times basically seems to have a rule that they won't write about the Kennedy assassination at all. Now, how could you not write about one of the most seminal, most dramatic, most consequential events of our history? They don't, 9/11, whatever you think about it, there's almost no discussion of another enormous event. Watergate, something I get into with several chapters of new information, astonishing to me and astonishing to readers, connecting Watergate to the Kennedy assassination and understanding that what we thought was going on, and Richard Nixon's role in this was wrong, that these are crafted stories that are pushed out there. And so this kind of stuff, how do we need to all work together and strategize. How do we get these things into the New York Times? How do we get Jon Stewart to be willing to talk about a book like this, or the kinds of stories we're doing on Who, What, Why? And so we all, I think, Dave, have to be part of this effort to kind of find some cracks in the facade of the establishment and begin to inject the truth.
I think a lot of this, if I'm understanding what you're saying, and not imposing my own views, basically it's going to have to go from the grassroots up. In other words, when, not necessarily the city council, but say when Jon Stewart or some of these people who occupy the mid-range of the media establishment, perhaps when they are petitioned, and consistently so by their audience, to begin talking about the Kennedy assassination or other things, although as a comedian he may be limited somewhat in that regard. The late Sam Kinison, not my favorite comedian, he actually had begun talking about the Warren Report before his death, so who knows. But I think that if people want to see more truth, they're going to have to take the bit in their mouths and run with it, and basically put it in the faces of the people they want to be telling the truth. Because otherwise, again, referencing the Upton Sinclair quote, it's difficult to get them to do it when not understanding it or not doing it. Their job depends on that, particularly in our climate these days when certainly the economic waters are deep, turbulent, and perilous.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because people are always saying to me, why, you should be on Jon Stewart, you should be on Oprah, you should be on, and they name their favorite show, as if it's my fault that this book hasn't been on there. But we have very good publicists and a high-quality publisher. I myself have a long track record in journalism and am known. So there aren't any clear obstacles there, except that these shows, for whatever reason, were sent these books and chose not to contend with it at all. But I agree with you, Dave, that it is up to all of us when we think there's important information and we patronize some establishment. It's just like if you're a regular at a restaurant or a bar or anything else, if you tell them, you really ought to think about such and such, the more important you are to them and the more of you who say to them you should do this, the more inclined they are to finally take action. It is the squeaky wheel syndrome. All of these shows are dependent, of course, on audience satisfaction. And, I believe actually that these are mostly good people, and that if they are presented with a petitioning, if you will, from enough people, they can go to their bosses and say, I think we should do this, because it's getting to the point where people are starting to wonder why we don't. They want us to do it, and maybe there's a delicate way that we can begin to kind of go into this material. And as I say, these are not bad folks. I think most of the people, the mainstream media, from New York Times to Washington Post to CBS to CNN, are basically good people who need to be, they need the rest of us to supply them with, I think, the courage and the energy to go to the next level.
And I think, too, another factor and another motivation for doing exactly what we're talking about, basically people getting out and making some noise. Be polite, because if you act like a jerk, you're going to impress people in a negative way. But basically getting the word out and putting some gentle but firm pressure on those media outlets and individuals whom you would like to see doing this. And that is that at bottom, one of them, I'm going to fuse a synapse here. One of the academics, well known to students of the JFK assassination, and someone who's, I understand, has been very supportive of your book, is Professor Peter Dale Scott, the brilliant Berkeley professor. And he wrote, there was a volume that he co-edited back in 1976 called The Assassinations, Dallas and Beyond, which talked about some of the links between the Kennedy assassination and Watergate. But in the introduction to the book, or the foreword, he said that he had spoken to a number of mainstream political figures who had declined to run for office because they knew full well what had really happened to John Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King, or others, and they feared for their safety if they pursued the agenda, the political agenda that they would like to pursue. And I think that that is one of the things that people have to understand. There have been media figures and other political figures that have bitten the farm. Regular listeners to this program will have just heard, for the record, 742, called Body Count. And there have been some very suspicious and to anybody with half a brain, obvious political murders in Alabama, connected with what one astute blogger termed Karl Rove's Alabama and some of the political machinations down there. And some of these obvious killings have been called suicides, and it's just ludicrous. But the effect of that is what the late Jim Garrison, who investigated the Kennedy assassination as New Orleans DA, referred to as intimidation by induction. You know, people see this and they say, well, you know, maybe discretion's the better part of valor here. And beyond that, they fear for the safety of their families. If, however, a lot of people are talking about these things, it's not that easy to pull off some of this skullduggery. Remember the famous footage from Tiananmen Square where the kid is facing up to that tank. That tank could have squashed him at any moment, but because people were watching, the tank was trying to get out of the kid's way. And I think, in a sense, that might be something of an operational paradigm. If enough people make enough noise, it's not going to be that easy for the malefactors of great wealth, for the people who would direct the bullets or daggers or toxins or whatever in a strategic sense to do what they do. I think, again, Nachrichten, penetrating the dark and shedding light into areas that have illuminated. No, I'm not talking about the Illuminati, some of you wacko conspiracy guys out there. That is what we've got to do. You know, we've got to, people have got to understand that it's up to them. And it's not reasonable to expect the media figures, academicians, political figures, and others who, on the one hand, have the very real material rewards of cooperation in front of them and perhaps in their bank accounts, and who, on the other hand, have these very stark examples of what can happen as well. And so these are things that people need to pay attention to and become active in. And in a sense, they have to light the fire and fan the flames themselves.
Yeah, you know, what's amazing to me is that I often talk to people who are afraid to take the slightest risk of any kind. And all I can say is if you live your life like that, you know, afraid to say something to another individual, they're sitting somewhere and somebody's encroaching on their space and they won't say anything. You need to sort of practice courage. And when you start doing it when very little is at stake, you build yourself, you become stronger and stronger so that when something very, very serious confronts you, you're able to protect yourself and your family and perhaps your country. And I think that's what we see, that our population is divided all along a line from those who won't do anything at all about anything and are terrified of their own shadow, to those who are almost recklessly bold. And but I agree with you. I think that if more of us just start doing tiny little things, just little exercises, encourage. And again, if you're not somebody who bothers to, you know, pick up a phone and call a show, or you're afraid to read a book because you think you can't sleep, or you've never forwarded an email, just start with these little tiny exercises and do those and see how that goes. And you're going to be gratified to see that people thank you, that people really appreciate it. They view you in a new light, and it can improve the quality of your own life, actually. And then you start saying, you know, this is kind of fun to be active, and it's kind of fun to study and learn new information and master these daunting mysteries, and people like this stuff. And I mean, as I say, it's been so gratifying to me. Family of Secrets, despite my not getting on so many of those major shows, is now a bestseller, and it's sold a lot of books, and it's continuing. It's actually, the sales are almost growing because again, of this grassroots kind of brush fire movement. And we're going to do the same thing with Who, What, Why. It's still small. It's fairly new. Most people have never heard of the site, but let's spread the word and let's grow it, and let's let people know that there isn't just CNN and all those how about all those websites with the celebrity gossip, that there are other things that you can go to.
Yeah, not only that, but with regard to reading specifically, the brain is not separate from the body. People keep their bodies in shape, they exercise, take care of themselves. The way you work out your brain is reading. It's part of the body. If you were to put a bullet through your brain, it's going to immediately and permanently affect all of the other systems of your body. The way you work out your brain is reading. It makes the brain stronger. It actually has a definite effect on health, on cognitive functions. Television is the opposite. It weakens the brain. It lowers attention span. So I think that people can look at it in that way too. And certainly, if you want to really develop some cerebral muscles, Family of Secrets would be a really good initial training program, because it's a good, formidable read and a very necessary one. The program that I do is designed to sort of fill in that gap. I refer to myself as a journalistic step-up transformer. I take information that's on the public record and make it more public. Though certainly I'm never going to be on CBS or any of those media, or Maddow or Jon Stewart or any of those. Yet there are people that affect things at that level who definitely listen, and the word gets around. Part of the problem too is our media template itself is structured for superficiality. It's a soundbite culture, and your book falls at the opposite end of the spectrum. It is weighty, and it deals with things in the depth in which they need to be dealt, and it's important to avoid soundbites. So that's why I really appreciate your stretching out on those 6 hours last year. But that's what I think is required, so that even if people maybe are too busy to read the book now, at the very least, or people have heard bad things about it. I mean, there's one author in particular, I'm not going to mention his name, but I saw a review by a JFK assassination researcher, and it was a disparaging review, and if I hadn't read the book, I would have been hard-pressed to say that this was the same book I'd read. If people have heard disparaging comments, they can become acquainted at least superficially with the book through those 6-hour interviews, and then they can take the next step, read the book, then begin accessing Who, What, Why website, and again, become the media. And I think that's a very important thing to do. Otherwise, you wind up belonging to the lie.
Media literacy is critically important because we all rely on guidance. You go online, if you're going to go out to do a special dinner, you go to those websites where you read people's reviews. If you're going traveling, you look at where people go on and give stars for hotels, but you don't even know those people, and you're hoping that you can divine who's got good taste and who's telling the truth. We do the same thing with the media, and so, for example, Family of Secrets was reviewed by the Washington Post, but I was struck by the fact that instead of having any of their eminently qualified staff members who cover the CIA, the presidency, and so on to review it, they gave it to an outsider who is a satirist. And I was struck by that, and I obviously, there's something wrong right there when there's a almost 600-page book about the President of the United States with 50 pages of footnotes, and you give it to a guy who writes novels to review it. They're telling you something about their paper and their role as establishment gatekeepers. And we had this with another paper, the Los Angeles Times, where an in-house person did a review. He was not the right person, actually, to review this. But he took off. He basically was upset. He essentially said anyone who questions the official story on the JFK assassination does not deserve our consideration or respect. And I was struck by that because we know that a vast majority of the American people do not accept the traditional explanation. And yet there it was, and that was in that very big and important newspaper.
This is also an example of spin, because the fact of the matter is the Warren Commission itself, aside from the fact that it was fiction, the Warren Commission had no legal status whatsoever. It was a presidential fact-finding commission, but a special House Select Committee, even though itself, its own investigation was badly compromised, concluded that there had almost certainly been conspiracies behind the assassinations of John Kennedy and Martin Luther King, and they made recommendations to the Justice Department to, among other things, begin investigating David Ferry and the anti-Castro Cubans in New Orleans. And when, following the movie JFK, some of the committee's files became public, it turns out that the assistant counsel, I think he was, in charge of the New Orleans aspects of the investigation, concluded that Clay Shaw, who was the fellow who Garrison was investigating, was either one of the planners of or a cutout to the planners of the assassination. And yet, even among JFK assassination researchers, Garrison is pilloried. But when somebody makes a statement like that, they're basically pillorying a congressional select committee and a lot of very significant people there. So it is not even consistent with our established political history.
What struck me in my work for Family of Secrets was when I began finding these connections between George H.W. Bush and key figures who are connected in some way to the events of November 22. None of that gets mentioned in this LA Times review. He just skips it. For example, he apparently either didn't read the book or he didn't think it was interesting that the same man who said he couldn't remember where he was on November 22 actually turns out to have been in Dallas. He doesn't find that interesting. He doesn't find it interesting that his lifelong friend, George de Mohrenschildt, was the basically the father figure to Lee Harvey Oswald in Lee's apartment in his life, driving and eating together and so on a daily basis in the year before the assassination. And we have letters between Mr. Bush and George de Mohrenschildt, and this is not interesting to the LA Times. And so that's why really we need to say to people, please read this book, Family of Secrets. Please go to this website, whowhatwhy.com. Please judge it for yourself. If it seems like it's cockamamie, fine. But I can tell you, 90-some% of what we understand of the people who read these things, look at the Amazon reviews there. We have almost 5 out of 5 solid stars from 130 people, random people who took the time to read it and post something.
One thing comes to mind. The LA Times is run by the very powerful, it used to be, now I believe they're owned by the Chicago Tribune, but it used to be run by the Chandler family. And one of the things you talk about in Family of Secrets was how the Chandler family apparently networked with Prescott Bush Sr. and helped to boost the candidacy of Richard Nixon. So
they were in business together in a military contracting company right at the moment that, and this is the secret history that is in Family of Secrets, that they actually selected an unknown Richard Nixon to run against a man who was a thorn in the side of Wall Street.
Mm-hmm. It may be this reviewer's disparaging stance toward your book may very well have been a case of a man's job depending on his not understanding, or at least not providing a favorable review to corrupt Upton Sinclair.
No idea why, but anyway, the key thing here is we do have some freedom still in this country. I was able to find a publisher for Family of Secrets. They got behind it. I had an agent. We had publicists, and we have been on shows. We've been on with Dave Emery. I think critically important because of Dave, your unique understanding of American history. But we've all actually been on hundreds of shows now around the country that have had the guts to do this. And so, no, we haven't broken through into the mainstream media. But again, I think that's coming, and I think that this is going to be transformative when all of the people who listen to this and who read Family of Secrets, go to our website, Who, What, Why, become part of this movement. We're going to bust out, folks, and we are going to make a difference, and we're going to see things change. I really do believe that.
Let's hope so. And certainly I think we're in a position now where we really don't have any choice. We are up against it. And if we do not correct the course of the ship of state, we're all going to basically be treading water. Things are right up against it. And again, the quote from Mort Saul, one of my role models, one of the people who spurred me to do what I do. How many lies can you allow yourself to believe before you belong to the lie? And people are familiar with the concept of the big lie. Well, Family of Secrets is the big truth, and I think people need to resolve to disseminate that big truth. We've spoken about Family of Secrets. Tell them about Who, What, Why.
So, whowhatwhy.com. We are a nonprofit. It's an investigative news and analysis site on the web. We try to post new things each day, and we're trying to build this up into, we want to be the new mainstream media, actually. We want to train a whole new generation of reporters. We want to bring back a lot of the best reporters who were laid off. We want to bring them in and have them work together on exciting projects on a day-to-day basis.
Very good. So Who, What, Why, and Family of Secrets, there is a very, very good start. This concludes Side 2 of For the Record program number 743, interview with Russ Baker. This is being recorded on May 27th of the year 2011. For Russ Baker, this is Dave Emery saying thanks for listening.